What if I told you that clicking on the wrong link could change everything you thought you knew about human nature? That somewhere beneath the surface of the internet you use every day, there are spaces where the worst impulses of humanity play out in real time, watched by ordinary people who've stumbled too far down the rabbit hole. I'm a marketing consultant from Manchester. Nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help small businesses figure out their online presence, manage their social media, that sort of thing. Last autumn, between clients, I found myself with too much time and a dangerous amount of curiosity about the parts of the internet I'd only heard whispered about in tech forums. It started with a legitimate research project. One of my clients had been targeted by online harassment, and I wanted to understand how these campaigns typically operated. Someone mentioned that the real coordination often happened on the dark web, away from the scrutiny of mainstream platforms. Setting up Tor felt like crossing a line I shouldn't cross, but I told myself it was just research, professional development. The first few weeks were disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing things that would get you arrested if you posted them on Facebook. The whole thing felt less sinister than I'd expected, more like a slightly seedy car boot sale than the digital underworld I'd imagined. But then I started hearing about red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streams where viewers could supposedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people I encountered online dismissed them as elaborate hoaxes, digital urban legends designed to part gullible people from their Bitcoin. The technical challenges alone made it seem implausible. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable connections, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting caught. Yet some users insisted they'd encountered the real thing. They described details that seemed too specific to be complete fabrications. Hidden payment systems using obscure cryptocurrencies, invitation-only access requiring vouchers from existing members, sophisticated streaming infrastructure that somehow worked despite the limitations of anonymous networks. My professional instincts kicked in. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of technical infrastructure would be required? It became a puzzle I couldn't let go. The same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging marketing campaign or branding problem. The research consumed my evenings for months. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about layered VPN systems, about streaming protocols designed for unreliable connections. I discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous video distribution, always careful to frame everything as academic security research. Around Christmas time, I found something that changed the trajectory of my investigation entirely. It was buried in a discussion about experimental streaming technology, presented not as anything sinister, but as a demonstration of new protocols designed for secure communications. The poster claimed it was a proof of concept for a system that could work in authoritarian countries with heavy internet censorship. The link led to a sparse login page. No branding, no explanation, just username and password fields. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required an invitation code from an existing member. I should have closed that browser tab immediately. Instead, I spent the better part of January trying to work out how to get access. The breakthrough came through my legitimate work. I'd been helping a small cybersecurity firm with their content marketing, writing blog posts about privacy tools and network security. One of their consultants, someone I'd worked with on several projects, sent me a private message asking if I'd be interested in beta testing a new streaming platform designed for privacy-conscious users. The timing felt like more than coincidence. I accepted. The authentication process was more sophisticated than I'd expected. Beyond basic credentials, the system required verification through a custom application that generated time-sensitive codes. It reminded me of the security systems used by online banking, the kind of multi-factor authentication you'd expect from financial institutions. When I finally gained access, I was struck by how professional everything looked. Clean interface design, intuitive navigation, the kind of user experience you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. There was a list of available channels on the left, chat functionality on the right, and a video player dominating the center of the screen. Most channels appeared to be offline. The active ones had cryptic titles, usually just random combinations of letters and numbers. Viewer counts were relatively low, rarely more than 50 or 60 people. The chat sections were mostly empty, with only occasional messages in languages I couldn't identify. I clicked on one of the active channels. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymity networks, pixelated, choppy, with noticeable delays. It took several seconds to understand what I was looking at. A small room with concrete walls, lit by harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center, a metal chair with someone sitting in it. The person appeared unconscious or heavily sedated. Their head lolled forward, unresponsive to sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section remained empty, except for automated system messages noting the timestamp. I watched for perhaps 15 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person didn't move. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed silent. Eventually, I switched to another channel. The second stream showed what looked like an abandoned warehouse. Concrete floors, rusted metal fixtures, industrial lighting casting harsh shadows. The camera was positioned to show the entire space. But like the first stream, nothing happened while I watched. No movement, no sound, no activity in the associated chat. Over the following hours, I sampled roughly a dozen different channels. Most showed similar scenes: empty rooms, unconscious or restrained individuals, industrial or basement settings. The production values varied dramatically. Some appeared professional, with multiple camera angles and clear audio. Others looked like amateur recordings from mobile phones or cheap webcams. What struck me most was the absence of the interaction I'd expected. Despite claims that these platforms allowed viewer participation, I saw no evidence of real-time control or influence. No voting mechanisms, no polling systems, no way for viewers to communicate with whoever was operating the streams. The chat functions existed but remained largely unused. I began to suspect I was looking at elaborate recordings rather than live content. The technical limitations that skeptics had pointed out seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video streams through anonymity networks would require significant resources and expertise. Perhaps these were pre-recorded videos designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that shattered that assumption completely. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Fulfillment Session 47. The viewer count was significantly higher, over 100 people. The chat section showed active messages, though they were mostly numbers and brief phrases that meant nothing to me initially. The video showed a residential setting rather than the industrial spaces I'd seen before. Someone's sitting room, complete with furniture, decorations, family photographs on the mantelpiece. It looked normal, comfortable, like any middle-class British home you might visit. A person sat on the sofa, facing the camera directly. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, this individual was alert, making eye contact with the lens. They appeared nervous but not panicked, as if they understood what was about to happen and had somehow accepted their situation. The chat suddenly exploded with activity. Messages appeared rapidly, too fast for me to read them all. Numbers, coordinates, simple commands. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of other European languages mixed throughout. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The timestamp on one of the chat messages matched exactly the time showing on my computer clock. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. These weren't pre-recorded videos. This was happening right now, in real time. Someone entered the frame from the left side of the screen. They wore dark clothing with their face obscured, but their movements seemed deliberate, controlled. They approached the person on the sofa and handed them what appeared to be a sheet of paper. The person read whatever was written there. Their expression transformed from nervous to genuinely terrified. They started to rise from the sofa, but the masked figure placed a hand on their shoulder, gently but firmly guiding them back down. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I began to understand that they weren't just comments, they were instructions. The numbers corresponded to locations within the room. The brief phrases were commands for actions to be performed. The viewers weren't just watching, they were directing what happened next. The person on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized with growing horror that they could see us. Not individually, but they knew we were there, watching, participating. Their eyes held a desperate pleading that I'd never witnessed before in any film or television program. I slammed the laptop shut immediately. For nearly a week, I avoided my computer entirely, except for essential work tasks. I told myself it had been an elaborate hoax, a piece of performance art designed to disturb people like me who'd wandered into spaces we had no business exploring. The production values had been too polished, the technical execution too smooth. Surely real criminal operations don't invest that kind of effort into user experience design. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat messages and my system clock. The way the person on the sofa had looked through the camera, as if they could see directly to the people watching on the other side. After 4 days, I began checking local news websites obsessively. Missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might connect to what I'd witnessed. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made everything worse. I never returned to that platform. I uninstalled Tor, deleted the cryptocurrency wallets I'd created during my research, reformatted my hard drive multiple times. I changed all my passwords, switched to new email providers, even replaced my router with a different model from a different manufacturer. But the questions remained. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been subjected to an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? 8 months have passed since then. I've attempted to return to my normal routine, focusing on client work, avoiding the darker corners of the internet entirely. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm working on a campaign or reviewing analytics, I'll notice the timestamp in the corner of my screen and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was real. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are still watching, still participating, still directing what happens to individuals whose faces they'll never be able to forget. And sometimes I wonder if there's a record somewhere of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their laptops at the crucial moment. Whether my name is on a list, whether someone, somewhere, is still keeping track. I've become more paranoid about online security since then. I monitor my network traffic regularly, check my systems for unusual activity, maintain better operational security practices than any marketing consultant has any reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong now, but because I can't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, might still be watching me. The internet feels fundamentally different now. Every click, every page load, every moment of connectivity carries the weight of knowing what's possible in the spaces between legitimate websites. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface concealing depths that most people never imagine exist. I still work in marketing. I still help businesses establish their online presence, manage their digital communications, build their brands. But now I understand that the threats aren't just technical or competitive, they're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources, expertise, and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I receive emails from technology companies, invitations to test new privacy tools, requests to review anonymity-focused platforms. I delete them immediately without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never truly leave behind. The person on that sofa is still out there somewhere, or they're not. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty follows me through every day, every project, every quiet moment when I'm alone with my thoughts and my computer screen. That's the real horror of it all. Not knowing becomes its own kind of prison, and the people who build these systems understand that perfectly. They know that witnesses are bound by their complicity, that knowledge becomes a burden too heavy to share with anyone who might actually be able to help. I've never told anyone about this experience. Not friends, not family, not the police. Who would believe it? And what would I tell them? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real. That I watched something I shouldn't have watched and then fled. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps because the weight of keeping it secret has become unbearable. Perhaps because I hope that sharing it will somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or perhaps because I've started to suspect that the real purpose of those streams isn't the content itself. Perhaps it's creating witnesses, people who carry the knowledge of what's possible, who spread that knowledge through whispers and implications and stories that can never be properly verified. Perhaps I'm doing exactly what they intended me to do all along. The first thing you should know is that my family has always been careful. Our father worked in data security for 30 years, so internet safety wasn't just casual advice in our household, it was doctrine. We used VPNs before most people knew what they were. We covered webcams with tape. We treated public Wi-Fi like contaminated water. We weren't paranoid, just realistic about digital vulnerabilities. Growing up this way, I learned to navigate online spaces with caution, even if I never fully understood the technical details behind our family protocols. That's what makes everything that happened so ironic. It wasn't me who ventured into dangerous digital territory. It was my sister Mia, the careful one, the one who majored in cybersecurity before switching to journalism. Mia, who lectured me about password hygiene and regularly sent me articles about privacy breaches. Mia, who disappeared exactly 72 hours after telling me she had found something that would change how people understand the internet. The police found nothing useful. Her apartment was undisturbed, almost suspiciously so. Bed made, dishes washed, everything in perfect order. Her phone sat on her nightstand, deliberately powered off, rather than dead. Her laptop was gone. Security footage showed her entering her building on Tuesday evening, face obscured by her usual baseball cap. worn specifically to avoid facial recognition. No footage showed her leaving. By Friday morning, when she missed our weekly coffee meetup, I knew something was wrong. By Friday afternoon, when she missed her call with our parents, we all did. The weeks following her disappearance became a blur of police interviews, searching her apartment repeatedly, putting up flyers, and creating social media campaigns. The detective assigned to her case was sympathetic, but overwhelmed with other cases. After the first month, the updates became less frequent, the leads non-existent. By March, it felt like we were the only ones still actively looking. That's when I decided to examine her work more closely. Mia had been investigating technology-related stories for the past year. Data privacy concerns, corporate surveillance, emerging tech ethics. Nothing that seemed particularly dangerous or controversial. But as I went through her published articles, I noticed a pattern in her recent work: increased focus on digital encryption, anonymous networks, and references to something called invitation-only forums. Her last published piece mentioned research into the modern digital underground, but provided few specifics. I reached out to her editor, who seemed reluctant to discuss her unfinished work. After persistent questioning, he finally admitted that Mia had been working on a series about dark web marketplaces, specifically focusing on the myths and realities of what she called pay-per-view trauma. He claimed he had discouraged the project, believing it was both journalistically dubious and potentially unsafe. Mia had insisted on continuing her research, promising to be careful and maintain anonymity online. With this information, I contacted a friend from college who worked in cybersecurity. He hesitated when I explained what I needed, but my desperation must have been obvious. He agreed to help me access Mia's online accounts, though he made it clear he was only doing this because it involved a missing person. Mia's email gave us little to work with, mostly routine correspondence, subscription newsletters, and communications with known sources. Her cloud storage contained research for published articles, but nothing about her current project. It was her browser history that provided our first real lead. Although she had apparently cleared it regularly, the synced data from her accounts showed repeated visits to forums discussing anonymous browsing techniques, cryptocurrency transactions, and secure communication methods. My cybersecurity friend showed me how to safely install a Tor browser and access some of the sites Mia had visited. Most were surprisingly mundane: privacy-focused discussion boards, whistleblower information exchanges, and academic research repositories. But one recurring address stood out: an alphanumeric string ending in .onion that Mia had visited multiple times in the weeks before her disappearance. My friend couldn't access it directly. It required login credentials we didn't have. I spent the next several weeks learning everything I could about dark web navigation, cryptocurrency, and secure communication protocols. I created anonymous accounts on the forums Mia had frequented, carefully asking questions about the mysterious .onion address. Most users ignored me. Some warned me to stop asking. One sent a private message claiming the address belonged to a site called The Viewing Room, describing it as a place where everything has a price, especially the truth. This user, who went by the handle Perennial Watcher, claimed to have information about my sister, though they never specified how they knew we were connected. They offered to help me access the viewing room, but only if I agreed to their conditions. I would need to make a cryptocurrency payment, use only their recommended security measures, and promise never to reveal their involvement. The whole exchange felt dangerous, potentially illegal, but my desperation overwhelmed my caution. I agreed. The instructions arrived the next day: elaborate security protocols, specific times to attempt access, and a cryptocurrency wallet address for payment. The amount translated to roughly $500. I followed every step precisely, making the payment and downloading additional security software. 3 days later, I received login credentials and detailed instructions for accessing the viewing room. The site itself was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics. The main page displayed only a welcome message and a membership tier system ranging from observer to director. My credentials gave me observer access, apparently the lowest level. This tier allowed viewing of archived sessions, but no participation in live events. A counter in the corner showed 37 current users online. The archive section contained dozens of video files organized by date. Each had a clinical title format, a number followed by a letter designation and timestamp. No descriptions, no previews. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the most recent file. The video showed a simple room with white walls. A person sat in a chair facing the camera, their face obscured by digital blurring. They held a card with a date and time from 2 weeks earlier, presumably proving the video's authenticity. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then text appeared on screen, apparently messages from viewers asking for specific actions. The blurred figure would comply with simple requests, raising a hand, displaying a newspaper, turning to show different angles of the room. The video ended after approximately 20 minutes. I watched several more videos, all following the same pattern. Different rooms, different blurred figures, but the same basic concept. Viewers making requests, subjects complying. Nothing overtly violent or disturbing, just strangely clinical and detached. I couldn't understand why this would interest Mia journalistically, nor why accessing such content would put her in danger. Then I noticed a search function. With growing unease, I entered Mia's name. No results. I tried various keywords related to her: journalist, reporter, investigation. Nothing. Finally, in desperation, I searched for the date of her disappearance. 3 results appeared. I selected the first file, dated the night Mia went missing. The video began like the others. A white room, a chair, a blurred figure holding the date card. But something about the person's posture, the way they held themselves, triggered a visceral recognition. Despite the digital obscuring, I knew I was looking at my sister. The realization hit me physically, a wave of nausea and dizziness that nearly caused me to black out. When I steadied myself and focused again on the screen, the video had progressed. Mia remained seated, responding to viewer instructions. Text messages scrolled alongside the video. Usernames I didn't recognize, making requests that grew increasingly personal. They asked about her work, her investigation, what she knew about the viewing room. Mia's responses were not audible. All videos on the site played without sound, but I could see her speaking, her body language becoming more tense as the session continued. Approximately 15 minutes into the video, a new username appeared in the chat: Director Prime. Their message was simple: interview concluded. Proceeding to assessment phase. The tenor of the chat changed immediately, messages coming rapidly with single-word responses: breach, compromise, liability, confirmed. A final message from Director Prime appeared: consensus reached, signal termination approved. The video ended abruptly. I immediately clicked on the second search result, dated 1 day later. This video showed the same room but empty. The third video, dated 1 week after her disappearance, displayed only a black screen with text: asset containment complete. Archive restricted to Tier 3 and above. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had seen. The clinical detachment of the interface, the bureaucratic language of the chat, the implication of what signal termination might mean. It all pointed to something organized, systematic, and terrifying. This wasn't random violence or opportunistic crime. This was something that operated with rules, procedures, consensus decisions. I tried to access additional information, searching for Director Prime or any of the other usernames I had seen in the chat. Each attempt was met with an access denied message. After approximately 30 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, my screen went black, replaced by a single line of text. Observer status revoked. Connection terminated. I immediately contacted my cybersecurity friend, explaining what I had found. His reaction was grave concern, not just for Mia, but for my safety as well. He insisted on coming over, bringing equipment to secure my devices and network. While waiting for him to arrive, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line was Observation Notice. The body contained 3 lines of text. Your access to restricted archives has been logged. Your connection to Subject 47J has been confirmed. Your status has been updated to Person of Interest. Below this was an image, a still frame from what appeared to be a security camera, showing the exterior of my apartment building. The timestamp was from 10 minutes earlier. My friend arrived 30 minutes later, immediately disconnecting my router and checking my apartment for unknown devices. He found nothing obvious, but explained that if the people behind the viewing room were as sophisticated as they appeared, they might have capabilities beyond what we could easily detect. He suggested I leave my apartment immediately, use only cash, and avoid any devices connected to my name or accounts. I spent the next several weeks moving between budget hotels, using public computers for limited online activities, and trying to decide what to do. Going to the police seemed logical, but what evidence did I have? A website I had accessed illegally, videos that no longer existed in any form I could share, and an email that had disappeared from the temporary account I had been using. Even if they believed me, what could they investigate? Eventually, I contacted a journalist from a major newspaper who specialized in technology and privacy issues. Without revealing my identity, I shared what I had discovered about the viewing room, emphasizing my sister's disappearance and the apparent organization behind the site. The journalist was cautious but interested, asking detailed questions and requesting any documentation I could provide. 3 days after this contact, the journalist's social media accounts went silent. A week later, a brief notice appeared in the newspaper's staff section, stating they had taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. My attempts to re-establish contact went unanswered. That was 2 months ago. I've since returned to my normal life, or the appearance of it. I go to work, maintain my routine, use my regular devices, but I've installed every security measure recommended by my increasingly paranoid cybersecurity friend. I use different phones regularly. I sweep my apartment for surveillance devices daily. I watch for patterns, for people who appear too frequently in my periphery. Sometimes I convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, a twisted prank or scam, targeting people searching for missing loved ones. Sometimes I believe Mia stumbled onto something real, something organized and dangerous that operates in plain sight through our digital infrastructure. Most days I fluctuate between these possibilities, unable to settle on which is more terrifying. Last week, I received a package containing Mia's laptop. No return address, no note. The device powered on normally but had been wiped clean. Factory settings restored, no personal data remaining. The only new file was a text document containing a single line. Investigation closed. Signal terminated. Observers reassigned. Yesterday, I noticed a new Wi-Fi network appearing intermittently near my apartment. The name changes but always follows the same pattern. A number, followed by a letter designation, followed by observer. It appears strongest late at night, when the building is quiet. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I watch my device list and see unknown connections attempting to join my network. Each attempt lasts exactly 47 seconds before disappearing. I don't know if Mia is alive. I don't know who operates the viewing room or what their purpose truly is. I don't know if they're private citizens, criminal organizations, or something with governmental connections. What I do know is that somewhere right now, someone is watching through a screen as another person holds up today's date on a card. Somewhere, decisions are being made about who constitutes a liability. Somewhere, a consensus is being reached. And increasingly, I feel like I'm sitting in a white room, my face obscured to viewers I cannot see, waiting for the moment when my signal, too, is terminated. Imagine losing your job on a Tuesday and finding something that changes your entire understanding of human nature by the following weekend. That's essentially what happened to me last spring, though I suppose the sequence of events had been building for longer than I realized at the time. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds for the better part of 3 years. Nothing glamorous, mostly small business logos and website mock-ups. But it paid the rent on my bedsit and kept me fed. The work dried up gradually at first, then all at once when a couple of my regular clients decided to use AI tools instead of paying an actual person. Can't say I blame them really. Hard to compete with something that costs nothing and works around the clock. With suddenly abundant free time and a dwindling bank balance, I found myself spending more hours online than was probably healthy. Started browsing forums I'd never paid attention to before, reading about cryptocurrency, privacy tools, things I'd previously dismissed as too technical or too paranoid for normal people to bother with. Someone in one of these forums mentioned the dark web in passing, describing it as a place where you could find anything if you knew where to look. The comment was quickly deleted by moderators, but it stuck in my mind. I'd heard the term before, obviously, but always in the context of news articles about drug arrests or cybercrime investigations. Never occurred to me that ordinary people might actually use it for legitimate purposes. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected. Downloaded Tor, followed some basic security guides, and within an hour I was browsing hidden services that existed completely outside the normal internet. The initial experience was disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing illegal activities, none of which interested me particularly. But I kept exploring, driven more by boredom than genuine curiosity. Found communities dedicated to privacy advocacy, whistleblowing platforms, forums for people living under authoritarian governments. Started to understand that the dark web wasn't just criminals and extremists. It was also journalists, activists, ordinary people who needed to communicate without surveillance. After a few weeks of casual browsing, I stumbled across discussions about something called red rooms. The concept seemed ridiculous initially. Live streaming platforms where viewers could allegedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people discussing them insisted they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible users from their Bitcoin. The technical arguments against their existence seemed sound. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable video streams, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting detected by law enforcement. Everything pointed to red rooms being nothing more than internet folklore. Yet some users claim to have encountered genuine examples. They describe specific technical details that seem too elaborate to be complete fabrications. Sophisticated payment systems, invitation-only access requiring references from existing members, streaming infrastructure that somehow overcame the limitations of anonymous networks. My design background made me curious about the technical aspects. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of user interface would be required? It became a theoretical problem I couldn't stop thinking about, the same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging design brief. The research consumed several weeks. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about video compression algorithms, about distributed hosting systems, discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous streaming, always careful to frame everything as academic research or security testing. In mid-April, I found something that shifted my investigation from theoretical to practical. It appeared in a thread about experimental video technologies, presented as a demonstration of new streaming protocols designed for high-latency networks. The poster described it as a proof of concept for communications systems that could work in areas with unreliable internet infrastructure. The link led to a basic authentication page. No branding or explanation, just fields for username and password. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required invitation codes from existing users. I spent the next fortnight trying to work out how to get access. Posted carefully worded questions in various forums, hoping someone might share an invitation or point me toward whoever was distributing them. Got nowhere. The breakthrough came through pure chance. I'd been helping a small web development company with some logo work, essentially working for free because I needed portfolio pieces more than I needed payment. One of their junior developers, someone I'd barely spoken to previously, messaged me asking if I'd be interested in testing a new streaming platform focused on user privacy. The timing seemed suspicious, but I accepted anyway. The authentication process was more complex than I'd anticipated. Beyond basic login credentials, the system required verification through a mobile application that generated time-sensitive codes. Reminded me of online banking security, the kind of multi-factor authentication used by financial institutions. When I finally gained access, the interface was surprisingly polished. Professional design, intuitive navigation, clean typography. Looked like any mainstream streaming service, the sort of platform you might use to watch films or television programs. There was a sidebar listing available channels, most of which appeared to be offline. The active ones had generic titles, combinations of letters and numbers that conveyed no information about their content. Viewer counts were modest, typically between 20 and 40 people. The associated chat functions were mostly empty. I selected one of the active channels at random. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymous networks. Heavily compressed, pixelated, with noticeable lag between audio and video. It took several moments to understand what I was looking at. A small room with bare walls, lit by a single overhead bulb. Someone was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the frame. The person appeared to be sleeping or unconscious. Their head was tilted forward, and they didn't respond to occasional sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section showed only automated timestamps generated by the system. I watched for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person remained motionless. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed empty. Eventually, I switched to a different channel. The second stream showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, fluorescent lighting. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing occurred while I watched. No movement, no activity, no interaction in the chat. Over the following evening, I sampled about 10 different channels. Most showed similar content: empty rooms, unconscious individuals, institutional or industrial settings. The production quality varied significantly. Some appeared professionally shot with multiple camera angles. Others looked like amateur recordings from cheap equipment. What puzzled me was the absence of the interaction these platforms supposedly offered. Despite claims about viewer participation and real-time control, I saw no evidence of such functionality. No voting mechanisms, no command interfaces, no way for viewers to influence what happened on screen. I began to suspect these were pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. The technical challenges that skeptics had identified seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video through anonymous networks would require substantial resources and expertise. Made more sense that these were archived recordings designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that completely changed my understanding of what I was looking at. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Session 23, Community Request. The viewer count was significantly higher. Nearly 200 people. The chat section showed constant activity, messages appearing faster than I could read them. The video showed a residential setting. Someone's kitchen, complete with appliances, crockery, personal items scattered about. Looked like any working-class British home, the kind of place where normal people lived normal lives. A woman sat at the kitchen table, facing the camera. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, she was alert and aware, making direct eye contact with the lens. She appeared frightened, but not panicked, as if she understood her situation but hadn't completely given up hope. The chat exploded with messages, numbers, single words, brief phrases in multiple languages. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of German, French, what might have been Russian. The messages appeared to follow some sort of pattern or structure, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. That's when I noticed something that made everything else irrelevant. One of the chat messages included a timestamp that matched exactly what was showing on my computer. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. This wasn't a recording. This was happening right now. A man entered the frame from behind the camera. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, nothing distinctive or threatening about his appearance. He approached the woman and placed a mobile phone on the table in front of her. She picked up the phone and appeared to read something on the screen. Her expression shifted from fearful to genuinely terrified. She started to stand up, but the man placed his hand on her shoulder, not violently but firmly enough to guide her back into the chair. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that they weren't just comments. They were instructions. The numbers corresponded to actions or locations. The brief phrases were commands for what should happen next. The viewers weren't just watching. They were directing the entire situation. The woman looked directly at the camera again, and I realized she could see the viewer count. She knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that we were all participating in whatever was about to happen to her. Her eyes held a kind of desperate appeal that I'd never seen in any film or television program. I closed the browser immediately and shut down my computer. For the better part of a week, I avoided going online except for essential tasks. Told myself it had been an elaborate performance, a piece of interactive theatre designed to disturb people who'd stumbled into spaces they shouldn't have been exploring. The production values had been too professional, the technical execution too smooth for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat and my system clock, the way the woman had looked through the camera, as if she could see directly to the people controlling what happened to her. Eventually, I started checking local news websites, missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might relate to what I'd witnessed. Found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made me more uneasy. I never returned to that platform. Uninstalled Tor, deleted everything related to my dark web browsing, reformatted my hard drive twice, changed my passwords, closed the email account I'd been using, even moved to a different flat across town. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been the subject of an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely outside official channels, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was 7 months ago. I eventually found new work, doing design projects for local businesses again. Tried to return to something resembling a normal routine. But sometimes, usually late at night, when I'm working on a project, I'll notice the time display on my computer and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere, right now, other people are watching similar streams, participating in similar situations, directing what happens to people whose faces they'll carry with them forever. And sometimes I wonder if my name is recorded somewhere, whether there's a database of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their browsers when things became too real, whether someone, somewhere, is keeping track of witnesses. I've become considerably more careful about online security since then. Use VPNs for everything, monitor my network traffic, maintain operational security practices that most graphic designers have no reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there someone might still be keeping tabs on people like me. The internet feels different now. Every website I visit, every click I make, carries the knowledge of what exists in the spaces between legitimate services. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface, hiding depths that most people never imagine are there. I still do design work, still help businesses with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. But now, I understand that the threats people face online aren't just technical or financial. They're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I get emails from technology companies, requests to test new platforms or privacy tools. I delete them without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never really leave behind. The woman in that kitchen is somewhere right now, either living with the memory of what happened after I closed my browser, or not living at all. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty has become a constant companion, following me through every ordinary day of my ordinary life. That's the real horror of these systems, not the violence or the voyeurism, but the way they create witnesses who can never speak about what they've seen. People who carry knowledge they can't share, bound by complicity they never intended to accept. I've never told anyone about this, not friends, not family, not the authorities. What would I say? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then ran away? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because keeping it secret has become its own kind of prison. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That the real purpose of these platforms isn't the content itself, but the people who stumble across them, who carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what they wanted all along. Picture this. You're going through life, you have a few close friends, you're relatively happy and all is well. Then, one day, you borrow your neighbor's internet connection, and it changes everything. You never imagined it would lead you into the darkest corners of human behavior. That a simple act of digital trespassing could make you a witness to things that happen every day, just out of sight of people like us. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour Tesco in Birmingham. Have been for the past 2 years, stocking shelves and dealing with the occasional drunk customer between midnight and 8 in the morning. It's not glamorous work, but it pays enough to cover the rent on my studio flat and leaves my days free for sleeping and not much else. The internet in my building has always been unreliable. The landlord installed the cheapest possible broadband years ago and hasn't upgraded it since. Most evenings when I'm trying to unwind before work, the connection drops out completely or slows to the point where even basic websites won't load properly. Around Christmas last year, I noticed that one of my neighbors had left their Wi-Fi network unsecured. The signal was strong enough to reach my flat, and the connection speed was significantly better than what I was paying for. I told myself I'd only use it temporarily, just until I could sort out proper internet service for myself. The network was called Deep Access 01, which seemed like an odd name for a home connection, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People choose strange names for their networks. I've seen everything from FBI surveillance van to pretty fly for a Wi-Fi in my building. For several weeks, everything worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, actually. The connection was faster and more stable than any internet service I'd ever used. I could stream videos without buffering, download files in seconds, browse multiple websites simultaneously without any noticeable slowdown. It was during one of these late-night browsing sessions that I first encountered something unusual. I was looking through Reddit, jumping between different communities, when I clicked on a link that seemed to take longer than usual to load. When the page finally appeared, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of the typical Reddit interface, I was looking at what appeared to be a directory listing. Rows of folders and files with cryptic names, organized by date and time. It looked like the back end of a website, the kind of administrative interface that normal users aren't supposed to see. I assumed I'd clicked on a broken link or encountered some sort of server error, tried refreshing the page, but got a different view of the same type of directory structure. Different files, different folders, but the same basic layout. Most of the folder names were meaningless combinations of letters and numbers, but a few had descriptions that caught my attention. Things like archive sessions and live feeds and request queue. The file sizes were enormous, much larger than typical documents or images. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on one of the folders labeled Archive Sessions. What opened was another directory, this one containing video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date and numbered sequentially. The file names didn't provide any information about their content, just timestamps and reference numbers. I selected one at random and clicked on it. The video opened in a basic media player, no fancy interface or streaming platform branding, Just a simple window with standard playback controls. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected for files that seemed to be stored on someone's personal server. The content showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, minimal lighting, basic furniture. Someone was sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, though the image quality made it difficult to make out specific details about them. I watched for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. The person in the chair appeared to be unconscious or sleeping. No one else was visible in the frame, and there was no audio beyond a faint ambient hum. Eventually, I got bored and tried a different file. This one showed a different location, what might have been a garage or workshop. Similar setup, different person, same lack of activity. I began to suspect these were test recordings or placeholder content for some sort of streaming service. Over the next few evenings, I explored more of the directory structure, found folders containing what appeared to be live streaming software, payment processing systems, user management databases, everything you'd need to run a professional video platform, but hosted on what seemed to be a residential internet connection. The live streaming folder was particularly interesting. It contained software I'd never heard of, applications designed for anonymous broadcasting over encrypted networks. The documentation mentioned compatibility with Tor and other privacy-focused systems. That's when I started to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just someone's personal media collection. This was the infrastructure for a dark web streaming service, the kind of platform I'd read about in forums, but assumed were mostly urban legends. I should have stopped exploring at that point, should have disconnected from the network and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I kept digging deeper, found a folder labeled Current Operations that contained what appeared to be real-time data, server logs, user statistics, financial records. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of users, hundreds of thousands of pounds in cryptocurrency transactions, server costs that would make most small businesses bankrupt. The user logs showed people connecting from all over the world, accessing content at all hours of the day and night. The financial records indicated that viewers were paying significant amounts to access premium content, with additional fees for what the system described as interactive services. But it was the content scheduling system that made everything clear. A calendar showing planned streaming sessions, each one tagged with location details, participant information, and viewer capacity limits. The language was clinical, bureaucratic, like something you'd see in a corporate project management system. Except the projects being managed were real people, and the calendar showed that a session was scheduled to begin in less than an hour. I found the live streaming interface and accessed it using credentials I discovered in one of the configuration files. The platform looked professional, with a clean user interface and robust streaming capabilities. There was a chat system, payment processing, viewer analytics, everything you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. The scheduled session appeared in the interface as Location 7, Premium Interactive, max 50 viewers. The stream wasn't active yet, but there was a countdown timer showing roughly 40 minutes until it began. I waited, telling myself I was just curious about the technical aspects of how such a system might work, that I was investigating out of professional interest, not personal entertainment. When the timer reached 0, the stream activated automatically. The video showed a room I hadn't seen in any of the archived files. Looked like someone's living room, complete with family photos, children's toys scattered about, the kind of domestic space where normal people lived normal lives. A man sat on the sofa, facing the camera. He was clearly awake and aware, looking directly into the lens, with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite fear, not quite resignation, but something in between that suggested he understood exactly what was about to happen. The chat system activated as soon as the stream began. Messages appeared from viewers around the world, most of them numbers and brief phrases in various languages. Within minutes, there were nearly 50 people watching, all of them typing commands and instructions. That's when I realized what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a streaming service. It was an interactive platform where viewers could direct what happened to real people in real time. The chat messages weren't comments, they were orders. Someone entered the frame from off camera. They were holding what looked like a tablet device, which they showed to the man on the sofa. He read whatever was displayed on the screen, and his expression changed from resignation to genuine terror. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that the viewers were voting on what should happen next, with the most popular suggestions being implemented by whoever was operating the camera. The man on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized he could see the viewer count. He knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that dozens of strangers were deciding his fate through an anonymous chat system. I closed the browser and unplugged my computer from the wall. Spent the next 3 days calling in sick to work, barely leaving my flat, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was some sort of elaborate performance art or psychological experiment. The production values had been too professional, the technical infrastructure too sophisticated for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's expression when he'd read that tablet, the way he'd looked through the camera, as if he could see directly to the people controlling what happened to him. Eventually, I contacted my internet service provider and arranged for proper broadband installation. Stopped using my neighbor's connection entirely, though I never figured out which flat it was coming from. The building has 12 units, and I've never been social enough with the other residents to know who might be running that kind of operation. I moved out 2 months later, found a different flat across town, told myself it was for completely unrelated reasons, better neighborhood, shorter commute to work, that sort of thing. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I stumbled across an elaborate piece of interactive fiction? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was nearly a year ago. I still work the night shift at Tesco, still live alone in a studio flat, still spend my evenings browsing the internet before work. But I've become much more careful about which networks I connect to, which links I click, which rabbit holes I'm willing to explore. Sometimes, usually when I'm stocking shelves during the quiet hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, I'll think about that countdown timer, about the professionalism of that streaming platform, the sophistication of the user interface, the global audience participating in real-time decision-making. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, similar platforms are operating with similar audiences, and people like that man on the sofa are looking into cameras just like that one. And sometimes I wonder if my access to that network was really accidental. Whether someone in my building noticed my internet usage patterns and deliberately left their connection unsecured, knowing that someone like me would eventually find what they wanted me to find. Whether I was supposed to discover that platform, supposed to witness what I witnessed, supposed to carry that knowledge forward into my ordinary life as a night shift worker in Birmingham. I've never told anyone about this. Not colleagues, not friends, not the authorities. What would I say? That I used someone else's Wi-Fi and found something that might have been real? that I watched something terrible happen and then disconnected. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts during those quiet hours at work. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That platforms like that don't just exist to serve their paying customers, but to generate people like me who carry the knowledge of what's possible in the spaces between legitimate internet services. People who understand that the surface web is exactly that, a surface, concealing activities that most people never imagine are happening, right alongside their Netflix subscriptions and social media feeds. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what whoever runs Deep Access, 01, intended from the beginning. Maybe that's how these things spread and survive, through stories told by people who stumbled across them accidentally and can never quite forget what they saw. Maybe the real product isn't the streams themselves, but witnesses like me who carry the knowledge forward, who plant seeds of awareness in the minds of people who might otherwise never imagine such things exist. I still live in the same city, still work the same shifts, still browse the internet during my free time. But I've never again seen a network called Deep Access 01, and I've never again found directory structures like the ones I explored that winter. Sometimes I wonder if they're still operating from somewhere in my old building, still running streams for global audiences, still creating new witnesses who will carry their own versions of this story forward. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my computer, I catch myself looking for unsecured networks, wondering what I might find if I started exploring again. That's perhaps the most disturbing part of all. Not the horror of what I witnessed, but the lingering curiosity about what else might be out there, just a few clicks away from the ordinary internet that most people think they know. The human mind has a terrible habit of wandering into places it shouldn't go. Mine certainly did. 78 days ago, I was just another burned-out journalism student at the University of Manchester, drowning in student debt and desperate for a dissertation that might actually matter. Now I'm writing this from a service station somewhere in Wales, looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds, convinced that thousands of invisible eyes are tracking my every move. And the worst part? I brought this all on myself with nothing more than curiosity and an investigation into internet urban legends that turned out to be horrifyingly real. I work at a small online news outlet in Leeds. Nothing special, just writing clickbait articles and repackaging trending stories when I'm not working on my dissertation about the dark corners of internet culture. The job barely paid the rent for my dingy flat in Headingley, which is probably why I developed an obsession with investigating internet urban legends for my dissertation. I wanted a breakthrough story, something that would get me noticed. My girlfriend used to warn me about going too deep into those rabbit holes before she moved to Edinburgh for her dream job. Now it's just me, my research notes, and too much time on my hands. The first time I accessed the dark web, it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were just marketplaces for drugs or counterfeit goods, nothing you wouldn't expect. Forums discussing privacy rights, whistleblower platforms. I was specifically researching the myth of red rooms for my thesis, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even influence. Every expert I'd interviewed insisted they were just urban legends, no actual evidence of their existence. The ultimate internet boogeyman story. For 3 months I just observed, following forum threads and communicating with anonymous sources who claimed to have witnessed these broadcasts. Most were obviously lying, embellishing stories they'd heard elsewhere. I created a detailed map of these claims, tracking patterns and inconsistencies, looking for anything that might suggest truth behind the myths. I never participated in anything illegal. I just watched, collected testimonies, told myself it was all for academic research and journalism. That's when I found the first breadcrumb. It wasn't even from the dark web, but from a message board dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. A user with no posting history had responded to a thread debunking red rooms. The post contained nothing but a string of characters that looked like an encryption key. Others in the thread dismissed it as trolling, but something about it caught my attention. The format was unlike anything I'd seen before. Not a standard URL or a simple cipher. I should have left it alone. I know that now. But at the time, I convinced myself that following this lead was important for my thesis, for exposing the truth about internet urban legends. So I copied the string and spent about a week analyzing it, eventually determining it was a complex access token for a hidden service. When I finally used the key, it brought me to what looked like a waiting room, just a black page with a counter showing 9,412 and slowly ticking up. No other information, no links, no way to interact with it. I observed it for days, watching the number climb to just over 10,000 before the page suddenly changed. The new page contained only a message: observer status granted. Below it was a countdown timer set to 72 hours and a Bitcoin wallet address. The message explained that to maintain observer status, a contribution of 0.05 Bitcoin was required before the timer expired. Not a huge amount, about $1,800 at the time, but not insignificant either. I almost closed the window right then. This was clearly heading into territory I didn't want to be involved with, but a part of me, the part that couldn't stop wondering what was behind all these layers, kept the tab open. I didn't send any Bitcoin, obviously. I just watched the timer count down, curious about what would happen when it reached zero. Nothing happened when the timer expired. The page simply refreshed to show the same waiting room with the counter I'd seen before, now at around 11,000. I figured that was it. I'd been denied access for not paying and was bumped back to the beginning. Fine by me. I actually felt relieved and went to bed resolving to drop this whole exploration. The next morning, I woke up to an email from an address consisting of random characters. No subject line. The body contained only the same Bitcoin wallet address from the website and the words, "Final notice, 24 hours." I hadn't given my email to anyone. I hadn't logged into anything. There was no way they should have been able to connect my browsing to my personal email. I checked my system for malware, ran multiple scans, reviewed my network logs. Nothing unusual appeared. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication everywhere it wasn't already active, and even reformatted my main computer. The email bothered me more than I wanted to admit, not because of the implied threat, but because it meant my security had been compromised somehow. That evening, I received a text message from an unknown number. It consisted of 5 words: "We see you, observer." I blocked the number immediately, then spent hours checking my apartment for hidden cameras or signs of intrusion. Finding nothing, I convinced myself it was just an intimidation tactic, probably automated to scare people into paying. I didn't sleep well that night, or the night after. By the 3rd day, when the 24 hours had long expired, I started to relax slightly. Nothing had happened. No more messages. I went to work, came home, ordered takeout. Normal life resumed. Until I received a package. It arrived on my doorstep with no postage or shipping label. Just a small brown box sealed with clear packing tape. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note with 7 words. From one observer to another. Your choice. I didn't plug in the drive. I'm not an idiot. Instead, I used an old air-gapped laptop to safely examine its contents. The drive contained a single video file, about 3 minutes long. The thumbnail showed what looked like a poorly lit room. I hesitated before playing it. Everything in me said not to look, but curiosity. That same damn curiosity that had started this whole thing, won out. The video showed a room with concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor, and a person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, sitting in a metal chair in the center. They wore a black hood over their head and their hands were bound behind them. In the corner of the frame was a timestamp from 2 days earlier and a view counter that showed 16. In the bottom right corner was a chat window with messages scrolling by, usernames obscured. As I continued watching, frozen in horror, a figure in a featureless white mask entered the frame. They carried what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. The bound person began struggling against their restraints. The masked figure set down the tray and held up what appeared to be a scalpel to the camera, as if displaying it for the viewers. The chat window erupted with activity. The masked figure approached the bound person slowly, methodically. They placed the scalpel against the person's exposed forearm, causing them to flinch. The figure looked directly at the camera, head tilted questioningly. Then the chat window changed. A single message appeared in red text. Shallow cut, 200 USD. I stopped the video, my stomach heaving. I destroyed the laptop and the USB drive, smashed them both with a hammer, then disposed of the pieces in different dumpsters across the city. I reported the package to the police anonymously, but without more information about where it came from. I knew they couldn't do much. For weeks afterward, I lived in constant anxiety. I changed my phone number, created new email addresses, even considered moving. But nothing else happened. No more messages, no more packages. Eventually, the fear began to subside, replaced by a persistent, low-grade dread that I tried to ignore. Then, about 2 months later, I noticed something unusual on my network traffic monitor. A tool I'd been running obsessively since the incident. An unknown device was connecting to my Wi-Fi for brief periods, usually late at night. The MAC address didn't match any of my devices. I changed my network password immediately, but the device connected again the next night. I set up additional monitoring tools, trying to identify what this device was and what it was doing on my network. All I could determine was that it was accessing my network storage, specifically folders containing personal photos and documents. The next day, I came home from work to find my apartment exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. My laptop was open. I always close it before leaving. On the screen was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed, taken the night before. In the corner of the image was that same counter I'd seen on the website months ago, now well over 20,000, and a chat window with messages I couldn't read. At the bottom of the screen, a single line of text, subject acquisition pending, vote now. I packed a bag and left immediately, checked into a Travelodge under a false name, paid in cash. I called in sick to work for the next week. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd stumbled across something on the dark web, and now unknown people were watching me sleep? That they'd somehow compromised my devices despite all my security precautions? They'd either think I was paranoid or involved in something illegal myself. In the hotel, I spent hours researching how to disappear completely, how to create a new identity, how to live off the grid. I withdrew most of my savings in cash, bought a pay-as-you-go mobile, and started making plans to leave the country. The night before I planned to leave, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of my hotel room door opening. I'd engaged the safety latch before sleeping, so the door only opened a few inches before catching. Through the gap, I could see a figure standing in the hallway. They stood there for several long seconds, not moving, not trying to force the door further. Then they slipped a piece of paper through the gap and left. I waited, heart pounding, for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to retrieve the paper. On it was printed a QR code and 3 words: "Your audience awaits." I didn't scan the code. Instead, I left immediately, abandoning most of my belongings in the hotel room. I drove non-stop for several hours, eventually reaching a small village in the Scottish Highlands where I knew no one. I paid 3 months' rent in advance for a cottage outside the village, using a different name. The place had no internet connection, which was exactly what I wanted. For the first month, I jumped at every sound. I kept the curtains drawn at all times and rarely ventured into the village. But as weeks passed, with no sign of being followed, I began to relax slightly. Maybe they'd lost interest. Maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. I found work at a local hardware shop, kept to myself, started building a new life. I bought a basic mobile but used it only for calls to work. No internet, no social media, no digital footprint. I convinced myself I was safe. Until last night. I was restocking shelves at the shop when a customer approached. A man I'd never seen before in a village where I recognized most faces by now. He asked for help finding Ethernet cables, of all things. As I led him to the correct aisle, he mentioned offhandedly that he was setting up a new security system. Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. The word security system hung in the air between us. I tried to maintain my composure, asking what kind of system he was installing. He examined a package of cables, turning it over in his hands. His eyes never left the packaging as he spoke about being fascinated by observation, seeing without being seen, how some people never realize how visible they really are. I mumbled something about checking the stockroom and retreated to the back room, heart racing. It could have been an innocent conversation. It probably was. But the word choice, observation, hit too close to home. When I returned, the man was gone. In his place, on the shelf where the router cables were displayed, was a small piece of paper. On it was written a number, 57,249. Below the number was a date, 3 days from now, and the word scheduled. The counter. Their audience had grown. I'm writing this now from a library computer 2 counties away. I left Scotland immediately after my shift ended yesterday. I haven't been back to the cottage. I left everything behind again. I know what you're thinking, that I'm being paranoid, seeing connections where there are none. Maybe you're right. Maybe that man was just a customer making conversation, and the paper with the number was unrelated. Maybe the entire thing, the website, the USB drive, the hotel visitor, has a rational explanation that doesn't involve what I fear it does. But I've seen the reality of what I once thought was just an urban legend. I've seen a person bound to a chair while anonymous viewers bid on what would happen to them next. I've seen how the torturer looked at the camera, waiting for instructions. I've seen my own face displayed with a scheduled date. I can feel eyes on me constantly now. I notice security cameras tracking my movements. I see people looking at their phones when I walk by. as if they're checking something, confirming something. I don't know if they're still watching because I found something I shouldn't have, or if I've become the next scheduled broadcast, the victim rather than the observer. But I know I can't keep running forever. Resources are limited, vigilance fades, mistakes happen. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I see that counter ticking upward. I wonder how many are watching at any given moment. I wonder what they're waiting to see. I wonder what amounts they'll bid to decide my fate. I never sent that Bitcoin payment, never officially subscribed to whatever service I'd stumbled across. But I'm starting to think that doesn't matter. That maybe the payment was never the point. Maybe the real currency is attention, views, engagement. The thrill of watching someone who doesn't know they're being watched until they do. I'm going to post this as a warning. Don't go looking for red rooms. Don't convince yourself it's just research or morbid curiosity. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some things, once they see you, never look away. If you're reading this and you recognize the patterns I've described, the counters, the observer status, any of it, then you're already on their radar. And I'm sorry, I truly am, because I don't know how to make them stop watching. I'm leaving this library now. I won't say where I'm going next. I probably shouldn't have written this at all, but someone needs to know what's out there, what's happening. If you ever receive a package with no return address, or find your devices behaving strangely, or notice someone watching you just a little too intently, remember my story and start running. The counter never stops. The observation never ends. And I'm afraid that eventually they'll want more than just to watch. In 3 days, I fear 57,249 people will be tuning in to see exactly what happens to me. Everyone has a shadow self, the person we become when no one is watching, when the mask slips and our private thoughts emerge. I always considered mine relatively harmless. Late-night rabbit holes of research on obscure topics, occasionally watching people in cafes, imagining their lives, sometimes typing out angry emails I'd never send. Normal stuff. At least that's what I told myself. I teach digital media studies at a mid-tier university. It's not groundbreaking work, but it keeps me engaged, analyzing how technology shapes communication, behavior, and culture. My research specialty is online community formation, particularly around niche interests. This focus has taken me to some fascinating corners of the internet over the years, though always as an academic observer rather than a participant. 3 months ago, I began a new research project on anonymity and digital identity. The plan was straightforward. Examine how people behave differently in spaces where their real-world identity is disconnected from their online actions. I focused initially on anonymous forums, encrypted messaging platforms, and identity-obscuring applications. Standard academic research conducted within ethical guidelines, with IRB approval and proper protocols. What I didn't include in my research proposal was my growing curiosity about truly anonymous spaces, the layers of the internet inaccessible through standard browsers. I had read the academic literature on so-called dark web networks, understood their legitimate uses for privacy-conscious users, journalists, and dissidents, but I had never actually navigated those spaces myself. It represented a gap in my experiential knowledge, one that increasingly felt like a limitation in my research. So I installed a specialized browser, followed basic security protocols, and began exploring. The experience was initially underwhelming. The dark web resembled the early internet. Text-heavy pages with minimal design, slow loading times, frequent dead links. Most sites were marketplaces for illicit goods, financial services operating outside regulation, or forums discussing privacy technology and philosophy. Nothing particularly shocking or unexpected. About 2 weeks into my exploration, I discovered a subforum dedicated to discussing something called experience rooms. The conversation was deliberately vague, full of insider terminology and oblique references. Members debated the authenticity of various rooms, sharing technical criteria for evaluating legitimacy, but never explicitly stating what these rooms actually contained. The ambiguity intrigued me professionally. It was a perfect example of how communities develop coded language to both include insiders and exclude outsiders. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Analyst Prime. Unlike most participants who either celebrated or debunked various rooms, Analyst Prime took a clinical, almost academic approach. They discussed psychological profiles of viewers and subjects, reference engagement metrics and response patterns, and occasionally mentioned a research framework they had developed. Their posts contained the kind of analytical language I might use in my own academic work, which perhaps explains why I found them credible when others seemed like sensationalists. After observing the forum for several days, I sent Analyst Prime a private message explaining my research interest in anonymous communities and asking for clarification about these experience rooms they discuss so analytically. I expected to be ignored or rebuffed. Instead, I received a prompt response asking about my academic background and research methodologies. We exchanged several messages discussing psychology, digital ethnography, and observation bias. Analyst Prime eventually explained that experience rooms were live streaming platforms where viewers could observe people in various situations without the subject's knowledge. Most were fraudulent, pre-recorded content or paid actors pretending to be unwitting participants, but some, they claimed, were genuine. Analyst Prime described themselves as a behavioral researcher studying the psychology of both the observers and the observed in these environments. They offered to show me an authentic room for academic purposes. I should have declined. I should have ended the conversation, deleted the browser, and continued my research through legitimate channels. Instead, I told myself this was a unique research opportunity, a chance to understand a digital phenomenon firsthand, rather than through second-hand accounts. Analyst Prime sent me an address and access credentials for what they called an observation session, scheduled for 2 a.m. the following night. They explained that this particular stream would be appropriate for a first-time academic observer. No illegal activities, no explicit content, just authentic human behavior under observation conditions. They recommended I prepare by reading several psychological papers on voyeurism and surveillance effects, which they linked to normal web academic repositories. The legitimacy of these references lowered my guard further. At 1:55 a.m., sitting in my darkened home office, I accessed the address using the credentials provided. The site had a minimalist interface, black background, a video player in the center, a data panel to the right showing various metrics, and a small text field below for observer notes. No chat function, no visible usernames of other viewers. The video initially showed an empty room, white walls, hardwood floor, a single chair in the center. A timer in the corner indicated the stream would begin in 5 minutes. While waiting, I examined the data panel. It displayed numerous metrics. Current viewer count, 17. Average heart rate of viewers, 72 beats per minute. Average pupillary response, estimated engagement levels, and something labeled empathic resonance score. The sophistication of the analytics suggested serious technology behind what appeared visually to be a simple streaming setup. At precisely 2 a.m., a person entered the frame and sat in the chair. They were ordinary looking, dressed in casual clothes, their face visible but unremarkable. They seemed unaware of the camera, occasionally checking their phone or adjusting their position in the chair. Nothing dramatic or unusual happened. They simply sat, waited, occasionally showing signs of mild impatience or boredom. 10 minutes into this uneventful stream, I noticed changes in the metrics panel. Viewer heart rates had increased slightly. The empathic resonance score was rising. Most notably, my own heart was beating faster despite the mundane scene. A new metric appeared. Anticipation factor, 78%. I couldn't understand why watching someone simply sitting would generate anticipation, yet I felt it too, a growing tension without clear cause. After 20 minutes, the person in the chair checked their watch, stood up, and walked out of frame. The room remained empty for approximately 30 seconds. Then a different person entered and sat down. This new individual also seemed unaware of being recorded, also checked their phone periodically, also displayed mild impatience. The same scenario repeated with no significant variation. What changed dramatically were the metrics. Viewer heart rates increased further. Pupillary response showed significant dilation. The empathic resonance score dropped while anticipation factor rose to 91%. My own physiological response matched these trends. I felt tense, expectant, though nothing objectively tension-inducing was occurring. I recognized this as a conditioned response. Something about this particular setup, an ordinary person waiting alone in a room, had trained regular viewers to anticipate something significant. After 15 minutes, the second person left just as the first had done. The room remained empty again, briefly, before a third individual entered. As this pattern continued, I began to see subtle differences in how each person behaved in the apparently identical situation. Some seemed relaxed, others visibly anxious. Some checked the time frequently, others seemed content to wait. The observer's metrics fluctuated with each new subject, suggesting viewers were making judgments, forming preferences, developing expectations. The clinical nature of the observation disturbed me more than any explicit content would have. The sophisticated measurement of viewer responses, the controlled environment, the rotation of unwitting subjects. This wasn't amateur voyeurism, but something methodical, researched, purposeful. I was witnessing what appeared to be a psychological experiment with non-consenting participants on both sides. The observed subjects unaware of the viewers, and possibly the viewers themselves unaware of being studied through their physiological responses. After an hour, I closed the stream and immediately sent a message to Analyst Prime expressing ethical concerns about the consent issues involved. Their response came quickly, thanking me for my participation and noting that my observer metrics showed particularly interesting patterns for a first-time viewer. They explained that my heart rate, pupillary response, and attention patterns had been measured through my device's camera, a camera I had never authorized to be activated. I immediately covered my webcam with tape and ran security scans on my system. Finding nothing obvious, I still felt profoundly violated. Analyst Prime sent another message, assuring me that my data would be used anonymously and offering to share the resulting analysis for my own research. They seemed genuinely unable to understand why I might object to being monitored without consent, even while studying others being monitored without consent. The cognitive dissonance was remarkable. I didn't respond to their message. Instead, I uninstalled the specialized browser, documented my experience in an encrypted file, and tried to process what I had witnessed. The next morning, I received an email to my university account, an account I had never shared with Analyst Prime. The subject line read, "Observer Study Follow-up." The message contained a link to what was described as your observer profile based on last night's session. Against better judgment, I clicked the link using a virtual machine on a secure connection. The page displayed a detailed analysis of my viewing patterns during the previous night's stream, which subjects held my attention longest, microsecond measurements of my reactions to specific movements or expressions, comparison of my response patterns to other first-time viewers. Most disturbing was a section labeled Observer Typology Classification that categorized me as a pattern recognition dominant viewer with above average empathic suppression and researcher consistent cognitive framework. The accuracy of this analysis from just 1 hour of unknown surveillance was deeply unsettling. More troubling was the final section of the report, which predicted with specific probability percentages how likely I would be to discuss the experience with colleagues, 17%, report it to authorities, 12%, return for additional observation sessions, 64%, or attempt to investigate further independently, 89%. The last prediction proved immediately accurate. I began researching experience rooms through legitimate academic databases and cybersecurity resources. Most scholarly references dismissed them as urban legends or scams. Law enforcement bulletins mentioned them only as potential fraud schemes rather than actual surveillance operations. The few credible mentions described them as elaborate role-playing scenarios rather than non-consensual observation. A week later, I received another email, this time containing only a date, time, and link. No message, no explanation, just another observation session invitation. I ignored it. 3 days after that, another invitation arrived. Then another. The frequency increased to daily, then twice daily. Each invitation came from a different email address, making blocking ineffective. 2 weeks into this escalating pattern, I received something different, a link labeled Subject Perspective. When I accessed it through a secure system, it showed a video feed from my own office, recorded the previous day. The camera angle suggested it came from my computer's webcam, which remained covered with opaque tape. Somehow, they were still watching. I replaced my computer entirely, changed my phone, installed advanced security systems in my home, swept for hidden cameras and microphones, found nothing. Yet the invitations continued, now arriving through text messages, professional networking platforms, even comments on my academic articles, always with a date, time, and link, never with further explanation. After a month of this, I received a different type of message, an observation report similar to my own, but focused on a colleague in my department. It analyzed their viewing patterns, psychological responses, and behavioral predictions in the same clinical format as mine. The message implied that my colleague had been invited to an observation session because of their association with me. The final line read, "Observer networks expand through proximity patterns. Your data suggested 6 high compatibility potential observers in your immediate circle." I confronted my colleague cautiously, asking if they had received any unusual invitations recently. Their confused response confirmed they had no knowledge of what I was describing. I chose not to elaborate, not wanting to draw them further into whatever this was. But the implication was clear. My involvement had somehow marked those around me as potential participants. Yesterday, I received the most disturbing communication yet. Not an invitation or a report, but a video file. It showed a compilation of moments from my daily life over the previous week. Me teaching class, buying groceries, meeting with students, working in my office. Each clip was brief, captured from different angles and distances. Some appeared to come from security cameras or colleagues' devices. Others had no plausible source I could identify. The compilation ended with footage of me sleeping in my bedroom the previous night, shot from an angle that suggested a camera in the smoke detector. The file's metadata included viewing statistics. 27 observers had watched this compilation of my life. Their average heart rate, pupillary response, engagement levels, and empathic resonance scores were listed in precise detail. My existence had become content for the very system I had tried to study. This morning, I discovered a new application on my phone that I never installed. Simply labeled Observer, its icon is a minimalist eye design. I can't delete it. When opened, it shows only a counter currently reading 31 and a timer counting down from 24 hours. I don't know what happens when it reaches 0. I've turned off the phone, but found the same application appearing on my new laptop minutes later. I'm writing this account now as documentation and warning. I don't know who or what Analyst Prime represents. I don't know the purpose of these observation networks or why they focus so intently on expanding through my social connections. What I do know is that the line between observer and observed has completely collapsed in my life. Every moment now exists as potential content, every reaction as data for analysis. The most terrifying realization isn't that I'm being watched, it's that I've begun watching myself through their framework, analyzing my own reactions, considering how they might appear to observers, modifying my behavior to affect the metrics I imagine are being recorded. My internal experience has been colonized by the observation paradigm. I've internalized the clinical gaze that was directed at me. The counter on the Observer app now reads 28. Whatever happens when it reaches 0, I doubt it represents the end of this experience. More likely, it marks a transition to a new phase, perhaps from passive subject to active participant in ways I can't yet imagine. The only certainty is that in a system designed to categorize everyone as either observer or observed, eventually everyone becomes both simultaneously. The feedback loop never ends. It only expands to include more unwitting participants, more data points, more patterns to analyze. Have you ever been in the situation where you do something seemingly normal, something routine, and it completely changes your life? I'm curious, what would you do if you took your laptop in for a simple repair and end up discovering that the ordinary-looking guy in the computer shop is involved in things that would make your worst nightmares seem tame? That the person fixing your webcam issue has been using that same webcam to watch you for months? I work as a teaching assistant at a primary school in Coventry. There's nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help 7-year-olds with their reading, supervise playtime, and assist the main teachers with various administrative tasks. The pay isn't brilliant, but I enjoy working with children and the holidays are decent. Last autumn, my laptop started acting up. The webcam would activate randomly, the little green light flickering on for a few seconds before switching off again. Sometimes I'd catch it happening while I was using the computer. Other times I'd notice it had been on when I returned from making tea or using the bathroom. Initially, I assumed it was a software glitch. Ran virus scans, updated drivers, tried all the usual troubleshooting steps you find online. Nothing worked. If anything, the problem seemed to be getting worse. The camera would activate more frequently, sometimes staying on for several minutes at a time. Eventually, I decided to take it to a local repair shop. The place was called Digital Solutions. and occupied a narrow storefront between a charity shop and a kebab restaurant. I'd walked past it hundreds of times but never really noticed it before. The kind of business that blends into the background of everyday urban life. The owner was a middle-aged man named Trevor, who seemed knowledgeable about computers and quoted reasonable prices for the repair work. He explained that webcam issues were common, usually caused by corrupted drivers or malware infections. Said he'd need to keep the laptop for a few days to run comprehensive diagnostics and clean up the system. I dropped it off on a Wednesday morning and was told it would be ready by the weekend. Trevor provided a receipt and assured me that all customer data would remain private and secure during the repair process. That evening, I realized how much I relied on my laptop for basic activities, checking emails, browsing social media, watching streaming services before bed. Without it, I found myself with unexpectedly free time and nothing particular to do with it. On Thursday evening, I decided to walk past the shop to see if it was still open. The storefront was dark, but I could see light coming from what appeared to be a back office or workshop area. Trevor was working late, presumably fixing computers like mine. As I walked past, something caught my attention. Through the window, I could see multiple computer screens displaying what looked like video feeds. Not the typical desktop view you'd expect from computer repair work, but actual video streams showing various rooms and locations. I slowed down to get a better look, trying to appear casual while examining what was visible through the window. The video feeds showed different domestic spaces: bedrooms, living rooms, home offices. Most appeared to be empty, though a few showed people going about their normal evening routines. My first thought was that Trevor might be running some sort of security monitoring service alongside his computer repair business. Many small business owners take on multiple revenue streams to make ends meet. Nothing particularly suspicious about that. But something felt off about what I was seeing. The camera angles were wrong for professional security installations. Too intimate, too focused on private spaces rather than entry points or valuable items. These looked more like hidden cameras than security systems. I continued walking, but the image of those video feeds stayed with me. That night, I found myself wondering about my own laptop, about the webcam issues I'd been experiencing, about how long Trevor had been aware of the problem before I brought the computer to his shop. On Friday, I called to check on the repair progress. Trevor said the work was taking longer than expected, that he'd discovered more extensive malware infections than initially apparent. He'd need the weekend to complete the cleaning process, but the laptop would definitely be ready by Monday. This gave me an excuse to walk past the shop again Friday evening. Same pattern as the night before: dark storefront, lights in the back office, multiple screens displaying video feeds of domestic spaces. This time, I counted at least 6 different feeds visible through the window. One of them showed a young woman in what appeared to be her bedroom, getting ready for bed. The camera angle suggested it was positioned somewhere high up, possibly hidden in a ceiling fixture or ventilation grate. She had no idea she was being watched. Another feed showed a family watching television in their living room. 2 adults, 3 children, completely unaware that their private evening was being broadcast to Trevor's monitoring setup. The camera quality was good enough to make out facial features and read text on the television screen. I realized I was looking at a surveillance operation, not a security service. These were people being watched without their knowledge or consent, probably through compromised webcams in devices they'd brought to Trevor for repair, devices like my laptop. When I collected my computer on Monday, Trevor was friendly and professional. explained that he'd removed several malware infections and updated all the security software, said the webcam issues should be completely resolved, and provided documentation of all the work he'd performed. I paid the repair fee and took the laptop home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the entire situation. That evening, I covered the webcam with electrical tape and began researching how to detect covert surveillance software. The diagnostic tools I downloaded found several programs I didn't recognize, applications that weren't listed in the standard software inventory, but were definitely present on the system. Most appeared to be related to remote access and file sharing, the kind of software that could allow someone to control a computer from a distance. I spent the next several days learning about digital forensics, about how to trace network connections and monitor system activity. What I discovered was disturbing. My laptop was regularly connecting to IP addresses I didn't recognize, uploading small amounts of data at consistent intervals. The connection logs showed that these uploads had been happening for months, long before I'd taken the computer to Trevor for repair. But the frequency and volume of data transfer had increased significantly since getting the laptop back from his shop. I started documenting everything: screenshots of the network activity, records of the suspicious software installations, photos of Trevor's shop taken from the street. Built a comprehensive file of evidence, though I wasn't sure what I planned to do with it. That's when I decided to investigate Trevor's operation more thoroughly. Started walking past his shop at different times, observing patterns in his work schedule and customer traffic. Noticed that he seemed to specialize in devices with cameras, laptops, tablets, smartphones with front-facing cameras. Most of his customers appeared to be ordinary people dealing with routine technical problems. Students with slow computers, parents with virus-infected family laptops, elderly people who'd accidentally installed malicious software, all of them trusting Trevor to fix their problems and protect their privacy. One evening, I saw something that changed my understanding of what Trevor was actually running. Through the back office window, I could see him interacting with what appeared to be a live streaming interface. Multiple video feeds were active, but now there was chat functionality alongside the video streams. People were watching the feeds and commenting in real time. Not just watching, but requesting specific actions or camera angles. Trevor was responding to these requests, apparently controlling which feeds were visible and how the surveillance was conducted. This wasn't just unauthorized monitoring. This was a commercial operation, selling access to private surveillance footage to paying customers around the world. I recognized one of the video feeds immediately. It showed a bedroom that looked exactly like mine, filmed from the angle where my laptop usually sat on the dresser. The electrical tape I'd placed over the webcam was visible in the corner of the frame, but the camera was somehow still transmitting video from inside my flat. Trevor had installed multiple surveillance devices during the repair process. The webcam issue I'd originally brought to him was probably his doing in the first place, a way to identify potential surveillance targets and get access to their devices. I left the area immediately and went home to search my flat thoroughly. Found a tiny camera hidden in the smoke detector above my bed, another one built into what looked like a standard electrical outlet near my desk. Professional installations, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. The devices were connected to my home Wi-Fi network, probably configured during Trevor's access to my laptop and password information. They'd been broadcasting footage of my private life to his streaming platform for weeks, maybe months. I documented everything with my phone camera, then carefully removed the surveillance devices without damaging them, kept them as evidence, along with all the digital forensics information I'd gathered about the compromised laptop But when I tried to report the situation to police, I encountered a problem I hadn't anticipated. The officers I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about traditional crimes, but struggled to understand the technical aspects of what I was describing. Digital surveillance, dark web streaming platforms, cryptocurrency payment systems. It was outside their normal area of expertise. They took my statement and collected the physical evidence, but explained that investigating this type of cybercrime would require specialist resources that might not be available immediately. Said they'd be in touch once they'd consulted with their digital forensics team. That was 4 months ago. I've heard nothing back from police, and Trevor's shop is still operating normally. Same storefront, same repair services, same trusting customers bringing their camera-equipped devices to be fixed. I moved to a different flat across town, replaced all my electronic devices, took comprehensive security precautions to prevent future surveillance. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the knowledge of what Trevor is doing follows me through every ordinary day. The worst part isn't knowing that I was watched without consent. The worst part is understanding how many other people are probably being watched right now. People who trust their local computer repair shop to fix their problems and protect their privacy. Trevor's operation depends on that trust, on people like me who need technical help and assume that small business owners are fundamentally honest, on the invisibility that comes with running a boring, everyday service that nobody pays much attention to. I've started noticing other computer repair shops around the city, wondering how many of them might be running similar operations. How many ordinary-looking technicians are actually surveillance entrepreneurs, selling access to private footage through dark web streaming platforms. Sometimes I wonder if reporting Trevor to police was the right decision, or if I should have tried to expose his operation through other means. Media attention, social media campaigns, direct warnings to his potential victims. But all of these approaches would require evidence that I'm not sure I could provide without admitting to my own illegal surveillance of his activities. That's the genius of operations like Trevor's. They create witnesses who are bound by their own complicity, people who can't report what they've seen without acknowledging their own borderline criminal behavior. I've never told anyone else about this experience. Not colleagues, not friends, not family members. What would I say? That my computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation, and I discovered it by spying on his business. That I removed hidden cameras from my own flat, but can't prove where they came from. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always part of Trevor's business model. That people like me who discover what he's doing are meant to discover it. Meant to carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe the real product isn't just the surveillance footage, but the awareness that such surveillance is possible. The understanding that any electronic device could be compromised, that any repair technician could be more than they appear to be. Trevor is still operating his shop, still fixing computers and installing surveillance equipment, still running his streaming platform for customers around the world. And somewhere in Coventry, other people are probably walking past his storefront right now, thinking about getting their webcam issues fixed by a friendly, knowledgeable local businessman. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what Trevor's operation requires to survive and spread. Creating awareness, planting seeds of paranoia, making people more conscious of the surveillance possibilities that exist in their ordinary digital lives. Maybe that's how these things work. not just through the technical infrastructure of hidden cameras and streaming platforms, but through the social infrastructure of witnesses who carry the knowledge forward, who ensure that the awareness of such possibilities becomes part of the general consciousness. I still work at the primary school, still help children with their reading, still live a fundamentally ordinary life. But now I understand that ordinary life exists alongside operations like Trevor's, that the surface of everyday business conceals activities that most people never imagine are happening. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my new flat with my new laptop, I find myself wondering if Trevor was really working alone, or if he was part of something larger. A network of repair shops and surveillance operations, all feeding content to the same streaming platforms, all serving the same global audience of people who pay to watch strangers in their most private moments. That might be the most disturbing possibility of all. Not that one creepy computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation, but that such operations are common enough to sustain entire industries, entire ecosystems of people who make their living by violating the privacy of ordinary people who just needed their laptops fixed. Imagine discovering that every disturbing sound you've dismissed as normal city noise was actually someone's final moments being broadcast to thousands of paying viewers on the dark web. The thing about living in a converted warehouse in East London is that you get used to strange noises. Industrial buildings weren't designed for residential living, so sounds carry in odd ways through the concrete and steel. For 2 years, I thought the sounds coming from the flat below mine were just part of urban life. Deliveries, renovations, the occasional late-night party. Now I know better, and in approximately 18 hours, I'm going to become the star of the same dark web broadcasts I've been unknowingly listening to through my floorboards. I moved into my flat in Hackney Wick after university, when the area was still affordable for someone working entry-level jobs in marketing. The building used to be a textile factory, converted into a dozen small flats with thin walls and thinner floors. Most of my neighbors were artists, freelancers, or young professionals like me who couldn't afford anywhere better. The kind of transient community where people keep to themselves and mind their own business. The flat directly below mine was occupied by someone I rarely saw. Occasionally, I'd glimpse a middle-aged man in the communal entrance, always carrying heavy bags or equipment cases. He kept odd hours and seemed to have frequent visitors, but in a building full of creative types working irregular schedules, that wasn't unusual. I knew him only as the name on the buzzer, M. Patterson. The first time I noticed something strange was about 6 months after moving in. I was working late on my laptop when I heard what sounded like someone crying through the floor. Not ordinary crying. Desperate, terrified sobbing that lasted for several minutes before stopping abruptly. I assumed it was an argument between Patterson and a partner, the kind of domestic situation you pretend not to hear in shared buildings. Over the following weeks, similar sounds occurred regularly, always late at night, always brief, always stopping suddenly. Sometimes crying, sometimes what sounded like pleading or distressed conversation. The sounds were muffled by the concrete floor, but clear enough to be disturbing. I considered complaining to the building management, but wasn't sure how to explain what I was hearing without sounding like I was spying on my neighbor. The noises gradually became more frequent and more varied. Heavy objects being moved around, electronic equipment humming constantly, what sounded like construction work happening at strange hours. Patterson seemed to have an unusual number of visitors, always arriving and leaving at night, always carrying equipment or large bags. One evening, I was coming home from work when I encountered Patterson in the stairwell. He was directing two other men who were carrying what appeared to be professional camera equipment up to his flat. When he saw me, he explained that he was a freelance videographer working on corporate training materials that required controlled lighting conditions. The explanation seemed reasonable, and it accounted for the equipment noises I'd been hearing. But the sounds that followed weren't consistent with normal video production. Instead of the steady hum of lights and cameras, I heard intermittent activity that suggested something more irregular was happening. Periods of intense activity followed by long silences. Sounds that suggested distress or conflict rather than professional filming. About a month later, I discovered what appeared to be the first concrete evidence of something wrong. I was taking rubbish to the communal bins when I found several items that had clearly come from Patterson's flat. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, and cleaning products that seemed excessive for normal household use. The combination was disturbing, particularly given the sounds I'd been hearing. I started paying closer attention to the patterns of activity below. The sounds seemed to follow a schedule. Preparation phases involving equipment setup, periods of intense activity that included the distressing human sounds, followed by cleanup periods that often lasted until dawn. The pattern repeated roughly once a week, always at night, always following the same sequence. One night, curiosity got the better of me. During what sounded like a preparation phase, I went down to the communal garden behind the building and looked up at Patterson's windows. They were covered with blackout material, but I could see the edges of bright lighting equipment around the frames. What disturbed me more was seeing cables running from his windows to a small satellite dish I hadn't noticed before. The next morning, I found Patterson in the communal entrance and casually asked about his video work. He was more forthcoming than I expected, explaining that he specialized in niche content for international clients. He mentioned working with subjects who required discretion and privacy, hence the soundproofing and security measures he'd installed. He also mentioned that his work required high-speed internet connections and specialized broadcasting equipment. When I asked about the satellite dish, Patterson explained that his clients demanded secure, encrypted transmission methods that standard internet connections couldn't provide. He said he used dark web protocols to ensure client confidentiality and protect the privacy of his subjects. The explanation sounded professional, but something about his manner suggested he was being deliberately vague. Over the following days, I researched dark web broadcasting and discovered information about red rooms, allegedly live-streamed torture or murder where viewers could pay to watch or influence events. Most sources insisted they were urban legends, but some suggested they might exist using sophisticated encryption and cryptocurrency payment systems to avoid detection. The timing coincided with an escalation in the sounds from Patterson's flat. The preparation phases became longer and more complex. The periods of distress became more intense and extended. The cleanup phases seemed to involve more thorough work, including what sounded like industrial cleaning equipment. I also noticed changes in the building's internet connectivity. During Patterson's active periods, the shared Wi-Fi became unreliable, suggesting he was using substantial bandwidth for upload activity. When I mentioned this to other residents, they confirmed experiencing similar issues, always at night, always coinciding with increased activity from Patterson's flat. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was lying in bed around midnight when I heard sounds that were unmistakably different from the usual pattern. Instead of the typical preparation noises, I heard what sounded like a struggle, followed by someone calling for help in a voice that carried clearly through the floor. The sound suggested someone was in immediate danger. I called the police, reporting a possible domestic violence situation. They arrived within minutes and spoke to Patterson, who calmly explained that he was editing audio for a documentary about crime victims. He showed them his professional equipment and credentials and played samples of the audio he claimed to be working with. The officers seemed satisfied and left without further investigation. But Patterson knew I had called them. The next morning, I found a note pushed under my door thanking me for my concern about the previous night's work. He explained that his documentary work sometimes involved distressing content that could be misinterpreted by neighbors. He assured me that everything was legitimate and suggested that we should discuss his work schedule to avoid future misunderstandings. When I met with Patterson that evening, he was surprisingly open about his activities. He explained that he produced specialized content for clients who paid premium rates for authentic, unscripted material. He said his work involved creating realistic scenarios that appeared genuine to viewers who were willing to pay substantial amounts for convincing performances. Patterson showed me some of his equipment, professional cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that he said were necessary for secure broadcasting to international clients. He explained that his subjects were paid performers who specialized in creating convincing distress reactions for discerning audiences who could distinguish between authentic and simulated content. The explanation addressed many of my concerns, but something still felt wrong. The sounds I heard didn't seem like performances. They carried an authenticity that suggested genuine fear and pain. When I mentioned this, Patterson explained that the most successful performers were those who could create truly convincing reactions, and that his clients paid premium rates specifically for content that seemed completely real. He also explained the dark web broadcasting setup, showing me how encrypted protocols and cryptocurrency payments allowed him to serve clients worldwide while maintaining their anonymity and his own security. He said this level of discretion was necessary because his content pushed boundaries that mainstream platforms wouldn't accept. Patterson concluded our conversation by mentioning that he was always looking for new performers who could create authentic reactions. He said the work paid extremely well for people who could handle intense scenarios convincingly. He suggested that if I was ever interested in supplementing my marketing income, he could arrange an audition. I declined, but Patterson's offer stayed with me. The marketing work wasn't paying enough to cover rising London rents, and the money he mentioned was substantial. Over the following days, I found myself considering his proposition, particularly when I heard what sounded like another successful session from his flat. Last week, I finally agreed to meet with Patterson about potential work. He explained that his current project involved creating content for a very specific audience that paid extraordinary amounts for authentic-seeming material. He said new performers typically started with minor roles to build comfort and confidence before progressing to more intensive scenarios. Patterson showed me the contracts his performers signed, which included substantial payment terms, confidentiality clauses, and detailed consent agreements. Everything appeared professional and legitimate. He explained that the intense reactions I'd been hearing were the result of method acting techniques that helped performers create convincing distress responses. He offered me what he called a trial role, a simple scenario that would pay enough to cover several months of rent. The work would involve a few hours of filming, following a script designed to create authentic-seeming reactions for his discerning clientele. He assured me that everything was performance, that safety protocols were in place, and that I could withdraw at any time if I became uncomfortable. I agreed to the trial, scheduled for tomorrow night. Patterson explained that the session would be broadcast to his regular audience, who had been informed about the new performer and were particularly interested in authentic reactions from first-time participants. He said the audience engagement was part of what made his content valuable. Viewers felt they were witnessing genuine experiences rather than obvious performances. But yesterday, I made a discovery that changed everything. While Patterson was out, I managed to access the building's Wi-Fi router and examine the network traffic from his flat. The data streams were massive, far larger than normal video files, and were being transmitted to multiple dark web addresses simultaneously. More disturbing was what I found when I managed to access one of these addresses through a Tor browser. Instead of the professional performance content Patterson had described, I found myself looking at what was clearly a Red Room operation. Live streams of genuine torture and murder, with chat functions allowing viewers to request specific actions through cryptocurrency payments. The archives showed dozens of previous broadcasts, all apparently filmed in Patterson's flat, all featuring people who displayed genuine terror and pain rather than convincing acting. These weren't performances, they were real victims, and I had been listening to their final moments through my floorboards for months. I realized that Patterson's offer wasn't for acting work. Tomorrow night's trial role was scheduled to be my final performance, broadcast live to thousands of dark web viewers who were expecting to watch someone die in the flat below mine. I've been hiding in a hotel since making this discovery, but Patterson keeps finding ways to contact me. Messages on social media, emails to accounts he shouldn't know about, even notes left at my workplace, all reminding me about tomorrow's commitment and explaining that his audience has been told to expect a new performer with authentic reactions. This morning, I found a package at my hotel room containing a tablet computer. When I turned it on, it showed a live feed of my empty flat, apparently filmed from Patterson's unit below. Text on the screen explained that the audience was already gathering for tomorrow's broadcast and that my non-appearance would disappoint viewers who had paid premium rates for the session. The message also included details about my daily routines, my workplace, my family's addresses, information that made it clear they had been monitoring me far longer than I realized. The final line explained that tomorrow's broadcast would happen regardless of my cooperation. The only question was whether I would be conscious for it. I'm writing this from another hotel, but I know they'll find me again. Patterson's operation is too sophisticated, too well-resourced, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. I've heard too many of their victims through my floorboards to believe I can escape the same fate. Tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will watch a live stream from the flat below mine. They've paid in cryptocurrency to see authentic reactions from someone who doesn't know what's really happening until it's too late. They've been promised genuine terror and pain rather than acted performances. The most horrifying realization is that I've been living above a dark web red room for over a year, listening to people die while assuming they were just neighbors arguing or filming amateur videos. I've been an unwitting witness to dozens of murders, dismissing genuine cries for help as domestic disputes or creative projects. How many other people might be living above or next to similar operations? How many strange noises do we ignore because we don't want to get involved? How many victims have called for help through thin walls and floors, only to have neighbors assume it's just part of urban living? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden in plain sight, broadcasting horror to paying audiences, while neighbors remain oblivious to what's happening around them. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I should have trusted my instincts about those sounds, should have called police sooner, should have investigated more thoroughly instead of minding my own business, should have realized that genuine distress sounds different from acting or arguments. But it's too late for should-haves now. Tomorrow night, I'll probably become another voice crying through floorboards that someone else will dismiss as just neighborhood noise. Whether I show up willingly or they come to collect me, tomorrow's broadcast will feature the neighbor who lived upstairs and listened to all the previous victims without understanding what he was hearing. And somewhere above us, another neighbor will probably assume my screams are just someone having a bad night. I never considered myself tech-savvy. Just average, really. I could navigate basic computer functions, use standard software, and handle simple troubleshooting. Nothing special. My job as a data entry specialist for a medical billing company required minimal technical skills, mostly just inputting codes and numbers into pre-designed systems. Monotonous work, but it paid the bills. My roommate Eli was the tech expert between us. Computer science major, spent his free time coding and discussing cybersecurity on forums. Always had 3 monitors running simultaneously, all displaying things I couldn't begin to understand. When our internet connection slowed down for the 3rd time in a month, Eli decided to upgrade our router and reconfigure our home network. That's when everything changed. While setting up the new security features, Eli discovered unusual traffic patterns originating from our IP address. Late-night data transfers, connections to unfamiliar servers, encrypted packets being sent at regular intervals, all happening when both of us should have been asleep. The timestamps showed activity between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. almost every night for the past 6 weeks. I assured him it wasn't me. My laptop was basic and mainly used for streaming shows and occasionally working from home. Eli checked my system anyway, running diagnostic tools I'd never heard of. That's when he found the hidden partition on my hard drive. According to Eli, someone had remotely accessed my laptop and created a separate storage area invisible to standard file explorers. Inside was a Tor browser installation, cryptocurrency wallet software, and a folder containing what appeared to be encryption keys. The browser history showed regular visits to .onion domains, dark web addresses unreachable through normal browsers. The most frequently visited site was something called the Observatory. My first instinct was to wipe the laptop completely, but Eli advised against it. This was evidence of a serious security breach, possibly even criminal activity being conducted through my device. We needed to understand what was happening before eliminating the evidence. Eli suggested setting up monitoring software to see what happened during those late-night sessions. If someone was remotely accessing my laptop, we could capture information about them. For the next 3 nights, we left my laptop powered on, but disconnected from the internet. Nothing happened. On the 4th night, Eli configured it to record screen activity while allowing internet access again. We both slept in his room rather than mine, my laptop left on my desk, its webcam covered with electrical tape just to be safe. The next morning, we reviewed the recordings. At 2:17 a.m., my laptop woke from sleep mode without any physical interaction. The screen displayed the Tor browser launching automatically, connecting to the network, then navigating to an address consisting of random letters and numbers ending in .onion. A login screen appeared, and credentials were entered automatically from saved data. Then the screen went black except for a simple interface, a video player, a chat window, and a timer counting down from 90 minutes. The video showed an empty room with plain walls. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened on screen. The chat window occasionally flashed with new messages, but they were in a language neither of us recognized. At the 22-minute mark, a person entered the frame. They wore ordinary clothes, but had their face digitally blurred, not covered, but processed to be unrecognizable. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a digital tablet displaying that day's date and time. For the next hour, the person simply sat there while messages continued appearing in the chat. Occasionally, they would shift position slightly or check the tablet. Nothing dramatic occurred. Then, at the 83-minute mark, the person stood up, approached the camera, and adjusted it to pan around the room, revealing a second chair that had previously been out of frame. The person returned to their original position, and the feed continued until the timer reached 0. Then the browser closed automatically, and the laptop returned to sleep mode. Eli was convinced we were witnessing some kind of scam operation. His theory was that someone had compromised my laptop to use it as a proxy for accessing the dark web, specifically to participate in what appeared to be paid viewings of some underground content. The mundane nature of what we'd seen was puzzling, but Eli explained that dark web red rooms were largely considered urban myths, purported live streams of extreme content that most cybersecurity experts dismissed as scams designed to steal cryptocurrency. We agreed to monitor for one more night before wiping the system and implementing stronger security measures. That night followed the same pattern, except the room shown in the video feed contained both chairs from the start, both empty. After 17 minutes, a person entered, same blurred face effect, and sat in one chair. They held up the tablet with the date and time, then set it aside. The chat window became more active. At the 36-minute mark, a second person entered the frame and sat in the other chair. Their face was similarly blurred. They held up no tablet, made no introductions. Both figures simply sat facing the camera while the chat continued to fill with messages. At the 54-minute mark, both figures stood simultaneously. The first approached the camera and adjusted it again, panning to show more of the room. In the corner, barely visible, was a third chair. The figures returned to their seats. The feed continued until the timer expired. The pattern was clear now. Each night added a new chair, revealed at some point during the broadcast. Eli was still convinced it was an elaborate scam, but couldn't explain the purpose. If someone was paying to watch this, what were they getting for their money? We decided to monitor one more night before taking action. The third recording began the same way. 3 chairs visible from the start, 3 blurred figures entering at different times, each holding up the tablet with the date and time. The chat window was more active than previous nights. At the 62-minute mark, all 3 figures stood, and one adjusted the camera to reveal a 4th chair in the corner of the room. Unlike the others, this chair had restraints attached to the armrests and legs. That was enough. The next morning, Eli helped me completely wipe my laptop, reinstall the operating system, and set up advanced security measures. We changed our network configuration, implemented strict firewalls, and Eli even installed monitoring software on our router to alert us to any unusual traffic patterns. For good measure, I started shutting down my laptop completely at night and storing it in a drawer. A week passed without incident. No strange connections, no unexplained data transfers. It seemed the problem had been resolved. Eli's theory was that my laptop had been randomly targeted by a botnet, compromised through some vulnerability in my outdated security software. The whole Red Room business was likely just a scam targeting people on the dark web, convincing them to pay cryptocurrency to watch increasingly elaborate, but ultimately fake exclusive content. Then I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply "Observation continues." The body contained only an attached image file. Against better judgment, I opened it. The image showed my bedroom, taken from the perspective of my laptop's webcam. The timestamp in the corner showed a date from the previous night at exactly 2:17 a.m. My laptop had been shut down and in a drawer at that time. I showed the email to Eli, who examined the metadata and confirmed the timestamp hadn't been altered. He checked my laptop again, but found no evidence of any compromise or activation. It was as if the image had been taken by a device that wasn't there. That night, we set up a separate camera in my room, positioned to monitor the drawer where I kept my laptop. The recordings showed nothing unusual. No one entered the room. The drawer remained closed all night. Yet the next morning, I received another email with another image of my bedroom at 2:17 a.m., taken from the exact same webcam angle, despite my laptop being securely stored away. Eli suggested staying somewhere else for a few days while he conducted a more thorough investigation of our apartment. I arranged to stay with a colleague and packed enough clothes for a week. Before leaving, I removed the battery from my laptop entirely, rendering it incapable of any function. 3 days into my stay at my colleague's place, another email arrived. Same subject line, same format. The attached image showed me sleeping in my colleague's guest room. The angle was identical to where a laptop webcam would be positioned, if there had been a laptop in the room, which there wasn't. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. from the previous night. I returned home immediately, finding Eli surrounded by dismantled electronics. He had been systematically checking every device in our apartment for hidden cameras or unknown surveillance equipment. He found nothing unusual until he examined my old laptop battery that I had removed and left behind. According to him, it had been modified to include a small cellular modem, a component that could maintain a connection to the internet independently of the laptop itself, allowing for remote access even when the computer appeared to be completely powered down. This discovery prompted a more thorough investigation. Eli removed the battery from his own laptop and examined it, finding a similar modification. Further checks revealed that our router, which Eli had purchased online 6 months earlier, contained custom firmware that differed from the manufacturer's specifications. Even our smart TV had been modified to allow remote access to its integrated camera. The implications were clear. Our entire apartment had been compromised, not randomly, but with deliberate and sophisticated precision. Someone had methodically created a surveillance network within our living space, using our own devices against us. Eli contacted a cybersecurity professional he knew from his university, who agreed to examine our equipment. Their conclusion was disturbing. The modifications were professional grade, suggesting resources and expertise beyond typical hackers. The cellular modems in our batteries connected to private networks rather than commercial carriers, making them virtually untraceable. Most concerning was the discovery that these modifications had been in place for at least 8 months, far longer than the 6 weeks of suspicious network activity we had initially detected. We moved out of the apartment the following week, found separate places, disposed of all our electronics, purchased new devices from physical stores rather than online. I changed jobs, started using cash instead of cards whenever possible, and implemented every privacy measure recommended by Eli's security contact. 3 months passed without incident. No strange emails, no unexplained images. Life began to return to a semblance of normalcy, though I still covered any webcam with tape and stored my devices in a signal-blocking pouch at night. Then, last week, I received a package at my new address. an address I had shared with very few people. Inside was a brand new laptop, still sealed in its factory packaging. No note, no return address. I left it untouched and contacted Eli, who arranged for his cybersecurity contact to examine it in a controlled environment. The laptop was factory sealed and appeared completely normal upon initial inspection. The operating system was a standard installation with no obvious modifications. It was only when they disassembled the device that they discovered the anomaly, a custom component integrated into the motherboard, virtually indistinguishable from the original parts unless you knew exactly what to look for. According to the security expert, this component would have allowed remote activation of the laptop even when powered off. More disturbing was their assessment that this wasn't an aftermarket modification. It had been integrated during the manufacturing process, which should have been impossible without inside access to the production facility. Yesterday, I received a text message from an unknown number. It contained only a time, 2:17 a.m. I didn't sleep last night. Instead, I sat in the dark of my new apartment, watching the clock. At exactly 2:17 a.m., every electronic device I owned, my new phone, my replacement laptop, my smart TV, turned on simultaneously, screens displaying the same image. An empty room with 5 chairs arranged in a semicircle. 4 were occupied by figures with blurred faces. The 5th chair, positioned in the center, remained empty. The screens displayed this image for exactly 1 minute before shutting off. I've since disconnected everything, removed batteries, cut power to my apartment. I'm writing this at a public library on a computer that has no connection to me. When I finish, I'm leaving the city, maybe the country. I don't know who these observers are or what they want. I don't know how they've managed to integrate themselves into devices that should be secure, or how they tracked me to my new location. What I do know is that the chairs in that room have been increasing by 1 each night, and the newest chair, the empty one, is meant for me. The most terrifying realization isn't that they're watching, it's that they're waiting. Each night at 2:17 a.m., a broadcast goes live somewhere on the dark web. People pay to watch, to participate in whatever this is. And somehow, through means I can't understand, I've moved from being an unwitting proxy in their observation network to being the subject of their observation itself. If you're reading this and suddenly find your devices behaving strangely, or discover unexplained network activity in the early morning hours, don't make the mistake I made. Don't investigate. Don't monitor. Don't try to understand. Just run. The thing about being watched is that you can often feel it before you see it. That prickle at the back of your neck, the sense that something's not quite right. I used to think that was just paranoia, the sort of thing people made up to make their boring lives feel more dramatic. Then my flatmate Jake brought home that encrypted flash drive, and I learned exactly how it feels when strangers turn your entire existence into entertainment. It was a Tuesday evening in March, raining as usual, and I was sprawled on our old sofa in our shared flat in Bethnal Green. Jake burst through the door, soaked and grinning like he'd just discovered fire. He pulled this tiny USB stick from his jacket pocket, waving it about like it was the crown jewels. The drive contained what he claimed was research material for his dissertation on underground digital communities. According to Jake, some postgrad student had been investigating the darker corners of the internet before dropping out suddenly, left all their stuff behind, including this drive that supposedly contained access credentials to parts of the dark web most people never see. Now, I'm not completely naive about these things. I work in graphic design, spend most of my day online, and I'd heard the stories about hidden marketplaces and illegal content floating around encrypted networks. But I'd never actually ventured beyond downloading the odd film or album through BitTorrent. The dark web seemed like something for proper criminals or paranoid journalists, not ordinary people from East London. Jake was persistent though. He'd already downloaded Tor and was fumbling about with something called Tails, trying to get the whole anonymous browsing setup working on his ancient laptop. The credentials on the drive included a list of .onion addresses and what appeared to be login details for various sites. Most of it looked like standard dark web fare. Drug marketplaces, fake document services, that sort of thing. But there was one address that kept catching my eye, mainly because it was accompanied by a warning written in red text. Access at own risk. Active participants only. The address led to something called a Red Room. Jake explained these were supposedly live streams where viewers could watch real violence unfold, sometimes even paying to influence what happened. He insisted they were mostly urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible punters from their cryptocurrency. But the way he kept glancing at that particular address suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. We spent the next hour setting up the security protocols. Multiple VPN connections, encrypted browsers, the works. Jake treated it like we were preparing for some covert military operation, rather than satisfying morbid curiosity. Looking back, maybe his paranoia wasn't entirely misplaced. The first few sites we visited were disappointingly mundane. Drug markets that looked like budget versions of Amazon, forums full of people arguing about encryption methods, and what appeared to be a surprisingly active community dedicated to reviewing different brands of tinfoil hats. The whole thing felt less like exploring the criminal underworld and more like browsing a particularly rubbish version of eBay. But then we found the Red Room. The site looked professional in a way that immediately set it apart. Clean interface, proper navigation, even what appeared to be customer service chat boxes. It was called the Viewing Room, and accessing it required both the credentials from Jake's drive and a payment of roughly £50 worth of Bitcoin. Jake had some cryptocurrency left over from a previous ill-advised investment in some dodgy altcoin, so we decided to take the plunge. What we found inside wasn't what either of us expected. The main page displayed a grid of thumbnail images, each representing a different stream. Most were dark or showed empty rooms, but 3 or 4 appeared to be active. Viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The interface allowed you to join streams as a passive observer or upgrade to what they called participant status for additional fees. Jake clicked on one of the active streams before I could stop him. The video quality was surprisingly good. We were looking at what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, occupied by a person whose face was obscured by the camera angle. They appeared to be restrained, though the specifics weren't clear. A chat box ran alongside the video, filling with messages from anonymous viewers. The messages were what made my stomach drop. Viewers were making requests, offering payments for specific actions. The amounts being discussed weren't trivial. Hundreds of pounds for relatively minor things, thousands for more serious requests. And someone was apparently fulfilling these requests because the person in the chair would occasionally move or react in ways that corresponded to the chat messages. Jake and I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, not saying anything, just watching this unfold. The casual nature of it was what disturbed me most. Viewers chatted amongst themselves like they were watching a football match, debating techniques and comparing prices. Some seemed to be regulars, referencing previous streams and making recommendations to newcomers. That's when Jake noticed something that made both of us go cold. One of the usernames in the chat was posting comments that included specific details about our location. Not just London or even East London, but references to Bethnal Green, our street, even our building. The user seemed to know we were first-time viewers and was offering to arrange a private demonstration for educational purposes. We closed the laptop immediately. The next few days passed normally enough. I went to work, Jake attended his lectures, and we didn't discuss what we'd seen. But I found myself checking the locks on our flat more frequently, and I noticed Jake had started closing his bedroom curtains during the day. The email arrived on Friday. It came to my personal Gmail account, not an address I'd ever used for anything related to the dark web. The sender was listed as viewing room services at Proton Mail, and the subject line simply read, "Thank you for your interest." The message was brief and professional. It thanked me for visiting their site and invited me to participate in an upcoming special broadcast. They mentioned that they'd identified me as someone with graphic design skills who might appreciate the artistic elements of their productions. The email included a Bitcoin address and instructions for making a deposit to secure what they called a front row seat. What made my blood freeze was the final paragraph. It mentioned that they'd noticed I lived in a ground floor flat with easy access through the kitchen window, and suggested that if I wasn't interested in viewing their content, perhaps I'd be interested in starring in it. I showed Jake the email, and his face went white. He'd received something similar, though he's focused on his film studies background, and suggested he might want to document the experience from the inside. We decided to ignore the messages and hope they'd lose interest, delete the emails, wipe Jake's laptop, pretend the whole thing had never happened. But the messages kept coming. Not just emails now, but text to my mobile number. WhatsApp messages with photos of our building taken from across the street. Someone had even slipped a printed note under our front door, written in the same professional tone as the emails, but with increasingly specific details about our daily routines. They knew when I left for work each morning, what time Jake usually returned from university, which takeaways we ordered from and how often. Someone was watching us, documenting our lives with the same casual attention to detail I'd seen in that chat room. The breaking point came when Jake found a small camera mounted on the lamppost outside our building. It wasn't a council CCTV camera or anything official, just a small device pointed directly at our windows. Jake climbed up and removed it, but we both knew that if they put up one camera, there were probably others. That night, we heard footsteps in the hallway outside our flat, slow, deliberate steps that paused directly outside our door. The steps would continue for a few minutes, then stop, then start again. We could see shadows moving back and forth under the door gap. But when Jake finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, the corridor was empty. The next morning, there was another note. This one was different, handwritten rather than printed, with a local postmark from earlier that same day. It contained details about the previous night's activities, describing exactly how we'd reacted to the footsteps, how long we'd waited before checking the door, even what we'd whispered to each other while hiding in Jake's bedroom. Someone had been listening. We went to the police that afternoon, but the response was about what you'd expect. The officer was polite but skeptical, especially when we tried to explain about the dark web and red rooms. He took down our details and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell he thought we were either making it up or had brought it on ourselves by getting involved with dodgy websites. The surveillance continued for another week. More cameras appeared and disappeared, Messages arrived with increasingly personal details, and we began to notice the same faces appearing in different locations around our neighborhood. People who seemed to turn up wherever we went, always maintaining just enough distance to avoid being obviously suspicious. Jake started talking about moving back in with his parents in Yorkshire. I was considering the same thing, though my parents lived in a tiny village in Somerset, where strangers would be noticed immediately. But before either of us could make concrete plans, the situation escalated. I came home from work on a Thursday evening to find our front door standing open. Not forced, just unlocked and ajar, as if someone had walked in and forgotten to close it properly behind them. Jake's laptop was missing from the kitchen table, along with the flash drive and all the notes we'd been collecting as evidence. But they'd left something behind. On my bed, there was a printed photograph of me sleeping. The angle suggested it had been taken from inside my bedroom, probably the night before. I was lying on my side, facing the camera, completely unaware that someone was standing in my room documenting my unconscious state. Attached to the photograph was a business card with the viewing room logo and a single line of text. "Ready for your audition." Jake and I packed our essential belongings that same evening and left London. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, paid for everything in cash, and avoided using our phones or cards for several days. I stayed with friends in Brighton for a couple of weeks before eventually finding a new flat in a different part of the city. Jake went back to Yorkshire and transferred to a different university. For a while, it seemed like we'd managed to disappear. No more messages, no more surveillance, no more unexpected visitors. I started to relax, began to think that maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. But last month, I received another email. This one came to a Gmail account I'd created specifically for flat hunting in Brighton, an account I'd never used for anything else, connected to a phone number I'd only given to potential landlords and estate agents. The message was brief and familiar. "Thank you for your interest. We've been looking forward to working with you again." Attached was a photograph of my current building, taken from street level, with my bedroom window circled in red. I'm writing this because I'm not sure what else to do. The police in Brighton were even less helpful than the ones in London, and I can't keep running forever. Someone out there has decided that I'm going to be part of their entertainment, whether I want to be or not. The thing that keeps me awake at night isn't just the surveillance or the threats. It's the memory of that chat room, full of ordinary people casually bidding on human suffering, like they were buying items at auction. Hundreds of viewers, all comfortable with the idea that someone else's pain was worth paying for. I keep wondering how many of them are still out there, still watching, still waiting for their next show to begin, and whether the person in that chair, the one we watched for those 10 minutes before we came to our senses, ever made it home to their own flat, their own life, their own false sense of security. The camera outside my current building is smaller than the last one, better hidden, but I spotted it yesterday morning on my way to work. Same angle, same direct line of sight to my windows. I haven't told my new flatmates about any of this. What would be the point? They'd either think I was paranoid or they'd want to leave, and I can't afford to find another place right now. Besides, I'm starting to think it doesn't matter where I go. These people have resources, patience, and apparently unlimited time to devote to their hobby. Sometimes I wonder if this is how it starts for everyone who ends up in those rooms. Maybe nobody volunteers. Maybe they all thought they were just curious observers, right up until the moment they realized they'd become the entertainment. The new email arrived this morning. Same professional tone, same polite language, but with a countdown timer embedded in the message. 72 hours until what they're calling my premiere performance. I'm not going to run this time. There's nowhere left to go, and I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. But I wanted to write this down, get it recorded somewhere, just in case. Maybe someone will read it and think twice before clicking on that suspicious link or plugging in that mysterious USB drive. Or maybe they'll read it and think it sounds made up, like something from a bad horror film. That's probably what I would have thought before Jake brought home that flash drive and we decided to see what all the fuss was about. The timer on my phone says 68 hours remaining. I keep checking it compulsively, watching the numbers tick down like it's New Year's Eve. I've been sitting on this story for nearly 3 years now. Every time I consider sharing it, something stops me. Maybe fear, maybe guilt, maybe the knowledge that once it's out there, I can't take it back. But after what happened last Tuesday, I need to get this off my chest. Some things you just can't explain to someone who hasn't seen what the internet really hides. It started with boredom, honestly. Nothing dramatic, no tragic backstory. Just a guy with too much time on his hands and a fancy gaming PC that could handle pretty much anything. I'd recently moved to Bristol for a job in IT security, ironically enough. I was living alone for the first time in one of those cookie-cutter apartment blocks they keep throwing up near city centres. The walls were thin enough that I could hear my neighbour sneeze, but somehow I still felt isolated. My friends were all back in Birmingham, and I wasn't great at the whole making new connections thing. So I spent a lot of nights at home, gaming or browsing the web. I'd known about the dark web for years, of course. Anyone in IT security does. I'd even accessed it a few times for research purposes during uni, checking out how certain black markets operated so we could better understand security vulnerabilities. Nothing sinister, just academic curiosity. But on this particular night, a rainy Tuesday in October, I was especially restless. I'd finished a 12-hour shift sorting out a ransomware issue for a client, and my brain was still buzzing even though my body was exhausted. That weird combination where you're too tired to do anything productive, but too wired to sleep. So I set up a secure browser, connected through a couple of VPNs, force of habit from work, and started browsing. At first, it was just the usual stuff. Marketplaces selling drugs, forums discussing privacy, sites offering counterfeit documents. I remember the soft blue glow of my monitor reflecting on my coffee mug, the one with the faded Liverpool FC logo that I'd had since uni. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was about to call it a night when a notification popped up on one of the forums I'd been browsing. Someone had messaged me directly, which was unusual. I'd been lurking, not posting. I wasn't even using a regular username, just a randomly generated string of characters. The message was simple, asking if I was looking for something specific. I almost ignored it. My IT security brain was throwing up red flags like crazy. But there was that curiosity again, that same itch that had gotten me browsing the dark web in the first place. I responded non-committally, saying I was just exploring. The conversation that followed seemed benign enough, just someone being friendly, asking about my interests, how long I'd been on the forum. Looking back, they were clearly probing to see if I was law enforcement, but at the time, it just felt like casual chat. I was distracted anyway, half watching a YouTube video in another window, and occasionally getting up to stretch my legs or refill my coffee. My flat had that faintly musty smell it always got when it rained. I never could figure out where the dampness was coming from. About 20 minutes into the conversation, they shared a link. Said it might interest me based on what we'd been discussing, which had drifted to the topic of how much of what people claimed about the dark web was urban legend versus reality. I hesitated. Clicking random links on the dark web is basically security suicide 101. But they mentioned it was a forum specifically discussing the myths and realities of services for hire on the dark web, supposedly debunking the hitman for hire sites as scams, which they mostly are. I was genuinely interested from a professional standpoint. I'd been teaching a module on digital security that touched on exactly this subject. My finger hovered over the trackpad. I really should have known better. I'd literally spent that morning cleaning up after a ransomware attack that started with someone clicking a suspicious link. But it was late, I was tired, and my judgment was compromised. I clicked. It took me to what looked like another forum, but more sophisticated than most dark websites. Clean design, proper formatting. None of the clunky early 2000s aesthetics that dominate most .onion domains. I had to create an account to view most of the content, which again set off alarm bells, but I used all my usual precautions: temporary email, generated password, fake details. The verification process was more thorough than usual, requiring me to complete a series of puzzles rather than just clicking a link. That should have been another warning sign, but I was mildly impressed by the security measures. Professional curiosity, I suppose. Once in, I browsed a few threads. It seemed legitimate enough. Discussions about various dark web services, debates about which ones were scams, analyses of how law enforcement tracked these kinds of operations. There was a whole section dedicated to service provider vetting that claimed to verify whether sellers of various illegal services were legitimate or not. I remember my eyes starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, and I rubbed them, noticing the stubble on my chin. I hadn't shaved in days, hadn't really needed to, since I was working remotely that week. Then I noticed a locked thread titled Verification Events. It had thousands of views, but only a handful of replies. Something about the clinical terminology made me uneasy, but I was already in too deep. I clicked it, only to get a message that this section was for verified members only. Below, it was a link to apply for verification. The application form was brief, asking about my interests and what I hoped to gain from verification. I was vague, saying I was researching the reality behind dark web legends for academic purposes. I didn't expect anything to come of it. These exclusive forums usually ignored new members, so I was surprised when, less than 5 minutes later, I received a notification that my application was being processed and I should remain online. While waiting, I got up to use the bathroom. The linoleum was cold under my feet. I kept meaning to buy a bath mat, but somehow never remembered when I was actually out shopping. When I came back, there was a new notification. My application had been provisionally approved, pending a demonstration verification session that would begin in 10 minutes. There was a countdown timer and instructions to ensure my connection was stable and secure. I should have logged off right then. Every instinct I developed over years in IT security was screaming at me to disconnect. But there was a strange sense of detachment, almost like I was watching someone else make these decisions. I told myself it was just professional curiosity, that I'd watch the demonstration, gather information about how these scams operated, and then report it through proper channels. I even opened a text document to take notes, as if that somehow made what I was doing legitimate research rather than dangerous stupidity. The countdown reached 0, and my screen changed to what looked like a video streaming interface with a chat panel to the right. A message appeared stating that the demonstration would begin shortly, and that this was a proof of capability session for new clients. No interaction or bidding would be permitted during the demonstration. This was observation only. The video began playing. At first, it showed an ordinary street somewhere urban. Could have been anywhere in Britain or Europe. Brick buildings, parked cars, streetlights casting orange pools on wet pavement. The camera appeared to be stationary but high quality, possibly mounted somewhere overlooking the street. A timestamp in the corner showed it was live footage, just minutes behind real time. I remember noticing condensation forming on my window as the rain outside grew heavier, creating rivulets that distorted the view of the building across the street. For several minutes, nothing happened. The chat remained quiet, except for occasional messages confirming that members were connected and viewing. Then a car pulled up, a dark-colored sedan, nothing distinctive. A man got out, looked to be in his 40s, wearing a business suit. He locked the car and started walking down the street, checking his phone. The camera followed him, which meant it wasn't stationary as I'd first thought. Someone was controlling it remotely, tracking this random businessman as he walked. I felt the first real stab of unease. This wasn't a demonstration of a scam. This was surveillance of an actual person. A message appeared in the chat, giving a brief profile of the man. His name, occupation, home address, details about his family. And below that, the reason he'd been selected. Allegations of embezzlement from a company pension fund. Money that belonged to people who had worked their whole lives for a secure retirement. The message explained that this was a contracted demonstration, the fee already paid by former employees who had lost their savings. The clinical tone made it all the more disturbing, like reading a weather report that happened to be describing a hurricane heading straight for you. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, an elaborate performance to convince potential clients that they were legitimate. I almost convinced myself of that until the camera angle changed, and I saw a new figure enter the frame. Someone wearing dark clothing and a nondescript cap, walking on the opposite side of the street in the same direction as the businessman. The chat became more active. Comments appeared noting the operator's approach, discussing the technique being demonstrated. Some mentioned previous demonstrations they'd witnessed, comparing methodologies. I felt sick but couldn't look away. It was like watching a nature documentary where you know the gazelle is about to be taken down by a lion, but it's happening in slow motion. The businessman stopped at a corner, waiting to cross. The operator casually crossed the street, ending up just behind him. They were now both waiting for the traffic light to change. I remember holding my breath, my coffee forgotten and growing cold beside me. The ticking of my cheap wall clock seemed abnormally loud in the silence of my flat. When it happened, it was so quick I almost missed it. As the light changed and people began to cross, the operator moved directly behind the businessman. There was a slight motion, just a small movement of their arm. And then they were walking past, continuing on as the businessman took a few more steps and then suddenly stumbled. At first, it looked like he'd simply tripped. He put his hand against the building to steady himself, then touched his side where the operator had been. His expression changed from confusion to alarm. He looked around, seemingly trying to call out, but no one stopped. He slid down the wall to a sitting position, his briefcase still clutched in one hand. The camera stayed on him as people walked past, most not even noticing the man sitting against the wall. One woman paused, seemed to ask if he was all right, but then moved on when he waved her away. It took less than 3 minutes before his movement stopped completely. Not a single person realized what had happened. To them, it probably just looked like a drunk or someone feeling unwell. The operator was long gone, not even in frame anymore. The The camera lingered on the businessman for another minute before the feed cut to black. A message appeared thanking viewers for attending the demonstration and stating that verification of new members had been completed. Those who wished to inquire about services now had access to the necessary channels. I closed my laptop immediately. I felt cold all over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely stand up. I just watched someone being murdered in real time. There was no question in my mind anymore that it was staged. The clinical efficiency, the complete lack of drama, the ordinary setting, it was all too real. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what? That I'd witnessed a murder somewhere in an unnamed city, committed by someone I couldn't identify, against a victim whose name I only knew from an anonymous forum post. I had no proof, no recording. I hadn't thought to capture the stream, and even if I had, I'd have to admit to being in a place I should never have been. I decided to wait until morning to see if there was any news about a businessman found dead in the street. I checked every news site I could think of, searched for any reports of unexpected deaths or murders. Nothing. Either it hadn't been reported yet, or it had happened somewhere whose local news I couldn't access, or the thought that kept creeping back despite my attempts to suppress it. They were efficient enough to have removed the body before it was discovered. For days afterward, I was a wreck. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly. I kept checking the forum, but my account had been deactivated. The link I'd been sent no longer worked. It was as if the entire thing had never existed. I considered anonymous tips to various police departments, but had no idea where to even begin. Which jurisdiction? What details could I provide that wouldn't immediately be dismissed as a hoax or the ravings of a paranoid mind? Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe it had been elaborate theatre after all. A convincing performance designed to scam people out of money for hitman services that would never be delivered. The alternative was too horrible to contemplate, that I'd witnessed an actual murder and done nothing about it. I moved flats the next month, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place closer to work. In reality, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I opened my laptop, I imagined someone on the other end monitoring my activity. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, scrubbed my online presence as much as possible. Professional paranoia turned up to 11. Life gradually returned to something resembling normal. I dated, made a few friends, even got promoted at work. The memory remained, but it became easier to dismiss as a bizarre experience that couldn't possibly have been what it seemed. Until last Tuesday, I was working late, finishing up a security audit for a client, when an email arrived. No subject line sent to my personal account. The new one I'd created after that night. The sender's address was a string of random characters. The message contained only a link and the words, "We've missed your observations. A new demonstration is scheduled." Below it was my home address, my current address, not the flat where I'd been that night 3 years ago. They'd found me. They'd been watching me all along. I've been staying at a hotel since then, paid in cash. I bought a new laptop that I've never connected to any of my accounts. I'm writing this as a record, a warning maybe, though I don't know who it will reach or how. If you're reading this, remember, the dark web isn't just a playground for curious minds or a marketplace for illegal goods. There are corners of it where the darkest human impulses aren't just fantasies, but services rendered with terrifying efficiency. And once you've seen them, they've seen you too. My hotel room door just rattled, like someone trying the handle. The reception desk isn't answering my call. I think I've run out of places to hide. first thing you should know is that my family has always been careful. Our father worked in data security for 30 years, so internet safety wasn't just casual advice in our household. It was doctrine. We used VPNs before most people knew what they were. We covered webcams with tape. We treated public Wi-Fi like contaminated water. We weren't paranoid, just realistic about digital vulnerabilities. Growing up this way, I learned to navigate online spaces with caution, even if I never fully understood the technical details behind our family protocols. That's what makes everything that happened so ironic. It wasn't me who ventured into dangerous digital territory. It was my sister Mia, the careful one, the one who majored in cybersecurity before switching to journalism. Mia, who lectured me about password hygiene and regularly sent me articles about privacy breaches. Mia, who disappeared exactly 72 hours after telling me she had found something that would change how people understand the internet. The police found nothing useful. Her apartment was undisturbed, almost suspiciously so. Bed made, dishes washed, everything in perfect order. Her phone sat on her nightstand, deliberately powered off, rather than dead. Her laptop was gone. Security footage showed her entering her building on Tuesday evening, face obscured by her usual baseball cap, worn specifically to avoid facial recognition. No footage showed her leaving. By Friday morning, when she missed our weekly coffee meetup, I knew something was wrong. By Friday afternoon, when she missed her call with our parents, we all did. The weeks following her disappearance became a blur of police interviews, searching her apartment repeatedly, putting up flyers, and creating social media campaigns. The detective assigned to her case was sympathetic, but overwhelmed with other cases. After the first month, the updates became less frequent, the leads non-existent. By March, it felt like we were the only ones still actively looking. That's when I decided to examine her work more closely. Mia had been investigating technology-related stories for the past year. Data privacy concerns, corporate surveillance, emerging tech ethics. Nothing that seemed particularly dangerous or controversial. But as I went through her published articles, I noticed a pattern in her recent work: increased focus on digital encryption, anonymous networks, and references to something called invitation-only forums. Her last published piece mentioned research into the modern digital underground, but provided few specifics. I reached out to her editor, who seemed reluctant to discuss her unfinished work. After persistent questioning, he finally admitted that Mia had been working on a series about dark web marketplaces, specifically focusing on the myths and realities of what she called pay-per-view trauma. He claimed he had discouraged the project, believing it was both journalistically dubious and potentially unsafe. Mia had insisted on continuing her research, promising to be careful and maintain anonymity online. With this information, I contacted a friend from college who worked in cybersecurity. He hesitated when I explained what I needed, but my desperation must have been obvious. He agreed to help me access Mia's online accounts, though he made it clear he was only doing this because it involved a missing person. Mia's email gave us little to work with, mostly routine correspondence, subscription newsletters, and communications with known sources. Her cloud storage contained research for published articles, but nothing about her current project. It was her browser history that provided our first real lead. Although she had apparently cleared it regularly, the synced data from her accounts showed repeated visits to forums discussing anonymous browsing techniques, cryptocurrency transactions, and secure communication methods. My cybersecurity friend showed me how to safely install a Tor browser and access some of the sites Mia had visited. Most were surprisingly mundane: privacy-focused discussion boards, whistleblower information exchanges, and academic research repositories. But one recurring address stood out, an alphanumeric string ending in .onion that Mia had visited multiple times in the weeks before her disappearance. My friend couldn't access it directly. It required login credentials we didn't have. I spent the next several weeks learning everything I could about dark web navigation, cryptocurrency, and secure communication protocols. I created anonymous accounts on the forums Mia had frequented, carefully asking questions about the mysterious .onion address. Most users ignored me. Some warned me to stop asking. One sent a private message claiming the address belonged to a site called The Viewing Room, describing it as a place where everything has a price, especially the truth. This user, who went by the handle Perennial Watcher, claimed to have information about my sister, though they never specified how they knew we were connected. They offered to help me access the viewing room, but only if I agreed to their conditions. I would need to make a cryptocurrency payment, use only their recommended security measures, and promise never to reveal their involvement. The whole exchange felt dangerous, potentially illegal, but my desperation overwhelmed my caution. I agreed. The instructions arrived the next day. Elaborate security protocols, specific times to attempt access, and a cryptocurrency wallet address for payment. The amount translated to roughly $500. I followed every step precisely, making the payment and downloading additional security software. 3 days later, I received login credentials and detailed instructions for accessing the viewing room. The site itself was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics. The main page displayed only a welcome message and a membership tier system ranging from observer to director. My credentials gave me observer access, apparently the lowest level. This tier allowed viewing of archived sessions, but no participation in live events. A counter in the corner showed 37 current users online. The archive section contained dozens of video files organized by date. Each had a clinical title format, a number followed by a letter designation and timestamp. No descriptions, no previews. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the most recent file. The video showed a simple room with white walls. A person sat in a chair facing the camera, their face obscured by digital blurring. They held a card with a date and time from 2 weeks earlier, presumably proving the video's authenticity. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then text appeared on screen, apparently messages from viewers asking for specific actions. The blurred figure would comply with simple requests, raising a hand, displaying a newspaper, turning to show different angles of the room. The video ended after approximately 20 minutes. I watched several more videos, all following the same pattern. Different rooms, different blurred figures, but the same basic concept. Viewers making requests, subjects complying. Nothing overtly violent or disturbing, just strangely clinical and detached. I couldn't understand why this would interest Mia journalistically, nor why accessing such content would put her in danger. Then I noticed a search function. With growing unease, I entered Mia's name. No results. I tried various keywords related to her: journalist, reporter, investigation. Nothing. Finally, in desperation, I searched for the date of her disappearance. 3 results appeared. I selected the first file, dated the night Mia went missing. The video began like the others. A white room, a chair, a blurred figure holding the date card. But something about the person's posture, the way they held themselves, triggered a visceral recognition. Despite the digital obscuring, I knew I was looking at my sister. The realization hit me physically, a wave of nausea and dizziness that nearly caused me to black out. When I steadied myself and focused again on the screen, the video had progressed. Mia remained seated, responding to viewer instructions. Text messages scrolled alongside the video. Usernames I didn't recognize, making requests that grew increasingly personal. They asked about her work, her investigation, what she knew about the viewing room. Mia's responses were not audible. All videos on the site played without sound, but I could see her speaking, her body language becoming more tense as the session continued. Approximately 15 minutes into the video, a new username appeared in the chat, Director Prime. Their message was simple: interview concluded. Proceeding to assessment phase. The tenor of the chat changed immediately, messages coming rapidly with single-word responses: breach, compromise, liability, confirmed. A final message from Director Prime appeared: consensus reached, signal termination approved. The video ended abruptly. I immediately clicked on the second search result, dated 1 day later. This video showed the same room but empty. The third video, dated 1 week after her disappearance, displayed only a black screen with text: asset containment complete. Archive restricted to Tier 3 and above. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had seen. The clinical detachment of the interface, the bureaucratic language of the chat, the implication of what signal termination might mean. It all pointed to something organized, systematic, and terrifying. This wasn't random violence or opportunistic crime. This was something that operated with rules, procedures, consensus decisions. I tried to access additional information, searching for Director Prime or any of the other usernames I had seen in the chat. Each attempt was met with an access denied message. After approximately 30 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, my screen went black, replaced by a single line of text: observer status revoked, connection terminated. I immediately contacted my cybersecurity friend, explaining what I had found. His reaction was grave concern, not just for Mia, but for my safety as well. He insisted on coming over, bringing equipment to secure my devices and network. While waiting for him to arrive, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line was observation notice. The body contained 3 lines of text: your access to restricted archives has been logged. Your connection to subject 47J has been confirmed. Your status has been updated to person of interest. Below this was an image, a still frame from what appeared to be a security camera, showing the exterior of my apartment building. The timestamp was from 10 minutes earlier. My friend arrived 30 minutes later, immediately disconnecting my router and checking my apartment for unknown devices. He found nothing obvious, but explained that if the people behind the viewing room were as sophisticated as they appeared, they might have capabilities beyond what we could easily detect. He suggested I leave my apartment immediately, use only cash, and avoid any devices connected to my name or accounts. I spent the next several weeks moving between budget hotels, using public computers for limited online activities, and trying to decide what to do. Going to the police seemed logical, but what evidence did I have? A website I had accessed illegally, videos that no longer existed in any form I could share, and an email that had disappeared from the temporary account I had been using. Even if they believed me, what could they investigate? Eventually, I contacted a journalist from a major newspaper who specialized in technology and privacy issues. Without revealing my identity, I shared what I had discovered about the viewing room, emphasizing my sister's disappearance and the apparent organization behind the site. The journalist was cautious but interested, asking detailed questions and requesting any documentation I could provide. 3 days after this contact, the journalist's social media accounts went silent. A week later, a brief notice appeared in the newspaper's staff section, stating they had taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. My attempts to re-establish contact went unanswered. That was 2 months ago. I've since returned to my normal life, or the appearance of it. I go to work, maintain my routine, use my regular devices, but I've installed every security measure recommended by my increasingly paranoid cybersecurity friend. I use different phones regularly. I sweep my apartment for surveillance devices daily. I watch for patterns, for people who appear too frequently in my periphery. Sometimes I convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, a twisted prank or scam, targeting people searching for missing loved ones. Sometimes I believe Mia stumbled onto something real, something organized and dangerous that operates in plain sight through our digital infrastructure. Most days I fluctuate between these possibilities, unable to settle on which is more terrifying. Last week, I received a package containing Mia's laptop. No return address, no note. The device powered on normally but had been wiped clean. Factory settings restored, no personal data remaining. The only new file was a text document containing a single line. Investigation closed. Signal terminated. Observers reassigned. Yesterday, I noticed a new Wi-Fi network appearing intermittently near my apartment. The name changes but always follows the same pattern. A number, followed by a letter designation, followed by observer. It appears strongest late at night, when the building is quiet. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I watch my device list and see unknown connections attempting to join my network. Each attempt lasts exactly 47 seconds before disappearing. I don't know if Mia is alive. I don't know who operates the viewing room or what their purpose truly is. I don't know if they're private citizens, criminal organizations, or something with governmental connections. What I do know is that somewhere right now, someone is watching through a screen as another person holds up today's date on a card. Somewhere decisions are being made about who constitutes a liability. Somewhere a consensus is being reached. And increasingly, I feel like I'm sitting in a white room, my face obscured to viewers I cannot see, waiting for the moment when my signal too is terminated. It's strange what a simple dare can lead to. They say curiosity killed the cat, but no one tells you about the part where the cat spends months afterward looking over its shoulder, jumping at shadows, and sleeping with one eye open. I've debated sharing this for almost a year now. My therapist thinks it would help to externalize the experience, but I can't bring myself to tell her the whole story. Some things you just can't explain to someone whose darkest online experience is probably accidentally clicking on a pop-up ad. So I'm writing it here instead, anonymously, maybe as a warning, maybe just to convince myself it really happened. Everything started last autumn, during that weird limbo week between Christmas and New Year, when time seems to lose all meaning. I was staying at my flat in Leeds, rather than going home to my parents in Newcastle, partly because train tickets were ridiculously expensive, and partly because I needed some time alone after a rather messy breakup in early December. My flatmate had gone to his girlfriend's for the holidays, so I had the place to myself, just me, a stack of leftover Christmas chocolates, and an endless stream of mediocre content on Netflix. I was slouched on our sagging sofa one evening, laptop balanced precariously on my stomach, mindlessly scrolling through social media while some forgettable crime documentary played in the background. The radiator was making that annoying ticking sound it always did when it was heating up, and I could hear the neighbors upstairs, apparently rearranging their furniture for the 5th time that week. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend Alex. We'd known each other since 6th form and still kept in regular contact despite ending up at different universities. Alex and I had this ongoing thing where we dare each other to try increasingly bizarre internet challenges or explore strange online rabbit holes. It had started years ago with innocent stuff like spend an hour on Wikipedia following random links and see where you end up. But it gradually evolved into more obscure corners of the internet. Nothing illegal, just weird. Odd forums, bizarre YouTube channels, that sort of thing. His message that night was different though. He was daring me to explore the dark web. He'd sent me a link to a tutorial on how to set it up safely, along with some starting points. Apparently, he tried it himself the previous week. I remember hesitating, my thumb hovering over the link. I knew what the dark web was, of course. That hidden part of the internet not accessible through normal browsers, often associated with illegal activities, but also used by people in countries with heavy internet censorship or journalists protecting sources. I should mention I was studying computer science, specializing in network security. So there was a part of me that was professionally curious about how these hidden networks functioned. I told myself it would be educational, a practical application of the theory we'd covered in class. That's how I justified it anyway, though in reality, it was probably more about not wanting to back down from a dare and having absolutely nothing better to do with my evening. I followed the tutorial, downloading the special browser needed to access .onion sites, setting up a VPN for an extra layer of security, all the recommended precautions. I remember the heating had kicked in properly by then, making the flat almost uncomfortably warm. I'd peeled off my Christmas jumper, an ironic one with a dinosaur wearing a Santa hat, and was just in a t-shirt, the fabric sticking slightly to my back. There was a half-empty mug of tea on the coffee table, long gone cold. Outside, it had started to rain, droplets pattering against the window in that soothing, rhythmic way that usually made me sleepy. But I wasn't sleepy. There was a nervous energy buzzing through me as I waited for the browser to connect, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The boring documentary had ended, replaced by something equally forgettable that served as white noise in the background. The browser finally connected, and I was in. At first glance, it was anticlimactic. Just a different browser with a search engine that looked more basic than what I was used to. Alex had sent me some beginner links, mostly forums discussing privacy and technology, nothing particularly sinister. I browsed for about an hour, finding it interesting, but not especially shocking. Most of it was stuff you could find on the regular internet if you knew where to look. I was almost disappointed, having expected something more dramatic based on the dark web's reputation. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of sticking to the links Alex had sent, I decided to follow some of the links I found on those forums, curious to see where they led. Each new site had more links, and I kept following them, going deeper and deeper into this hidden network. It was like pulling on a loose thread and watching an entire garment unravel. I noticed the tone of the sites changing subtly. The discussions moved from privacy and technology to more questionable topics. How to acquire false identification, discussions about substances and services that were clearly illegal. I should have stopped then, should have closed the browser and gone back to my mindless Netflix scrolling. But there's a strange momentum to exploration like this. Each new discovery makes you wonder what else is hiding just one more link away. I remember shifting position on the sofa, my back starting to ache from being hunched over for so long. The rain had intensified, now hammering against the windows, and the wind had picked up, making the old frames rattle. My cold tea had developed that unappealing skin on top that always made me shudder. The flat suddenly felt too quiet despite the background noise of the TV and the storm outside. It was approaching midnight when I found it. I'd been following a particularly convoluted chain of links, each site more disturbing than the last. I'd gone from marketplace sites selling illegal items to forums discussing things I won't repeat here. The link was embedded in a post on one of those forums. No description, just a string of random characters ending in .onion. I hovered over it, finger poised on the trackpad. Some part of my brain was sending warning signals, like when you're about to touch something that might be hot. I should have listened to that instinct. Instead, I clicked. The page that loaded was unlike the others. Most dark web sites I'd seen were basic, with minimal graphics and simple layouts, function over form. This one had a sleek, almost professional design. Black background, crimson text, a layout that reminded me of auction sites like eBay, but with a far more ominous aesthetic. At the top of the page was a logo, just a simple red circle, and below it the words, "The Crimson Room bidding now open." I frowned, trying to figure out what kind of auction site this was. There were no product images, just listings with numbers and brief descriptions that made little sense to me at first glance. Each listing had a timer counting down and a current bid amount. The amounts were substantial, thousands in Bitcoin. It took me several minutes of confused browsing to understand what I was looking at, and when realization dawned, it hit me like a physical blow. These weren't products being auctioned, they were people. Each listing included basic details, age, gender, location, and a description of what would happen to them depending on which package received the highest bid. My stomach clenched, a wave of nausea washing over me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate roleplay, a sick fantasy site where nothing actually happened. I tried to convince myself of this as I scrolled through the listings, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I noticed a section labeled Previous Events. I clicked it, though every instinct was screaming at me not to. It contained archives of past sessions, thumbnails that you could click to access recordings. My cursor hovered over one, trembling slightly. Again, that voice in my head begging me not to click. Again, my curiosity overriding it. The video that loaded was grainy but clear enough. I managed about 30 seconds before slamming my laptop shut, rushing to the bathroom, and vomiting until there was nothing left but bile. What I'd seen wasn't fake. The terror in that person's eyes, the sounds they made despite being gagged. There's a quality to genuine fear that can't be acted, can't be faked. And the clinical, almost bored manner of the masked figure carrying out the requests, it was real. All of it was real. I sat on the cold bathroom floor for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably. The storm outside had reached its peak, rain lashing against the window, wind howling through the gaps in the frames. Every noise made me flinch. My mind kept replaying those 30 seconds, unable to process that human beings could do such things to each other, that other human beings would pay to watch or direct it. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to return to the living room. My laptop sat on the sofa where I'd left it, closed but somehow threatening, as if what I'd seen might leak out from between the keys. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could do something about it. But what could I actually tell them? I had no specific information about where these events were taking place, who was running the site, or who the victims were. And I'd have to admit to accessing the dark web, to following link after link, until I found something so profoundly disturbing. I decided to go back, just long enough to gather some information that might be useful to authorities. This was my second mistake. I opened the laptop, steeling myself against what I might see. The browser was still connected, the site still open. I began taking screenshots, noting down any details that might help identify the location or the people involved. I was so focused on this self-appointed mission that I didn't notice it at first, the small notification that had appeared in the corner of the screen. When I finally saw it, my blood ran cold. A private message from an account named Admin. The message was simple. They had detected unusual activity from my connection, specifically the taking of screenshots. They had my IP address, despite the VPN, which had apparently failed at some point. They knew my approximate location, and they were sending someone to discuss my interest in their services. I slammed the laptop shut again, yanked out the power cord, and pulled the battery for good measure. Then I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out of the flat without even stopping for a jacket, despite the storm raging outside. I spent that night at a 24-hour cafe in the city center, jumping at every person who entered, convinced they had been sent to find me. In the harsh light of morning, huddled over my fifth cup of coffee, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It was probably just an automated message designed to scare people who stumbled across the site. They wouldn't really send someone after a random person who had accidentally found their operation. That would draw attention, create risk. It wasn't logical. This rationalization helped me function enough to return to my flat, pack a bag, and go straight to the train station. I spent the remaining holiday with my parents, making excuses about missing home. I didn't touch my laptop again until I was back at university, and when I did, I completely wiped it and reinstalled everything from scratch. I never reported what I'd seen. The fear of not being believed, of somehow being implicated, was too great. And deep down, there was a more terrifying thought. What if reporting it led them back to me? What if they had connections in law enforcement? It seemed paranoid, but after what I'd seen, my understanding of what people were capable of had fundamentally changed. For weeks afterward, I was certain I was being watched. I took different routes home from lectures, avoided being alone when possible, and slept with the chair propped against my bedroom door. I kept seeing the same car parked near our flat, a black sedan with tinted windows. Probably a coincidence, but it was enough to make me move out mid-semester, finding a new place on the other side of the city. The fear has faded somewhat with time. I no longer jump at every unexpected sound or suspect every stranger of being sent to silence me. I've almost convinced myself that the message was just an automated scare tactic. Almost. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the wind is rattling the windows, I remember what I saw. I remember that somewhere out there right now, those auctions are still happening. People are still bidding, still watching, still directing. And I know something else too. They have my information. Maybe they've forgotten about me, filed me away as an insignificant breach not worth pursuing. Or maybe they're just waiting for the right moment. I changed my number, my email addresses, even my name on social media. I've moved twice more since then, but in my darker moments, I wonder if it's enough. The internet never forgets, and neither do the people who lurk in its darkest corners. Last week, I received a plain envelope in the mail. No return address, just my name and current address. an address I've only had for 3 months. Inside was a blank sheet of paper with a small red circle drawn in the center. I'm leaving the country next week. Exchange program to Australia, as far away as I can get. I haven't told anyone where I'm going except my parents and the university administration. This will be my last post online anywhere, under any name. If you're reading this, don't make the same mistakes I did. Some curiosities aren't worth satisfying. Some dares aren't worth accepting. And some corners of the internet should remain unexplored. I think there's someone outside my window. I can see a shadow moving across the garden. It's probably just a neighbor, or maybe a fox, but I'm not taking any chances. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate, enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained the higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research, but I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites, dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web red room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer. Someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously. Someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. Someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. People who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access. People hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers. People who consider this dark web entertainment. And I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. I didn't recognize my reflection when I first saw it. Not immediately. It took a few seconds of staring at the screen before I realized I was looking at my own face, slightly distorted by the camera angle, but unmistakably me. My living room was behind me, dimly lit by the lamp I'd left on earlier. The image was grainy, but clear enough. What wasn't clear was how this live stream existed at all. Let me back up. I'm a cybersecurity consultant, not one of those high-level experts who protects government networks or counters state-sponsored hackers. My work involves helping small businesses implement basic security protocols, conducting vulnerability assessments for local companies, and occasionally assisting with data recovery. It's honest work that pays the bills, but it's rarely exciting. 3 weeks ago, a new client contacted me, a mental health clinic concerned about patient confidentiality after several employees reported strange network behaviors. When I arrived at their office, the clinic director explained their concerns with obvious discomfort. Several therapists had noticed their session recordings being accessed at odd hours, despite the files supposedly being secured in an encrypted system. Nothing had been stolen or altered as far as anyone could tell, but the access logs showed viewing activity during overnight hours when no staff should have been working. My initial assessment revealed a surprisingly sophisticated breach. Someone had created a backdoor into their network that bypassed standard security measures. This wasn't the work of an opportunistic hacker or disgruntled employee with basic skills. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. I isolated the compromised systems, implemented temporary security measures, and began the deeper forensic work of tracking the intrusion to its source. The digital trail led me through multiple proxy servers and anonymous networks. Whoever had accessed the clinic's files had taken elaborate precautions to hide their tracks. After days of careful analysis, I managed to identify a pattern in the connection timestamps. The access always occurred between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., always on Tuesdays and Fridays, and always targeted the same subset of patient files: recordings of therapy sessions dealing with trauma, abuse, or severe anxiety disorders. My report to the clinic detailed the technical aspects of the breach and recommended comprehensive security upgrades. What I didn't include was my growing suspicion about the nature of the intrusion. This wasn't typical cybercrime seeking financial data or identity information. This was targeted surveillance of people's most vulnerable moments. The precision and pattern suggested something beyond simple data theft. Professional ethics dictated that I should complete my contract, submit my findings, and move on to the next client. But something about this case gnawed at me. The deliberate targeting of trauma patients felt predatory in a way that cybercrime rarely does. Most hackers I've encountered are motivated by financial gain or technical challenge, not the systematic observation of human suffering. After completing my official work for the clinic, I continued tracking the intrusion pattern on my own time. Using a secured system isolated from my personal network, I created digital breadcrumbs designed to attract the attention of whoever had breached the clinic's security. I set up dummy files mimicking the naming conventions of therapy recordings, embedded with unique markers that would help me trace anyone who accessed them. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then on a Tuesday night, my monitoring system alerted me to activity. Someone had taken the bait, accessing my dummy files through the same sophisticated methods used on the clinic's network. This time, I was prepared. As they downloaded my files, I deployed a specialized tracking script designed to pierce through proxy defenses and reveal connection origins. What I found led me to a series of encrypted channels on the dark web. Using anonymous browsing tools, I followed the digital trail to a nondescript forum that required Bitcoin payment for access. The page was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics or branding. The site called itself The Witness Room and claimed to offer authentic moments of human vulnerability for discerning observers. I paid the entry fee using an anonymous cryptocurrency wallet and gained basic access to the forum. The site was organized into categories with clinical-sounding names: trauma responses, grief manifestations, anxiety episodes, confessional moments. Each category contained dozens of live streams and recorded videos. The view counts were low, usually under 50, but the payment required for each viewing was substantial. The first video I accessed showed a therapy session similar to those from the clinic. a person describing a traumatic experience to an off-camera therapist, unaware they were being observed by paying strangers on the internet. Other videos showed people alone in bedrooms or living spaces, experiencing panic attacks, crying, or engaging in compulsive behaviors. All appeared to be recorded without the subject's knowledge. The site's premium section required additional payment and verification. After another cryptocurrency transfer and a waiting period of 24 hours, I gained access to this restricted area. Here, the content was categorized differently: direct engagement, controlled scenarios, live requests. The first live stream I accessed in this section showed an empty room with white walls and a single chair. Text on screen indicated that the broadcast would begin in 17 minutes and that scenario parameters had already been established by primary observers. A chat window showed usernames discussing technical aspects of the upcoming stream: camera angles, lighting requirements, audio quality. The clinical detachment of their conversation struck me as more disturbing than explicit anticipation would have been. I didn't stay to watch whatever was scheduled to occur in that room. Instead, I methodically documented the site structure, user patterns, and technical infrastructure. The operation was sophisticated, with multiple layers of security and anonymization. This wasn't some amateur effort. It had the hallmarks of an organized network with significant resources. After gathering sufficient information, I prepared a detailed report for federal law enforcement. I included everything I had discovered about the witness room, its connection to the clinic breach, and my analysis of how the operation functioned technically. I submitted the report through official channels, expecting to be contacted for follow-up information. A week passed with no response. I sent a follow-up inquiry and received an automated acknowledgement, but nothing substantive. After 10 days, I called the field office directly and was told my report had been received and forwarded to the appropriate department. The agent I spoke with seemed disinterested, almost dismissive. Frustrated by the lack of official response, I intensified my own investigation. I created a more comprehensive mapping of the witness room's network infrastructure, identifying potential server locations and administrative access points. I catalogued user patterns, payment flows, and content distribution methods. Each layer I uncovered revealed greater complexity and more disturbing implications. The live streams weren't just recordings of therapy sessions or private moments captured through compromised security systems. Some appeared to be deliberately staged scenarios where individuals were placed in situations designed to trigger emotional responses. The controllers would manipulate environmental factors, sounds, temperature, lighting, while observers in the chat suggested specific triggers to elicit desired reactions. 3 weeks into my investigation, I discovered something that fundamentally changed my understanding of what I was dealing with. Hidden in the site's technical architecture was a secondary network, a parallel system that monitored the observers themselves. Every user of the witness room was being recorded while they watched. Keystrokes logged, webcams quietly activated, microphones capturing ambient sounds. The watchers were also being watched. This discovery led me to a deeper level of the operation, accessed through a different entry point entirely. Here, the content consisted entirely of recordings of people watching the witness room streams, close-up footage of faces as they observed others suffering, metadata tracking their viewing patterns, physiological responses measured through subtle analysis of facial movements and breathing patterns. This meta-observation had its own audience, paying even higher premiums for access. I was documenting this secondary system when I noticed something odd about one of the observer recordings. The timestamp showed it was from the previous night, during hours when I had been accessing the witness room myself. With growing unease, I opened the file. The video showed a man sitting at a desk, illuminated by the blue glow of a computer monitor. The camera angle suggested a webcam perspective, looking slightly down at the subject. His face showed subtle expressions of concentration, occasional discomfort, and clinical interest. It took me several seconds to recognize my own reflection, captured from my laptop's camera, that I thought had been securely disabled. The video continued for over an hour, showing me methodically investigating the witness room, taking notes, examining different streams. Occasional metadata appeared on screen. My heart rate estimated through facial blood flow analysis, my pupil dilation tracked when viewing disturbing content, timestamps correlating my viewing patterns with specific website areas. Everything I had done to investigate them had provided them with content for their meta-observation network. I immediately shut down my system, disconnected from all networks, and physically removed the camera and microphones from my devices. I swept my apartment for hidden surveillance devices, finding nothing obvious but remaining unconvinced. The realization that I had become content for the very system I was investigating created a nauseating feedback loop of paranoia. That night, I carefully constructed a new secure system using components that had never been connected to my home network. I used this to draft detailed reports for multiple law enforcement agencies, journalistic organizations, and cybersecurity threat centers. I included all my evidence, analysis, and personal observations, sending each report through different anonymous channels. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one I had not used for any part of this investigation. The subject line contained only a timestamp matching exactly when I had sent my reports. The body of the email was empty, but attached was a video file. Against all better judgment, I opened it on an isolated device. The video showed my apartment from multiple angles, views from devices that should not have existed, my television, computer monitor, phone screen, even my refrigerator with its smart display. All showed the same image. Me, sitting at my desk, drafting reports about the witness room. The footage zoomed in on my face, analyzing my expressions as I worked. Text appeared on screen. Subject demonstrates obsessive behavior patterns consistent with trauma response category 4B. Continued observation recommended. I abandoned my apartment that night, taking nothing electronic with me. I checked into a hotel using cash, bought a disposable phone, and contacted the few people I truly trusted. One friend in law enforcement agreed to meet me the following day. She arrived at our meeting location visibly uncomfortable. When I began explaining my findings about the witness room, she stopped me mid-sentence. Her department had received my report, she confirmed, but it had been flagged and reclassified almost immediately. She wasn't authorized to discuss the details, but her message was clear. Powerful interests were involved, and pursuing this further would have consequences. I spent the next week moving between hotels, using public computers to monitor for any signs that my reports had generated action. Nothing appeared in news outlets or public records. No investigations were announced. The witness room continued operating without disruption. 10 days after leaving my apartment, I received a text on my disposable phone, a phone whose number I had shared with exactly 3 people. The message contained only a website address. Against every rational instinct, I accessed it from a public computer. The page showed a live stream of the hotel room I had checked into that morning. The bed was empty, the room unoccupied. I was sitting in the hotel lobby as I viewed the stream. A timer in the corner showed the broadcast had been active for 3 hours. The view count displayed the number 7. The stream title was simply my full name followed by Observation Phase 2. That was yesterday. I've since crossed state lines, abandoned all electronic devices, and withdrawn cash to live on while I consider my options. I'm writing this account by hand, planning to have it typed and distributed by someone with no connection to me or this situation. I don't know exactly what the witness room is or who operates it. The technical sophistication suggests resources beyond typical criminal organizations. The apparent immunity from law enforcement implies protection or participation at institutional levels. The methodical nature of their observation network indicates purpose beyond voyeurism or profit. What I do know is that somewhere, right now, someone is watching a live stream of a person who doesn't know they're being observed. Someone is paying to witness another human being's vulnerable moments. Someone is analyzing reactions, cataloging responses, building profiles of both the observed and the observers. And increasingly, I suspect that the true purpose of the witness room isn't the content it provides to its users. The real product is the understanding of human psychology that comes from watching people watch others. The multi-layered observation that reveals patterns of behavior, predictors of response, blueprints of manipulation. I check for cameras everywhere now, not just obvious devices, but any object that could potentially house monitoring equipment. I vary my routines, change my appearance, avoid patterns. Still, I feel watched, not by supernatural forces or paranoid delusion, but by a system designed specifically to observe people like me, people who have glimpsed something they weren't meant to see, whose reactions to that glimpse are themselves valuable data. Tonight I'll move again, find another anonymous place to sleep. But before I do, I'll look directly into the nearest screen, television, traffic camera, ATM interface, it doesn't matter which, and I'll acknowledge the observers I know are there. Not with fear or defiance, but with the calm recognition that in a world where vulnerable moments can be commodified, the most vulnerable moment of all is the one where you realize you've always been in someone's blind spot, always been visible to eyes you never knew were watching. I used to think some people just changed, that it was a normal part of growing up. People drift, get bitter, harden. That was how I explained what happened to her for a long time. I told myself she just became someone else, that it wasn't personal. It took me years to admit it wasn't normal at all. Her name was Ava. We were best friends growing up, same street, same school, same everything. There wasn't a single sleepover or birthday party where she wasn't there. For years, we were like our own little orbit. She was smart and weird in a good way. The kind of kid who made up stories during lunch and drew creepy comics in the margins of her notebooks. I liked that about her. She made boring things feel alive. Then she disappeared. It was the summer after graduation. No big send-off. No party. One day she was there, the next she wasn't. Her aunt posted some photo on Facebook of Ava in Italy or Greece, some old town with narrow stone streets. I hadn't even known she was leaving. I messaged her more than once. No replies. Eventually, I stopped. Not because I was mad, but because I didn't want to feel like I was bothering her. I figured maybe she needed space or just wanted a fresh start. She came back 2 years later. It wasn't announced. There was no big reunion. I just ran into her at a petrol station of all places. I remember how weirdly bright it was inside. the way bad fluorescent lighting always is. I saw her before she saw me. And even though her face hadn't changed much, I felt something tighten in my chest. Her eyes weren't the same. It wasn't anything like you see in some movies, where they can literally see darkness or whatever. But the way she looked at me, it was like I was an inconvenience, like she'd already moved on and was annoyed I hadn't. She didn't hug me, didn't smile, just gave me a flat hey and grabbed her receipt. I stood there like an idiot holding a Fanta. I didn't even say much, just something like, "You're back." And she nodded and walked out. That was it. I tried to reach out again, occasionally texting her. I got nothing back. I ran into her once more at a grocery store. Same deal, cold, flat, not mean, just completely uninterested. After a while, I gave up, and I told myself maybe that was fine. Maybe people don't always owe you an explanation for who they become. But part of me kept replaying that first moment in the gas station, the way she looked through me. That brings me to last year. It was a Saturday night, early fall. I was home alone, half watching a YouTube documentary with the volume low. My phone was face down. I remember the exact buzz it made, that long one, the kind you get with messages from people not in your contacts. I don't know why I even checked it. It was from Ava, or at least from her number. There wasn't a message, just a link, no context, no greeting. Just a string of random characters and a .onion address buried in the middle. I stared at it for probably a full minute. I didn't even breathe. My first thought was that it was a scam or malware. But some part of me, the old part that still remembered how close we were, told me she sent it on purpose, that there was a reason. I used an old laptop, booted it into Tails. I'd played with Tor before years ago, but never for anything like this. My hands were clammy the whole time. I told myself if anything looked shady, I'd kill the power immediately. The page took almost a full minute to load. When it finally did, it was just a black screen with a timer. 0248, just under 3 minutes. It counted down in red, and underneath it was a chat box already going. Lines of text, constant, some of it in languages I couldn't read. The rest was English, but coded, like slang or shorthand. I couldn't tell what they were talking about at first. When the timer hit 0, the stream flickered on. There was a chair in the middle of a concrete room. It was bolted to the floor, but empty. The room was completely empty, as far as I could see, with no windows. Just the hum of overhead lights and the faint echo of someone walking, somewhere off camera. I still didn't understand what I was looking at. Then the chat changed. People were typing numbers, making bids. Usernames I didn't recognize were posting names. Some were fake, some felt too real. One of them was next pick, pull from chat. That's when I felt my stomach turn. I scrolled up to try and make sense of it, and that's when I saw her, Avenue, or what had to be her. Not her real name, but an old handle she used in middle school. I hadn't seen it in years. No one else could have remembered that. She was active, posting, typing like she belonged there. Then I saw it. Bid. £9,400. Then my name. M. Full name. Spelled correctly, properly capitalized, just sitting there like any other text. I froze. For a few seconds, I couldn't even move, couldn't even close the tab. I just sat there watching more usernames chime in. Seconded, confirmed, show us the face. I slammed the laptop shut, unplugged it. Yanked the battery like that would somehow protect me. My ears were ringing. It was like that high-pitched tone you get when your body goes into survival mode. I don't remember standing up. I just remember pacing, hands shaking, heart doing this sick little flutter in my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning, I had 3 missed calls from numbers I didn't know. 1 voicemail. It was 10 seconds of silence, then the sound of something scraping across concrete. That same sound from the stream. I threw the phone out, got a new number. Emails came next, one-liners. Things like, "We'll find you," or "Don't bother running." They were always from different addresses, always with some little detail to let me know it was personal. I deleted everything and removed all of my private info off social media. I did my best to erase any trace of myself online. But the more I scrubbed, the more I realized how much of me was still floating out there. Then came the people. At first, I convinced myself it was just paranoia. I would walk to the store and feel the weight of someone behind me. I would glance out the window and see a car idling across the street, longer than made sense for someone doing nothing. But the patterns kept repeating. It was the same car, the same face. Not every day, but often enough to notice. Different angles, different times, always nearby, always lingering just long enough to register, but never long enough to confront. Eventually, I filed a police report. It was a waste of time. There were no direct threats, no evidence. They told me to block the emails and vary my daily routines. I had already done that. So I left. I moved to a different city. I changed my name. I found a place to rent off the books and stayed disconnected. I deleted every trace of myself online, and I stopped using any account tied to my real identity. For a while, I believed I was safe. That changed last week. Someone slid an envelope under my apartment door. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of me walking home taken from behind. The framing was deliberate. The image was clear. It was taken recently, close and carefully. There was no note, no sender, no explanation, only the photograph. Now I am packing again. Because wherever Ava is, whatever she has become, she saw me. And this time, she chose me. I was the one who found the website. That's the part I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. A few years later, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night in the hostel and how everything changed when Emily started screaming. I've never spoken about this to anyone, not even to the friends who were there that night. I'm writing this down because keeping it bottled up is slowly destroying me. My girlfriend says I talk in my sleep, muttering about turning it off and just a video. She thinks it's from stress at work, but how do I tell her what we all saw that night? How do I explain that somewhere out there, those videos are still being made, still being watched, and we all just walked away and pretended it never happened? This happened during my gap year after sixth form. I'd been backpacking around Eastern Europe with money I'd saved from working at my local supermarket for 18 months. By October, I'd made my way to Prague, staying in this massive hostel that was popular with British and American backpackers. It was the kind of place where you could always find someone to go drinking with, where people passed through for a few days before moving on to Berlin or Vienna or Budapest. I'd been there about 4 days when I met this group of British students, 2 guys and 3 girls, all from different universities who'd met while traveling. They seemed cool, and we clicked right away over cheap beers in the hostel's common room. They were like most backpackers you meet, open-minded, adventurous, looking for experiences they could tell stories about when they got home. Stories that would make their friends envious of their gap year adventures. On my 5th night, after the hostel bar closed at midnight, we were all a bit drunk, but not ready to sleep. One of the guys, Tom, suggested we go back to their room to keep drinking. They had a 6-bed dorm all to themselves, so there was plenty of space. I remember thinking it was just going to be another night of swapping travel stories and maybe planning a group outing for the next day. The hostel was one of those converted old buildings with thick walls and creaky wooden floors. Their room was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a long hallway lit by these dim yellow lights that made everything look slightly jaundiced. When we got to their room, Tom pulled out his laptop and a bottle of local vodka someone had bought earlier. I should mention that at this point, I still thought this was going to be a normal night. Maybe watch some YouTube videos, share music, typical backpacker bonding stuff. I had no idea Tom was into the dark web, or that he'd been showing the others crazy videos he found there over the past few nights. While Tom set up his laptop, connecting to the hostel Wi-Fi through some VPN he was using, he started telling me about these insane gore videos he'd found. He explained how you needed special browsers to access these sites, how everything was anonymous, how you could find anything if you knew where to look. I remember feeling uncomfortable, but also curious. I'd heard about the dark web before, but had never seen it. The others were clearly already familiar with this routine. They arranged themselves on the bunk beds around Tom's laptop, passing around the vodka bottle. The room was dimly lit, just one small bedside lamp on, which made the laptop screen seem extraordinarily bright. I sat on one of the lower bunks, feeling increasingly uneasy, but not wanting to seem like the prudish one of the group. Tom navigated through what looked like a normal forum, except everything was styled in black and red. The site had a name that was just a string of random letters and numbers. He explained they curated the best extreme videos from around the web. I remember how casually he scrolled through thumbnail images that already looked disturbing, even at that small size. Emily sat beside me on the bunk, while Sophie and Anna were on the opposite bunk. The other guy, Dave, was sitting on the floor next to Tom. There was this weird energy in the room, a mix of nervous excitement and discomfort. Nobody wanted to be the one to say this was too much. Tom clicked on a video titled something like Workshop Fun. The player expanded to fill most of the screen. What we saw started like some kind of amateur horror film. Poor lighting, shaky camera work. Someone in what looked like a workshop or garage. There was a person tied to a chair, wearing what appeared to be a bloody Halloween mask. At least, that's what I told myself it was. The camera moved around this person, showing various tools laid out on a table nearby. Everything looked staged, but in a disturbing way that was trying too hard to be shocking. Tom and Dave were making comments about the fake blood and how you could see the strings when the camera zoomed in. I wanted to believe them, that this was just some extreme version of those fake prank videos you sometimes stumble across online. But then the camera angle changed, and we could see the person's face clearly for the first time. The Halloween mask wasn't a mask at all. It was a real person, gagged and terrified, with what looked like cuts and burns already visible on their face and neck. That's when Emily made this strangled sound next to me. At first, I thought she was just reacting to how graphic the video was turning. We all felt sick watching it. But then she grabbed Tom's arm so hard he spilled vodka on himself. She kept pointing at the screen, not speaking, just making these awful, choked sounds. Tom paused the video, annoyed at first. Emily was shaking, tears streaming down her face as she tried to form words. Finally, she managed to tell us that she recognized the person in the video. It was someone from her hometown, a girl who had gone missing during a backpacking trip through Eastern Europe almost 6 months earlier. The room went completely silent. Tom immediately closed the laptop, but it was too late. We'd all seen it. We'd all recognized the moment Emily had. This wasn't some fake gore video made for shock value. This was real footage of a real person who had really gone missing. What followed was chaos. Sophie started crying. Dave was saying it couldn't be the same person, that Emily was mistaken. Anna was frantically texting someone on her phone. Tom just sat there staring at his closed laptop like it might explode. I felt physically sick, like the floor was tilting beneath me. My mind kept replaying that moment when I realized we weren't watching a sick prank or an amateur horror film. We were watching someone's actual suffering, someone Emily knew personally, and the timestamp on the video was from 3 months ago. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Tom reopened his laptop. Instead of going back to the video, he started deleting his browsing history, clearing caches, removing whatever software he'd been using. His hands were shaking so badly he kept mistyping. Dave was helping him, both of them muttering about IP addresses and how we could all get in trouble for accessing the site. Emily wanted to go to the police, but Tom and Dave were adamant that we couldn't. They argued that we'd be implicated for accessing the dark web, that we could be considered suspects since we'd clearly been looking for violent content. Sophie sided with them, terrified of getting in trouble. Anna just kept saying we should leave Prague immediately. I just sat there, paralyzed with indecision. Part of me knew Emily was right. We had to report what we'd seen, but another part was selfishly worried about the consequences. Would I be detained in a foreign country? Would this follow me forever? Would my parents find out I'd been watching disgusting videos on the dark web? In the end, we made a decision that haunts me every day. We agreed to say nothing. Tom completely wiped his laptop, even running some program that supposedly overwrote the hard drive multiple times. We all swore to never speak of it again. The next morning, the group checked out of the hostel. I stayed another day, unable to face them at breakfast. Emily had been crying all night. I could hear her through the walls. When I finally left Prague, I went south instead of east as I'd planned, wanting to put as much distance between myself and the memory of that night as possible. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Someone is making those videos. Someone is filming them. Someone is uploading them. And people like us are watching them, telling themselves it's not real, that it's just extreme entertainment. Until that night, I could pretend the dark web was just an urban legend, a story about a hidden part of the internet where terrible things happen. But I've seen it now. I've seen how thin the line is between curiosity and complicity. I've seen how easy it is to become part of something horrific without even realizing it until it's too late. Sometimes I look up the case of the missing girl from Emily's hometown. There's still a Facebook page dedicated to finding her, run by her parents. They post updates on the anniversary of her disappearance, begging for information. They don't know what happened to their daughter. They don't know that 7 strangers in a Prague hostel saw her final moments and said nothing. I don't know what happened to the others after that night. We disconnected completely. No social media, no exchange numbers. It was like we all wanted to erase each other along with the memory. But I wonder if they have the same nightmares I do. I wonder if Emily ever went to the police on her own. I wonder if Tom still browses those sites, telling himself it's all fake. And I wonder about something else, something that keeps me awake at night. When Tom was scrolling through that site, I saw dozens of thumbnail images of other videos, dozens of other victims. How many of them were real people with families searching for them? How many disappeared without a trace, only to end up as entertainment for people like us, drinking in hostels and looking for a thrill? I still travel sometimes, but I never stay in hostels. I can't stand the thought of those communal spaces, those rooms full of strangers, all with their own secrets and browsing histories. Every time I see someone hunched over a laptop with their screen angled away, I wonder what they're watching. Every time I hear about a missing backpacker, I think about that night. The dark web isn't some separate world that exists apart from ours. It's here, bleeding into our reality every day. People disappear, videos appear. And somewhere in Prague, in a hostel room that's been cleaned and rented thousands of times since that night, 7 people became part of something they can never undo, no matter how hard they try to delete it. I never wanted to share this story. Even now, as I type this out at 3 a.m. with my blinds drawn tight, I keep second-guessing myself. But after what happened last week, after seeing that familiar username pop up in my email, I realized I need to put this somewhere. Maybe as a warning. Maybe just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I've always been the tech guy in my friend group. The one people call when their laptop's acting up or when they need help setting up their new smart TV. It started back when I was 13, taking apart my dad's old computers in our garage in Manchester. My parents thought it was just a phase, but computers made sense to me in a way people never did. I was that quiet kid who'd rather debug code than go to parties. Not exactly the most exciting childhood, but it led me down some interesting paths. University was when things really took off. I studied computer science at Leeds, and while everyone else was out getting plastered at the student union, I'd be in my room exploring the furthest corners of the internet. It wasn't just about the coding challenges or the hacking forums, though those were fascinating enough. I was curious about what else was out there, beyond the surface web most people never venture past. That curiosity is what led me to the dark web in my second year. Looking back, I wish I could go back and slap some sense into my younger self. I thought I was being so clever, so edgy, setting up Tor, finding those first .onion links, feeling like I was some kind of digital explorer. It's embarrassing now, how proud I was of myself, like I'd discovered some secret club. I wasn't doing anything particularly dodgy at first, just browsing, looking at some marketplaces out of curiosity, reading forums where people discuss privacy and security. I remember telling myself that I was just there for academic reasons, to understand the full landscape of the internet. That's what we tell ourselves, isn't it? That we're just observers, not participants, that we can look without being touched by what we see. I'd been exploring for about 6 months when I came across a link on one of the forums. Someone had posted it with a cryptic message, for those with stronger stomachs than mine. No other context, no explanation. I should have left it alone. I knew even then that there were corners of the dark web no one should visit, but there was something about the way it was phrased, like a challenge. And I'd always had trouble walking away from a challenge. It was a Tuesday night in November. I remember because my flatmates had gone to see some horror film at the cinema. Ironic, considering what I was about to witness was far worse than any fictional horror. They'd invited me along, but I'd claimed I had coursework to finish. In reality, I just wanted a few hours alone to explore without anyone looking over my shoulder. My room was small, with just enough space for a bed and a desk crammed under the window. The streetlight outside cast an orange glow through the cheap blinds, making patterns on my keyboard as I clicked the link and waited for the page to load. Tor is notoriously slow, and I remember drumming my fingers, wondering if the link was dead. Maybe part of me was hoping it wouldn't load at all. When it finally did, it looked underwhelming at first. A black background, a simple login page with no graphics or explanations. Just a username and password field, and below it, a button that said Observe. No option to register that I could see. I was about to close it when I noticed a small line of text at the bottom. Guests welcome for preview only. hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to close the browser and forget I'd ever seen this page. But that damn curiosity, it's like an itch you can't help scratching, even when you know it'll make things worse. I moved my cursor to the Observe button and clicked. The screen went black for a moment, then loaded what looked like a streaming video. The quality was poor, grainy, and with a slight delay, like CCTV footage. It showed a room, empty, except for a metal table in the center. The walls were concrete, and there was a drain in the floor. My first thought was that it was some kind of industrial space, maybe an abandoned building. Then I noticed the tools arranged neatly on a tray beside the table. Scalpels, pliers, things I couldn't even identify. My stomach dropped. I knew I should close the browser immediately, but I was frozen, hoping this was just some elaborate setup for a prank or a very convincing piece of performance art. That's when I noticed the chat window on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. Anonymous users I didn't recognize, typing in a mix of languages. I caught fragments in English asking when it would start, commenting on previous sessions, preparing requests for what would happen next. It reminded me of those live gaming streams my flatmate would watch, except there was something soulless and predatory about the way these messages moved, like digital vultures circling. I felt sick. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hoax, a shocking display put on to scare people or to scam them out of money. I remember adjusting my position in my chair. The cheap foam cushion had gone flat after too many all-night coding sessions. My neck was stiff. I always got tense when I was anxious, a habit since childhood that my mum used to point out. But then a door opened on screen and two figures entered the room. One was wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face, dressed in what looked like surgical scrubs. The other, God, I still see them in my nightmares, was a young man, maybe in his 20s, with tape over his mouth and his hands bound behind his back. His eyes were wild with terror as he was forced onto the table. I should have closed the browser then. I should have reported it to someone, though I had no idea who would have jurisdiction over something like this. Instead, I sat there, telling myself it couldn't be real, even as the chat window exploded with activity. Users were placing what looked like bids, specifying what they wanted to see done. The messages contained horrific requests, starting with extremities, avoiding facial damage initially, grotesque suggestions about the victim's eyes. My throat went dry as I read them. I remember my hand hovering over the trackpad, trembling slightly. The heating in my room had kicked on, that familiar clicking sound as the radiator warmed up, such a normal, everyday sound that felt completely at odds with the horror unfolding on my screen. I felt like I was going to be sick. This couldn't be happening. Not in real life, not with me watching. I told myself it was an elaborate fake, that the person on the table was an actor, that the blood that began to flow when the masked figure made the first cut wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. The screams that came through my headphones weren't acted. The terror in that young man's eyes wasn't performed. I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left. When I came back, shaking, I opened my computer again, not to watch, but to figure out how to report what I'd seen. But the page was gone, redirecting to an error message. I tried the link again, but it was dead. For days afterwards, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that room, that table, those tools. I told myself there was nothing I could have done. I had no way of knowing where it was happening. No way to identify the people involved, I tried to convince myself it might have been fake after all. People can do amazing things with special effects these days, right? But I knew the truth. I'd seen something real, something horrific, and I'd done nothing but watch. I nearly dropped out of university. I stopped going to lectures, stopped talking to friends. My flatmates thought I was having some kind of breakdown, which I suppose I was. I formatted my hard drive and reinstalled everything, paranoid that somehow I'd been tracked, that whoever ran that site knew who I was and what I'd seen. After a few months, I started to recover. I told myself it was a one-time mistake, that I'd never go near the dark web again. I focused on finishing my degree, got a job at a cybersecurity firm in London, built a normal life. I almost managed to convince myself that night had been some kind of fever dream, until last week. I was working late, alone in my flat. These days, I keep normal hours, have a girlfriend, go to the pub with colleagues, all the things normal people do. But sometimes I still stay up too late, coding or gaming or just browsing Reddit. It was around 1 a.m. when the email arrived. It came to my personal account, not the one I use for work. The subject line was just a string of numbers. The sender's address was a jumble of letters and digits that didn't look like any standard email format. I should have deleted it as spam, but something made me open it. There was no message, just a link, and below it, a single line stating they'd missed me, followed by an observer number I'd never seen before. I'd never used that identifier anywhere. It wasn't something I'd created or chosen, but as soon as I saw it, I knew. It was what they'd called me on that site. It was the automatic observer ID assigned to me when I'd clicked that button. I remember the room suddenly feeling colder, like someone had left a window open in December. My ears started to ring slightly, that same feeling I'd get before a panic attack during my university finals. I should have called someone, maybe my friend David, who works in digital security, but something kept me frozen in place. They knew who I was. They'd known all along. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, but I managed to delete the email. I shut down my computer, unplugged it from the wall. Childish, perhaps, but it was all I could think to do. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, jumping at every sound, checking the locks on my door and windows over and over. The next day, another email arrived, this time on my work account. Same subject line, same sender. I deleted it without opening it, then spent the day looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being watched. I kept checking my reflection in my monitor screen, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. The office felt different somehow. Spaces I'd walked through 1,000 times suddenly seemed threatening, filled with shadows and blind corners. The walk to the bathroom felt like crossing a minefield. When I got home, there was a third email waiting. On an old university account I hardly ever check anymore. This one had a message telling me it was my last chance, mentioning they had something special planned just for me. I didn't go to work the next day, or the day after that. I called in sick, turned off my phone, disconnected my router. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just some sick joke, someone who'd hacked my accounts. But then the letter arrived. An actual physical letter delivered to my flat. No return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper with an address printed on it. An address less than a mile from where I live. And a time. Tonight, 11 p.m. I've spent the day trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what exactly? That years ago I watched something terrible on the dark web, and now I'm getting creepy emails. I have no proof, no evidence of any crime. Just my word. and the terrible feeling that somehow I've been marked. The rational part of my brain says to ignore it, to stay home, lock the doors, maybe go stay with a friend for a few days until this blows over. But there's another part, the part that couldn't resist clicking that link all those years ago, that wonders. What if there's another victim? What if by going, I could somehow stop what happened before from happening again? Or what if it's a trap? What if I'm meant to be the next person on that table? It's 10:30 p.m. now. I have 30 minutes to decide. I keep telling myself I won't go, that only a madman would walk knowingly into what could be his own murder. But I also know that if I don't, I'll spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for them to find me again. I've written this all down as a record, I suppose. If something happens to me, maybe someone will find it. Maybe they'll understand. Or maybe I'm just scaring myself over nothing. And tomorrow I'll read this back and laugh at how paranoid I've become. It's funny how the mind works. Last night I was worried about paying my council tax on time. And now, here I am writing what might be my last words. The ordinary and the horrific side by side. I just remembered I was supposed to call my mum tomorrow for her birthday. I should have visited more often. There's a knock at my door. It's too early. It's only 10:33. No one should be here. I'm not expecting anyone. The knocking is getting louder, more insistent. I can hear voices outside, whispering. The letterbox just flapped open. Something's been pushed through, a white envelope, just like the one that came this morning. I don't want to open it. I don't want to know what's inside. But I also know I don't have a choice anymore. They found me. And judging by what I can see through my peephole, 3 figures in white masks waiting patiently. They're not planning to leave until they get what they came for. I'm going to stop writing now. I need to think about what to do next. If anyone reads this, well, I'm not sure what I expect you to do. Just know that there are corners of the internet where real nightmares live. And sometimes, when you look into the darkness looks back and remembers your face. I moved to Seoul 3 years ago to teach English at a private academy. The transition from my small Midwestern hometown to one of the most technologically advanced cities in the world was jarring in ways I hadn't anticipated. The crowded subway stations, the constant digital advertisements on every surface, the blinding speed of the internet, all of it overwhelmed me initially. But humans adapt. After 6 months, I barely noticed these things anymore. What I did notice was my growing sense of isolation. Despite being surrounded by millions of people, my limited Korean and cultural differences created invisible barriers. Most of my social interactions were with other foreign teachers who came and went as their contracts ended. The few Korean friends I made were busy with demanding jobs and family obligations. Gradually, my world narrowed to my small apartment, the academy where I taught, and the convenience store on the corner. I'm telling you this to explain why I spend so much time online. In a city where I often felt invisible, the internet offered connection. I joined forums for expatriates, video chatted with family back home, and participated in online gaming communities. My laptop became my primary window to human interaction beyond the superficial conversations at work. My apartment came with the fastest internet connection I'd ever experienced, a common feature in Seoul, where digital infrastructure is prioritized. Downloads that would have taken hours back home completed in seconds. Video calls never lagged. Streaming was instantaneous. This remarkable connectivity became something I took for granted until the night it inexplicably faltered. It started with minor disruptions, Buffering videos, delayed messages, dropped calls. Frustrating but not unusual, even in Seoul. I ran speed tests showing significantly reduced bandwidth. Thinking it might be a building-wide issue, I messaged my neighbor, another English teacher, who often helped me navigate these small annoyances of expatriate life. He reported no problems with his connection. I contacted my internet provider, navigating their automated customer service system with my limited Korean. After several redirections, I received a message that a technician would check the external connections to my building the following day. Until then, I would have to manage with the degraded service. That night, trying to video chat with my sister, the connection became so poor that her image froze repeatedly, her voice cutting in and out until we gave up. After ending the failed call, I noticed something odd. Despite the video call being disconnected, my laptop's network activity indicator showed continuous data transfer, uploading and downloading at significant rates. I opened my network monitoring application, something I rarely used but had installed months earlier when troubleshooting a different issue. The interface displayed active connections between my device and multiple unfamiliar IP addresses. Data was flowing through ports I hadn't authorized. My first thought was malware. Perhaps I'd clicked something I shouldn't have, and now my computer was part of some botnet. I initiated security scans, closed all applications, and even physically disconnected from the internet by unplugging my router. The network activity indicator went dark, as expected. I reconnected and immediately observed the unauthorized data transfer resuming. The security scans found nothing suspicious. The next day, the internet technician arrived while I was at work. When I returned home that evening, I found a note in broken English explaining that no issues had been detected with the external connection. The technician had reset my router and suggested the problem might be with my laptop. The note included standard recommendations: restart the device, clear the cache, check for system updates. I followed these instructions, even performing a system restore to a point weeks earlier. The unauthorized network activity continued. What changed was my internet speed, no longer degraded, but functioning at its usual remarkable pace, despite the mysterious data transfers happening in the background. That night, I received a message from a username I didn't recognize on a messaging platform I rarely used. The message contained only a link, no text. Normally, I would never click such a thing, but exhaustion and frustration had worn down my usual caution. The link led to what appeared to be a troubleshooting forum in Korean. Using a browser translation tool, I could make out technical discussions about network routing, VPN configurations, and bandwidth allocation. One thread caught my attention, a conversation about something called passive nodes in residential networks. The translation was imperfect, but I gathered that certain high-speed connections in densely populated areas could be utilized as relay points for data transmission without the user's knowledge. The thread described this as a common practice among certain online communities requiring anonymized traffic. As I scrolled through the discussion, a private message appeared from a forum user with the name Node Manager. Translated, the message asked if I was experiencing connectivity issues and offered assistance. I hesitantly explained my situation: the unexplained data transfers, the initial speed degradation, the failed troubleshooting attempts. The response came quickly, explaining that my internet connection had likely been incorporated into a private routing network without my authorization. The initial slowdown occurred during the integration process, but now that my connection was fully configured as a node, the system was allocating resources more efficiently, allowing both normal usage and background data relay. I asked what kind of data was being transmitted through my connection. The response was vague. Secure communications requiring privacy protection, nothing illegal, nothing that would be traced back to me. When I expressed concern about having my network used without consent, Node Manager offered to remove my connection from their system for a fee in cryptocurrency. This had all the hallmarks of a scam, but the technical details matched exactly what I was experiencing. I declined the payment option and stated my intention to report this to my internet provider and local authorities. The final message I received contained just 2 words in English: "Watch first." A moment later, a link appeared. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I clicked it. The page that loaded had a minimal interface, a black background, a video player in the center, a timestamp, and a view account showing 17. The video showed an empty room with white walls. The timestamp indicated the feed was live. For several minutes, nothing happened. I was about to close the browser when a person entered the frame. Their face was obscured by digital pixelation, but their body language suggested nervousness. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a piece of paper with writing I couldn't read from the angle shown. The viewer count increased to 23. A small text field appeared below the video, showing messages in various languages. Using translation tools, I could see viewers asking for the subject to perform specific actions. Most requests were simple: raise a hand, stand up, turn around. The person complied with each instruction, movements becoming increasingly reluctant as the request continued. I closed the browser, deeply disturbed by whatever I had witnessed. Within seconds, my messenger pinged with another message from Node Manager. An image of my face, captured moments earlier through my laptop's webcam, which I had never activated. Below the image was text explaining that my network node was being used to route encrypted streams for a private viewing community. Attempting to interfere would result in my transition from relay point to content subject. I shut down my laptop immediately, unplugged all devices, and spent a sleepless night contemplating my options. The next morning, I purchased a new laptop and a mobile hotspot from a provider different from my home internet service. Using this completely separate connection, I researched what I had stumbled into. Information was sparse and contradictory. Some sources dismissed red rooms as urban legends, technically impossible due to bandwidth limitations of anonymized networks. Others suggested they existed, but were elaborate scams. Staged performances marketed as authentic to separate cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. A few troubling accounts described them as genuine operations run by technically sophisticated criminal networks exploiting high-speed infrastructure in countries with advanced digital ecosystems. South Korea, with its extraordinary connectivity and dense urban population, appeared repeatedly in these discussions. The country's internet speeds, among the fastest globally, made it ideal for services requiring substantial bandwidth. Its urban density meant residential connections could be compromised without drawing attention, lost in the digital noise of millions of concurrent users. I considered reporting my experience to authorities but hesitated. My visa status made me reluctant to draw official attention. My limited Korean would make explaining the technical nuances difficult. Most importantly, I had no evidence beyond the messages on my compromised laptop, which I was now afraid to access again. Instead, I contacted a cybersecurity consultant recommended in an expatriate forum. We met in a busy cafe where I explained the situation. His expression remained neutral throughout my account, but his questions became increasingly specific about the interface I had seen, the routing methods described, and the patterns of data transfer. After I finished, he explained that what I had encountered was unfortunately real. Certain buildings in Seoul, particularly those with direct connections to the city's advanced fiber infrastructure, were specifically targeted for integration into these networks. Foreign residents were preferred targets, less likely to report issues, more likely to attribute problems to cultural or language misunderstandings, often living alone with fewer people to notice strange digital occurrences. The consultant offered to secure my new devices and investigate my home network for a substantial fee. Desperate for help, I agreed. 2 days later, he came to my apartment, bringing specialized equipment to analyze the connection without directly engaging with it. His examination confirmed what Node Manager had claimed. My internet service had been configured as a relay node for encrypted streams, with a secondary function allowing remote access to connected devices. The modification was sophisticated, operating at the router firmware level. Simply replacing the router wouldn't solve the problem, as the access point in the building's telecommunications closet had also been compromised. Moving to a different provider wouldn't help either, as most used the same physical infrastructure in this area. The consultant implemented temporary security measures, a hardware firewall, encrypted DNS services, VPN protocols, while acknowledging these were bandages on a more fundamental problem. His recommendation was blunt: move to a different building as soon as possible. Until then, assume all connected devices were potentially compromised. I began searching for a new apartment immediately, but lease terms in Seoul are complicated, typically requiring substantial deposits and minimum stay periods. Breaking my current contract would mean losing thousands of dollars I couldn't afford to forfeit. A week after implementing the security measures, I received a paper letter in my mailbox, unusual in itself, as most communications in Seoul are digital. The letter contained a printed screenshot of my new laptop's desktop, taken the previous day, along with a list of websites I had visited while researching new apartments. The message was clear: the security measures had failed or been circumvented. That night, my apartment lost power briefly, just a few seconds, but long enough to reset all electronic devices. When service resumed, the hardware firewall the consultant had installed showed its configuration had been reset to default settings. The VPN connection had disconnected. The specialized DNS settings had reverted. I contacted the consultant again, who seemed genuinely disturbed by this development. The level of access required to coordinate a targeted power interruption with immediate reconfiguration of security devices suggested resources beyond typical hackers. He advised me to leave the apartment immediately, even if it meant financial loss. I spent that night in a hotel, using only my mobile phone with a new SIM card purchased with cash. In the morning, I returned to my apartment to pack essential items, planning to stay with a colleague until finding new housing. As I entered, my phone received a notification despite being disconnected from Wi-Fi and using the new SIM. The message contained my current location coordinates and the simple text, "Node status remains active." I packed quickly, taking only what would fit in a backpack. As I was leaving, my neighbor, the one who had reported no internet issues, was entering his apartment. He nodded in greeting, then paused, looking at my backpack. He asked in perfect English if I was going somewhere. When I vaguely mentioned visiting a friend, he smiled and said perhaps my internet issues would be resolved when I returned. Something in his expression made me deeply uncomfortable. I mumbled a response and hurried away, but not before noticing a small pin on his lapel, a design I recognized from the forum, where I had first encountered discussions of passive nodes. The icon resembled a stylized eye with a digital motif. I never returned to that apartment, I forfeited my deposit, left most of my possessions, and moved to a different district of Seoul. I changed jobs, altered my online presence, and replaced all electronic devices. For several months, I detected no unusual network activities or unexplained communications. Then yesterday, while using a public Wi-Fi connection at a cafe I'd never previously visited, I received an email to an address I had created only weeks earlier and shared with no one. The message contained a single image, a screenshot of the coffee shop's security camera feed showing me sitting at my current table, captured moments earlier. Below was a view account, 31. I don't know if I'll ever escape this network. It exists in the infrastructure itself, in the invisible digital pathways we've woven through our modern world. Sometimes I wonder how many others are unknowingly serving as nodes, their connections becoming conduits for streams they'll never see, their cameras capturing moments they don't know are being shared. The internet has no memory limitations, no capacity for mercy, no mechanism for true deletion. Somewhere in that vast digital architecture, everything is preserved, including, I suspect, whatever they recorded through my devices during those weeks. I've become content in a library I can't access, viewed by people I'll never identify. What terrifies me most isn't that I'm still being watched. It's the possibility that I always was, that the entire digital ecosystem we've built is fundamentally, architecturally designed for observation, not by governments or corporations, but by whoever has the technical skill to access its deeper functions. And in that shadow network, latency isn't just a measure of connection speed. It's the delay between becoming a node and realizing you've always been a subject. I never intended to find it. Most people who stumble onto the darker corners of the internet are actively looking, following breadcrumbs of urban legends and whispered rumors. Not me. I was just doing my job. I work in digital forensics for an insurance company. Nothing glamorous, mostly analyzing data from car accident claims, verifying timestamps on property damage photos, that sort of thing. Occasionally, we get cases involving potential fraud, where someone might have manipulated evidence. That's what led me down this particular rabbit hole. A claim had come in for a high-end electronics store that had allegedly been robbed. The security camera footage showed masked figures breaking in after hours and methodically clearing out the most valuable merchandise. Standard stuff. But something about the video felt off to me. The timestamps were consistent. The metadata looked normal. But certain compression artifacts appeared in patterns that didn't match typical security camera encoding. I've spent enough time analyzing video to recognize when something's been processed through multiple systems. This footage had signatures suggesting it had been routed through some kind of streaming service before being downloaded and submitted as evidence. Again, not necessarily suspicious on its own. Many modern security systems upload to cloud servers automatically, but combined with a few other anomalies, it merited deeper investigation. I traced the video's digital fingerprint backward, following a trail of encoding signatures and network markers. The insurance company gives us considerable technical leeway when investigating potential fraud, so I had access to specialized tools and databases not available to the general public. What I expected to find was evidence that the footage had been staged, perhaps an inside job disguised as a break-in. What I found instead was a pathway leading to a closed network operating through a series of proxy servers and encryption layers. The security footage hadn't just been processed through standard cloud storage. It had been live streamed to a private audience before being repurposed as evidence for the insurance claim. Professional curiosity got the better of me. I followed the digital trail, using access tools that technically fell within my job description, but definitely pushed ethical boundaries. After 3 days of careful tracing, I found myself looking at an unmarked website, accessible only through specialized routing protocols. The landing page was minimal, just a login screen with no company name, no graphics, no identifying information of any kind. Using analytical techniques that I'd rather not detail, I managed to access the site's back-end database. What I found was a sophisticated streaming platform with hundreds of active feeds organized into categories. Most feeds showed empty rooms, parked cars, streetscapes, or other mundane settings. Each had viewership metrics, timestamping, and user interaction logs. This wasn't some amateur operation. It was a professional-grade surveillance network with global reach. One category caught my attention: scheduled events. Unlike the passive surveillance feeds, these had specific start times, viewer registration requirements, and something called interaction parameters. The most recent scheduled event had occurred the previous night, with the cryptic title Inventory Reduction Phase 3. When I checked the archived footage, I found myself watching the same robbery that had been submitted in our insurance claim. The implications hit me all at once. This wasn't footage of an actual robbery. This was something staged specifically for an audience, filmed to appear like security camera footage, then repurposed as evidence for a fraudulent insurance claim. The thieves were performers. The stolen merchandise was probably moved out through legitimate channels, while the insurance company paid for the supposed loss. Clever as far as fraud schemes go, but what disturbed me more was the viewership data. 63 people had watched this staged robbery live, many paying significant amounts in cryptocurrency for the privilege. The interactive log showed viewers sending real-time messages suggesting how the thieves should behave, which items to take, whether to vandalize the space, how to position themselves for better camera angles. I should have reported my findings immediately, compiled the evidence for our fraud investigation team, and moved on. Instead, I kept digging, curious about the other scheduled events in the system. Most had innocuous titles that gave little indication of their content. Night Shift Protocol, Wellness Check 17, Conditioning Session. The viewership numbers varied from as few as 10 to over 100, with corresponding price tiers. The next scheduled event was something called Home Evaluation Series, Residence 28, set to begin at 1 a.m. the following night. Against every ethical guideline and professional standard, I decided to observe it. I told myself it was necessary for building a comprehensive fraud case. In reality, I was simply curious. A curiosity I've regretted every day since. I took precautions, using a secured connection and routing through multiple proxies. At 12:55 a.m., I accessed the platform and found the upcoming stream already had 47 registered viewers. A countdown timer showed 5 minutes remaining. The preview image displayed what looked like ordinary home security camera footage of a living room. Sofa, television, coffee table. Typical suburban decor. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. At exactly 1 a.m., the stream went live. The initial view showed the living room from a corner ceiling perspective, mimicking standard home security positioning. For several minutes, nothing happened. The empty room, dimly lit by a small lamp, remained still and silent. The viewership count ticked up to 53. A text interface at the bottom of the screen showed viewers sending messages, most expressing anticipation or discussing technical aspects of the camera setup. At 1:08 a.m., a new camera angle activated, showing what appeared to be a bedroom. A person was sleeping in the bed, unaware of being observed by dozens of strangers. The camera angle was positioned to show the entire room, with particular focus on the bedroom door and window. Again, messages scrolled as viewers discussed the setting, the subject, and something they referred to as entry methods. With growing discomfort, I realized I was watching someone's actual home, accessed through their own security system, without their knowledge. The viewers weren't just passive observers. They were actively discussing how to enter this residence. This wasn't entertainment, it was premeditation. At 1:17 a.m., a third camera angle activated, showing the exterior of the house, specifically the back door and patio area. A figure in dark clothing appeared at the edge of the frame, moving carefully toward the door. Messages from viewers increased rapidly, many sending specific instructions about the lock mechanism, based on what they could see in the high-definition footage. I was witnessing the planning and execution of a home invasion, being live-streamed to paying viewers who were actively participating in the process. This went far beyond insurance fraud or staged robberies. This was real, happening in real time, to an unsuspecting victim. I frantically tried to identify the location, searching for any distinguishing features in the footage, street signs through windows, mail with an address, anything that could help me alert authorities. But the camera angles were carefully chosen to avoid revealing identifying details. The only geographic clue was a weather alert visible on a phone screen on the nightstand, suggesting a location somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. As the figure began working on the back door lock, I made a decision. I had to report this immediately, even if it meant admitting I had accessed the platform without authorization. I disconnected from the stream and called the FBI's cyber division. Using an anonymous reporting system, I provided everything I had: the network pathways, access methods, descriptions of what I'd witnessed, and the connection to our insurance fraud case. The next morning, I arrived at work to find 2 federal agents waiting in our company's security office. For 3 hours, they questioned me about how I had discovered the streaming platform, what I had observed, and whether I had participated in any way beyond viewing. They seemed less interested in the home invasion I had reported, and more focused on the broader network infrastructure. They took custody of all my research materials and requested I not discuss the matter with anyone else while their investigation proceeded. That evening, I searched news sources for any reports of a home invasion in the Pacific Northwest. Nothing appeared that matched what I had witnessed. Either it hadn't made the news, hadn't actually occurred, or it happened somewhere entirely different than I had assumed. 2 days later, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line read, "Viewer Analytics Report." The message contained a single line of text: "Your observation patterns have been flagged for review." Attached was a detailed file analyzing my viewing behavior during the brief time I had accessed the platform. How long I had watched each camera angle, which parts of the frame my cursor had hovered over, timestamps of when I had been active versus idle. It concluded with an assessment that I displayed intervention probability indicators that made me an unsuitable viewing participant. The precision of this analysis was chilling. Whatever system they were using could track not just that I had viewed the stream, but exactly how I had engaged with it, right down to my mouse movements and hesitations. They knew I wasn't a genuine customer. They knew I was likely to report what I had seen. I changed all my passwords, reformatted my work computer, and swept my home for surveillance devices. I found nothing unusual, but the feeling of being monitored persisted. A week passed without incident. The federal agents didn't contact me again. the anonymous email address sent nothing further. Our fraud investigation proceeded without any mention of what I had discovered. I began to wonder if I had overreacted. Perhaps the streaming platform was actually some elaborate role-playing game where participants pretended to plan crimes. Perhaps the home and its sleeping occupant were staged setups with paid actors, like the electronics store robbery. Such an explanation wouldn't make it legal, but it would at least be less immediately dangerous. Then the photographs arrived. Standard 4x6 prints in a plain white envelope, no return address, delivered to my apartment mailbox. 5 photos in total. The first showed me entering my workplace, taken from what appeared to be a security camera across the street. The second showed me at a coffee shop I frequented, captured from the shop's own surveillance system. The third was me getting into my car in a grocery store parking lot. The fourth showed the exterior of my apartment building. The fifth photo showed me asleep in my bed, taken from an angle high in the corner of my bedroom. I have no security cameras in my apartment. No webcams positioned where that photo could have been taken. No devices with cameras directed toward my bed. Yet there it was, proof that someone had been watching me sleep, just as I had watched a stranger sleep through that live stream. I went to the police, showed them the photos, explained the situation. They took a report, checked my apartment for signs of breaking and entering, found nothing disturbed. No evidence of how the bedroom photo had been taken. They suggested installing better locks, getting a security system, being more aware of my surroundings. Standard advice that completely missed the point of what was happening. Over the next few weeks, more envelopes arrived. Each contained a single photo showing me in situations where I believed I was unobserved. Reading on my balcony, showering, captured from outside the bathroom window. Working late at my desk. Each photo had a timestamp and a viewership count printed in the bottom corner. Apparently, 16 people had watched me shower. 23 had observed me sleeping. 31 had seen me working at my desk. I moved to a different apartment, changed jobs, altered my appearance, and adjusted my routine. The photos kept coming, now delivered to my new address. Sometimes they would arrive within hours of being taken, proving they weren't the result of long-term surveillance, but active, ongoing observation. The most recent envelope arrived yesterday. Instead of photographs, it contained a small card with a printed message. Home Evaluation Series, Residence 43, scheduled for 1 a.m. Estimated viewers, 58 primary subject. U interaction parameters extended. Below this was a link to the streaming platform I had discovered months ago. I'm not going to be in my apartment at 1 a.m. tonight. I won't be anywhere they can easily find me. I've disabled or disposed of anything that could potentially be used to track my location. This message was typed on a public computer, and I'll be somewhere else entirely by the time anyone reads it. I still don't fully understand what I've stumbled into. Some kind of voyeuristic network that repurposes security systems for entertainment. A criminal organization that combines surveillance with burglary and fraud. Something with even darker purposes that I haven't yet discerned. What I do know is that in this system, the distinction between observer and observed is fluid. Today's viewer becomes tomorrow's unwitting performer. The cameras that make us feel secure are the same ones that make us vulnerable. And somewhere out there right now, someone is watching footage of ordinary people in supposedly private moments, never realizing that they themselves are being watched through the very screen they're using to observe others. The most disturbing part isn't that I'm being monitored. It's the realization that I probably always was. The platform I discovered didn't create this surveillance network. It merely monetized what already existed. Our world is saturated with cameras we've willingly installed, with devices that listen and watch, with systems designed to track our movements and behaviors. We've built our own panopticon and called it convenience, called it security, called it connection. I don't know who will be watching at 1 a.m. tonight. I don't know what extended interaction parameters means in this context, but I do know that whatever happens, it will be recorded, categorized, and stored for future viewers. Another node in an ever-expanding network of observed moments. And somewhere in that database is footage of me watching someone else, unaware that I was already part of the performance. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed. A loading icon, a countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponents. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hand shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen, just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock, same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a third time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A fourth knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable. The connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification. A text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen. Impossible, yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. endless horizon of the Scottish Highlands still haunts me, not for its beauty, but for how effectively it isolated us from everything I once took for granted. Safety, connection, witnesses. I find myself tensing whenever I see a camper van now, my heart rate accelerating at the distinctive shape of an RV against the skyline. These normal vehicles, symbols of freedom and adventure for most, represent something entirely different in my fractured memory. Mobile prisons moving between remote locations, carrying occupants who had no idea they were being filmed for their final moments as dark web entertainment. Before that week in May, I was just another burnt-out university graduate with a photography degree and mounting debt, bouncing between freelance gigs while my more successful classmates secured gallery showings and stable positions. My portfolio was technically sound, but lacked what one particularly blunt interviewer called authentic emotional content, the kind that comes from genuine human connection rather than staged compositions. When I stumbled across a posting on a photography forum seeking someone to document a Highland road trip for a travel blog, the opportunity seemed almost too perfect. 2 weeks of accommodations and meals covered, plus a modest day rate, and the chance to build my portfolio with breathtaking landscapes. The 3 people who picked me up outside Inverness station didn't immediately trigger any internal alarms. Marcus, the apparent leader, was a charismatic American in his 30s, with an easy smile and impressive knowledge of high-end camera equipment. Sasha, a quiet woman with a Scandinavian accent who handled most of the driving, kept her interactions brief but professional. Then there was Eli, younger than the others, constantly fidgeting with various devices, phones, tablets, a sophisticated laptop setup, who explained his role as handling their social media presence and technical needs. The camper van itself was surprisingly luxurious, a large, well-appointed vehicle with distinct living and sleeping areas, modern appliances, and what I initially registered as impressively comprehensive camera equipment for a travel blog. Looking back, I should have questioned why a simple travel documentary required multiple hidden cameras, encrypted hard drives, and satellite uplink capability disguised as standard communication equipment. I mistook these red flags for signs of professionalism, of serious content creators investing in quality production. The truth was far darker. They had created a mobile studio designed for filming isolated locations while broadcasting to paying audiences hidden in obscure corners of the internet. Our first 3 days followed a seemingly legitimate pattern. We visited spectacular viewpoints along the North Coast 500 route, capturing footage of ancient castles and dramatic cliffs. I handled most of the still photography, while Marcus directed video sequences that seemed, at the time, like standard travel content. The only odd element was their insistence on incorporating hitchhikers or solo travelers we encountered into our footage. They were particularly interested in backpackers, young people traveling alone, often foreign visitors with limited connections in the country. Each evening, we would park in increasingly remote locations, far from official campsites or other travelers. Marcus explained this as seeking unspoiled shots, an authentic wilderness experience, which aligned with the blog's supposed focus on off-grid travel. During these nights, Eli would spend hours hunched over his equipment in what they called the editing bay, a partitioned section of the camper with multiple screens and a door that locked from the inside. I occasionally caught fragments of his communication that didn't quite fit our supposed project, references to subscribers, premium content, and special requests. The first truly unsettling incident occurred on our 4th night. we had picked up a backpacker earlier that day, a German student hiking through Scotland on his gap year. He seemed thrilled by the offer of a hot meal and lift to the next town. That evening, parked beside a remote loch with no other vehicles visible for miles, I woke to hushed movements and the distinct sound of a struggle coming from the main cabin area. Peering through a crack in my curtained sleeping compartment, I glimpsed Marcus and Sasha restraining the German traveller, while Eli adjusted camera angles and lighting with practiced efficiency. My immediate reaction was frozen disbelief. Surely this was some misunderstanding, perhaps an elaborate prank for their blog. I retreated into my bunk, heartbeat thundering in my ears, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. By morning, the backpacker was gone, with Marcus casually mentioning that he decided to continue his journey early. The easy way he maintained eye contact while delivering this obvious lie sent ice through my veins, but I nodded and forced a smile, suddenly aware of my own vulnerability in this isolated location with people who were clearly not who they claimed to be. That day, reviewing images on my camera, I noticed something I'd overlooked. A folder accidentally synced from Eli's computer to our shared cloud storage. Inside were thumbnails that made my blood run cold. Night vision footage of previous guests in various stages of terror, file names containing phrases like unboxing, first cut, and finale. Most disturbing was a document listing dark web viewer statistics and cryptocurrency payments associated with each video. Some figures reaching 5 and 6 digits for what were labeled interactive eliminations. The file structure used the same distinctive formatting I'd only read about in articles exposing dark web marketplaces and red rooms. The horrifying truth crystallized all at once. I wasn't documenting a travel blog. I was unknowingly participating in a dark web broadcast channel that streamed kidnapping, torture, and murder to paying viewers who could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency donations and votes. The remote locations weren't for capturing unspoiled landscapes. They were chosen for isolation, for eliminating the possibility of intervention or witnesses. This was one of those infamous dark web red rooms I'd heard journalists reference with skepticism, operating right before my eyes. And I, with my legitimate photography credentials and social media presence, provided the perfect cover for approaching victims and establishing trust. That night, parked in our most isolated location yet beside an abandoned quarry, I overheard them discussing their plans for me. I had served my purpose in helping secure victims and providing authentic-looking content for their cover story. Now, according to Marcus, I would make compelling final content for their premium subscribers. Eli mentioned special requests already coming in, viewers excited by the prospect of the documentarian becoming the documented. Sasha, in her clinical tone, suggested a multi-day experience to maximize revenue. My only chance was the brief window when they all left the camper to scout the location for optimal filming angles. With shaking hands, I searched frantically for anything I could use: cash, keys, a weapon for defense. What I found instead, hidden in a compartment beneath Eli's workstation, was a hard drive containing what appeared to be their complete broadcast history. Dozens of videos documenting what happened to the smiling, trusting travelers who had briefly appeared in our travel blog footage before disappearing. I grabbed the drive along with my own camera containing photographic evidence of locations and their faces, then slipped out through the emergency exit window. The Highland night was bitterly cold, the darkness nearly absolute away from the camper's lights. I oriented myself toward where I thought the nearest road might be, perhaps 5 miles across difficult terrain, and began moving as quietly as possible across the rocky landscape. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when the camper's exterior lights suddenly flooded the area with harsh illumination. A notification tone had betrayed me. My phone, which I'd forgotten to silence, receiving a message from a friend checking why I hadn't posted on social media recently. The familiar ping echoed across the quarry like a death knell, immediately followed by shouts from Marcus, directing the others to different search quadrants. What followed was a nightmarish game of cat and mouse across terrain I was ill-equipped to navigate. I could hear them methodically sweeping the area, Eli providing updates through their communication system, Marcus occasionally calling out with false promises of safety if I returned willingly. Most chilling was Sasha's complete silence, professional, efficient, tracking me with the focus of someone who had done this many times before. I eventually found shelter in a narrow crevice between boulders, pressing myself into the damp darkness as their flashlight beams swept nearby. Hours passed, the cold seeping into my bones, before the first hints of dawn provided enough light to navigate. I emerged cautiously, limbs stiff and painful, to discover the camper still parked in the distance, but no sign of my pursuers. The road, when I finally reached it, was deserted at that early hour. I walked for nearly 3 hours before a delivery van stopped, the driver's initial wariness turning to concern at my disheveled state and obviously distressed condition. He drove me to the nearest police station in Ullapool, maintaining a respectful silence that I now recognize as the reaction of someone who senses they've encountered something traumatic and doesn't want to cause further harm through questioning. The police response was initially skeptical. My story sounded fantastical, especially without immediately available evidence. The hard drive I'd stolen was encrypted in ways beyond their immediate technical capabilities. It took the discovery of blood evidence in a location I'd photographed, matched to a missing Portuguese tourist reported 3 days earlier, for the investigation to gain momentum. By then, the camper and its occupants had vanished, likely across the border or out of the country entirely. 6 months later, international law enforcement identified Marcus and Eli operating a similar scheme in rural New Zealand, targeting hikers on remote trails. They were arrested during an attempted abduction, their equipment confiscated, the full horror of their dark web operation exposed. The investigation uncovered a complex network of Tor hidden services, cryptocurrency wallets, and subscriber lists spanning 5 continents. Sasha remains at large, her true identity still unknown despite multiple aliases documented across several countries and dark web marketplaces. The videos continue to circulate on the dark web, I'm told, pass between private servers and encrypted channels beyond the reach of conventional detection. Sometimes I wonder if the people who watched those broadcasts, who paid to vote on what happened to those travelers, who treated human suffering as interactive entertainment, ever reflect on their role in creating the demand that these monsters supplied. I wonder how many well-appointed camper vans are traveling remote roads right now, their occupants unaware that their journey is being broadcast to unseen audiences eagerly awaiting the moment when the friendly hosts reveal their true purpose. I no longer take photographs. I no longer travel to isolated locations. I no longer trust offers that seem too perfectly aligned with my needs. Most of all, I never forget that the real horrors in this world aren't supernatural monsters or fictional killers. They're the ordinary-looking people who see others not as human beings, but as content to be consumed, their suffering translated into engagement metrics and cryptocurrency transactions somewhere in the darkest corners of the dark web. That shadowy underbelly of the internet continues to host these broadcasts, with new RVs and new victims, while most people remain blissfully unaware of what truly lurks beneath the surface of their everyday online experience. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed. A loading icon. A countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponent's. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hand shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen, just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock, same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a 3rd time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A fourth knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable, the connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification, a text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen, impossible yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. I still remember the exact moment I realized it wasn't a prank. There was something about the bruises on his face that looked too real, too painful. And his eyes, God, his eyes as he stared directly into that camera. I've never seen genuine fear like that before, not from Jay. It started innocently enough. Just another weird link my friend Jay had found on some obscure forum. He was always sending us these things, supposed red rooms or whatever, from the dark web. You know how it goes, always with a bunch of laughing emojis, like it was all just a big joke. And it always was, until it wasn't. Jay was the kind of person who exhausted you just by existing. Actually, that sounds harsh. Let me rephrase that. He had this constant need for attention that could be draining. He was always staging these elaborate pranks, fake ghost encounters on video calls, prank calls to forum moderators that he'd record, and once he even created this whole fictional stalker just to get karma on Reddit. The guy lived for reactions, any reaction. I usually just went along with it. Never fully believed his stunts, but I'd play along because, well, he was my friend. Sometimes his pranks crossed lines. Occasionally they were genuinely funny, but mostly they were just a lot, too much. So when that Red Room link appeared in our group chat, I didn't even bother clicking. Just another one of Jay's attempts to get us all worked up, I thought. But something felt off that week. Jay wasn't his usual self. He wasn't bombarding the chat with his typical nonsense. He wasn't trying to one-up everyone's stories. He was just quiet. I remember thinking maybe he'd finally grown bored of his own antics. Or perhaps he'd been banned from some platform again. But I kept coming back to the last thing he sent us. Something about this link being legitimate, about using headphones, about being warned. Then he disappeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jay had a habit of vanishing for days at a time, usually chasing after some girl he'd met online. He'd resurface eventually with wildly exaggerated stories that none of us believed. But this time felt different. It stretched on too long. On the third day, his mother called me. I still get chills thinking about that call. Her voice had this tremor to it that I'd never heard before. She explained that Jay hadn't been home, that his phone was completely off. I tried to reassure her, told her it was probably just another one of his elaborate pranks. But there was this moment, this awful, gut-wrenching moment, when her voice broke while telling me he'd left without his camera. Jay never went anywhere without that camera. Ever. It was like an extension of himself. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I promised I'd come over to check his room, maybe look through his computer for any clues. I wish I could go back to that moment. I wish I'd just stayed home. His room was exactly as he'd left it, messy, full of half-finished projects. I checked his laptop first. Nothing unusual. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed his desk drawer was slightly open. I probably wouldn't have looked inside if it had been closed completely. Funny how such small decisions change everything. There it was, a flash drive hidden behind a stack of old Polaroids, labeled with red marker, if gone. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just hand it over to his mother, or maybe to the police. But curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility, got the better of me. I took it home and plugged it into my computer. What happened next still haunts me. The drive auto-launched a single file. No name, no extension. Just static at first, and then there was Jay, tied to a metal chair. The lighting was dim, like there was a single bulb hanging somewhere just out of frame. He was gagged. He was crying, trying desperately to communicate something. He looked genuinely terrified. Not the fake scared he'd do for his videos, not acting. This was raw fear. I had to pause it. I physically couldn't continue watching. I remember standing up so fast my chair tipped over. I paced around my room, trying to convince myself this was just another one of his elaborate stunts. Maybe for a film project. Maybe for some weird internet challenge. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the drive again, something impossible had happened. There were now 3 videos. I swear on everything I believe in, I hadn't downloaded anything else. I hadn't clicked anything. They just appeared. The second video was worse, much worse. Jay was still in that same chair, but his face was now swollen and bruised. His lip was split open, and his pinky finger, I still have nightmares about this, it was just gone. The stub was wrapped in dirty-looking duct tape and gauze, but it was clearly missing. And the way he looked at the camera, it was like he was looking directly at me, silently pleading, that same light swinging somewhere above him, creating these shifting shadows across his face. You know when something is so horrific your brain refuses to process it? When you keep telling yourself it must be fake, even though every instinct is screaming that it's real. That's where I was, staring at my screen, hands shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, telling myself it had to be special effects or some digital manipulation. But it wasn't. It was real. It was happening. Then the screen glitched. For just a second, everything went black. When the image returned, there was text on the screen. Just one word: vote. I scrolled down without thinking, and that's when I saw them. 3 buttons below the video: remove left hand, pull tooth, no water for 24 hours. I froze. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick interactive video? A game? I didn't mean to interact with it at all, but I hovered my cursor over the no water option, just to see if it was actually clickable. The screen blinked. A message appeared. Your vote has been counted. I panicked. I ripped the flash drive out of my computer so violently I'm surprised it didn't break. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I couldn't stop shaking. I was convinced I'd done something terrible, that I'd somehow participated in whatever nightmare Jay was trapped in, that I'd made things worse. Later that night, after hours of pacing and panicking, I checked the drive again. There was a 4th file. Same setup, same chair, same swinging light. But now Jay was blindfolded, still gagged. There were these horrible marks on his arms, like wires had been wrapped around them and pulled tight. I could barely bring myself to watch, but I forced myself to. I needed to understand what was happening. At the very end of the clip, just before it cut to black, Jay moved his lips. There was no sound, but I could read what he was trying to say. One word: run. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing his face when I closed my eyes. The following morning, I took everything to the police. The drive, the videos, the voting page. I showed them all of it. I was desperate for them to tell me it was all an elaborate hoax, that Jay was fine, that this was just some dark corner of the internet playing tricks on me. But they couldn't say that. Instead, they told me there was no way to trace where the files had come from. The metadata had been wiped clean. The source was encrypted. Whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing. They took the drive as evidence and told me not to share anything about this online. Then they sent me home. That was 3 weeks ago. Jay is still missing. His room remains untouched. His camera still sits on his desk where he left it. His mother calls me every day, asking if I've heard anything new. I never know what to tell her. I've deleted our group chat, blocked everyone else who was in it. I don't even open my browser without a VPN now. I've become paranoid about everything digital. Every link, every file, every innocent-looking attachment. Sometimes I dream about that swinging light bulb, that dull, rhythmic sway casting moving shadows. I can hear it even when I'm awake, that faint, creaking sound. The last thing Jay told us before he disappeared was that clicking the link could get us killed. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing anymore. I used to think of myself as a digital explorer, Not a hacker. I never had the skills for that. But someone who enjoyed poking around the dustier corners of the internet, finding weird forums, abandoned websites, obscure file-sharing networks. It was a hobby, something to do during those long, sleepless nights when my anxiety wouldn't let me rest. I never thought it would lead me to what I found last winter, or that I'd still be looking over my shoulder nearly a year later. I've tried talking to a therapist about this, but I always stop short of sharing the full story. How do you tell someone you've glimpsed something so fundamentally wrong that has changed how you see the world? So I'm writing it down instead, maybe as a warning, maybe just to finally get it out of my head. I work in IT, network administration for a mid-sized company in Sheffield. Nothing exciting, just making sure systems stay up and running, troubleshooting when Karen from accounting can't connect to the printer for the 10th time that week. I'd been with the company for about 3 years when this happened, comfortable enough in my role that my mind often wandered during the quieter moments. I'd always been interested in computers. Built my first desktop at 15 from parts I'd saved up for over 6 months. Taught myself basic coding from library books because my parents couldn't afford internet at home yet. That early fascination with technology never really left me, even as it became my career. My flat has a small second bedroom that I'd converted into a home office. Really just a desk crammed against the window with my old desktop computer and a couple of monitors. Not the sleekest setup, but it was mine, and it was where I spent most of my evenings. The desk was littered with the usual debris of someone who spends too much time at a computer. Empty coffee mugs with rings of dried caffeine at the bottom. Scraps of paper with scribbled IP addresses and notes. A stress ball shaped like a server that a colleague had given me as a joke gift. The walls were a dingy off-white that I'd been meaning to repaint since moving in 3 years earlier. It was a Tuesday evening in November. I remember because I'd been putting off doing my online grocery shop, which I usually did on Mondays, and the reminder had popped up on my phone twice already. Outside, the wind was howling, one of those proper northern gales that make the windows rattle in their frames. My heating had been playing up again, so I was sitting at my desk wearing 2 jumpers and a pair of thick socks, occasionally rubbing my hands together between typing. I'd been exploring the dark web on and off for a couple of years by then. Nothing serious, mostly just curiosity about whether it lived up to its reputation. I'd set up all the proper security measures, Tor browser, VPN, the works. Most of what I'd found was disappointingly mundane. Drug marketplaces that looked like badly designed eBay pages from 2005. Forums discussing privacy and cryptocurrency. The occasional repository of pirated software. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, which I'd mostly written off as urban legends exaggerated by people who'd never actually been there. That night, I was following a trail of links from a forum discussing privacy tools. One link led to another, then another. You know how it goes when you're mindlessly browsing. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten on the desk, as I clicked through increasingly obscure websites. The lamp on my desk was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. My eyes were starting to sting from staring at the screen too long. But I was in that zone where you keep going despite knowing you should probably call it a night. I ended up on what appeared to be a classified site, similar layout to Gumtree or Craigslist, but with a minimalist design that was typical of dark web pages. The categories seemed standard at first: electronics, vehicles, services, property. But there was one category that stood out: merchandise. Something about the clinical term made me pause, my cursor hovering over the link. I remember taking a sip of my cold coffee and grimacing at the taste. It had that bitter, almost metallic flavor that coffee gets when it's been sitting out too long. I clicked on merchandise, expecting to find counterfeit goods or drugs arranged by category. The page loaded slowly, another typical dark web experience, and when it finally appeared, it took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The listings were organized by location, with major cities and regions from around the world as headers. Underneath each location were dozens of entries with brief descriptions and prices listed in Bitcoin. I scrolled down to the UK section, more out of curiosity about my own country than anything else. There were subsections for London, Manchester, Birmingham, and, to my surprise, Sheffield, my city. My stomach tightened as I clicked on it, though I couldn't have explained why I felt uneasy. The Sheffield section contained about 20 listings, each with a similar format: a reference number, an age, a brief physical description, and a price. No names, no photos, just entries like SHF 2241 19 brunette athletic build, followed by a Bitcoin amount. It took me embarrassingly long to realize what I was looking at. I'd like to blame it on being tired or the bizarre clinical nature of the listings, but I think part of me was deliberately refusing to connect the dots. When understanding finally hit, it was like a physical blow. These weren't items, they were people, human beings categorized like products, listed for sale in my city. I remember pushing back from my desk so violently that my chair hit the wall behind me. My hands were shaking, and I felt suddenly cold in a way that had nothing to do with my faulty heating. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick roleplay site, or an elaborate scam targeting gullible people with dark fantasies. Because the alternative, that there was an actual human trafficking operation running in Sheffield, cataloging people like merchandise, was too horrific to contemplate. I should have closed the browser immediately. I should have reported what I'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I wasn't sure. Instead, I found myself scrolling through the listings again, this time with a growing sense of dread. Some of the entries included additional notes: suitable for domestic use, experienced in service industry, no visible markings. The clinical language made it all the more disturbing, like browsing a catalogue of appliances, not human lives. At the bottom of the page was a section labeled Local Available Inventory. What caught my eye, what made my blood run cold, was the postcode listed at the top of this section. S10, my postcode, the area where I lived. The listings under this heading were more detailed, including approximate locations: 500 meters from Encliffe Park, Broomhill area, near primary school, Crooks, terrace property with red door. I knew these places. I walked past them nearly every day. The primary school was 2 streets over from my flat. Encliffe Park was where I went running on weekends. These weren't abstract locations in a distant city. This was my neighborhood, the streets I traveled daily. And according to this site, there were people being held there, listed for sale like furniture. I sat there for a long time, the only sound in the room my own shallow breathing and the hum of my computer. The wind outside had died down, leaving an eerie silence. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing while simultaneously looking for any indication that it wasn't real. Maybe it was all an elaborate hoax. Maybe I'd stumbled upon some kind of alternate reality game with a disturbing premise. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The specificity of the locations, the matter-of-fact descriptions, the total lack of dramatic flair that you'd expect from fiction, it all pointed to something genuine. And then, I noticed something that removed any remaining doubt. At the very bottom of the page was a recently sold section with about a dozen entries marked as transaction completed. One of them included a reference to a news story I'd seen just the week before. A university student who had disappeared while walking home from a club. The entry simply read, SHF 1103, 21, blonde, petite, sold, domestic, UAE. I felt physically sick. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely use the mouse. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could actually do something. But as I reached for my phone, a notification appeared in the corner of my browser. A message from the site administrator. Unusual browsing pattern detected. Local viewer identified. Sheffield, S10 area, Western Bank. Verification in progress. My address. They had my actual address. I slammed my laptop shut and yanked the power cord from the wall, as if physically disconnecting could somehow undo what had just happened. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of how they could have identified me despite all my precautions. Had my VPN failed? Had I made some basic security mistake? It didn't matter how. What mattered was that whoever ran this site now knew exactly where I was. I spent that night at a hotel on the other side of the city, too terrified to stay in my own flat. I paid in cash, used a fake name at check-in, and spent hours staring at the ceiling, jumping at every sound in the corridor outside. The next morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them I'd found what I believed to be a human trafficking operation online, but I was vague about how I'd come across it. I didn't mention the dark web or the message I'd received. Even in my panic state, I was aware of how it might sound, how easily I could become a suspect rather than a reporter. The officer took my statement with what seemed like appropriate concern, but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Without specific details about victims or perpetrators, without any concrete evidence beyond my word, there wasn't much they could do. He promised they would look into it and took my contact information. But as I left the station, I had the sinking feeling that nothing would come of it. I stayed with a friend for the next week, making excuses about my heating being broken. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. It sounded too far-fetched, too dramatic. When I finally returned to my flat, I spent the first night sleeping with a kitchen knife beside my bed, starting awake at every creak and groan of the old building. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing happened. No suspicious characters appeared at my door. No strange cars parked outside my building. I began to think that perhaps the verification message had been an automated response, a scare tactic to frighten away anyone who stumbled across the site. Or maybe they had so many more important concerns that one random IT worker wasn't worth their time. I began to relax, gradually returning to my normal routines, though I never again ventured onto the dark web. Then, about a month later, I noticed something. There was a new listing on the regular missing persons board at the supermarket. A young woman, early 20s, last seen leaving her flat in Broomhill. Her flat was on my street, 3 buildings down from mine. The poster had been put up by her parents, who had travelled from London after not hearing from her for several days. 2 days after that, another missing person, this time a young man, a student at the university, last seen at a pub less than half a mile from my flat. By the third disappearance a week later, another woman, this one from the building directly opposite mine. I knew it wasn't coincidence. They were sending me a message. They were showing me that they could take people right from my doorstep. and no one could stop them. And they were letting me know that they hadn't forgotten about me. I moved the following week, breaking my lease and forfeiting my deposit. I found a flat in Manchester, changed my job, my phone number, even deleted all my social media accounts. For months, I looked over my shoulder constantly, convinced I was being followed. I saw significance in every coincidence, threat in every stranger's glance. It's been almost a year now. Some days I can almost convince myself that I overreacted, that the disappearances in my old neighborhood were just a terrible coincidence. But then I'll see a news report about human trafficking, or a missing person case with familiar details, and that cold dread returns. I've learned more than I ever wanted to about how these networks operate, how vast and well-connected they are, how they can reach into everyday life while remaining invisible to most people. Last week, I received a letter at my new address, an address that isn't listed anywhere, that I've shared only with my parents and my new employer. There was no return address, no message inside, just a printout of a classified listing, MCR-338229. IT professional, current location Northern Quarter. Status, pending acquisition. They found me, and now they're letting me know that I've moved from being a witness to being merchandise. I'm writing this from a hotel room near Piccadilly Station. I've bought a ticket to Glasgow for tomorrow, leaving at 5:43 a.m. From there, I don't know where I'll go. I don't know if there's anywhere I can go where they won't eventually find me. If you're reading this, stay away from the dark corners of the internet. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Some knowledge comes with a price you never stop paying. And if you ever see a classified listing that doesn't quite make sense, that uses clinical language to describe what sounds like people rather than products, close your browser immediately. Don't scroll. Don't investigate. Just walk away. I think there's someone in the hallway outside my room. They've been standing there for several minutes now. The door handle just moves slightly, as if someone's testing whether it's locked. I don't think I'm going to make that train tomorrow. People always ask how someone like me ended up in this situation. I suppose it's fair to wonder how a university cleaner from Brighton could stumble onto something so dark that thousands of people are now eagerly waiting to watch me suffer. The answer is embarrassingly simple. I thought I was being helpful. It was about 4 months ago when I first heard about live streaming. My daughter had moved to Leeds for university, and we'd been struggling to stay in touch. She suggested we try some new platform where she could show me around her campus and I could give her virtual tours of home. I'm not great with technology, but I wanted to connect with her, so I signed up. The platform was called Streamlink, and it seemed straightforward enough. You could broadcast live to friends and family, or watch other people's streams if they made them public. I spent my first few weeks just watching travel vlogs and people cooking meals in their kitchens. Harmless stuff, the kind of content that made the internet feel like a friendlier place. I work night shifts, cleaning office buildings around Brighton. It's solitary work, which suits me fine, but it does get lonely sometimes. During my breaks, I'd watch these streams on my phone. People chatting while they worked, students showing their daily routines, families having dinner together. It felt like having company during the long, quiet hours. One night, I was cleaning a legal firm's offices when I received a notification that someone wanted to follow my account. The username was just a string of numbers and letters, but their profile showed they were interested in workplace environments. I accepted the follow request without thinking much about it. Probably someone else who worked night shifts, I figured. The next night, I got a message from the same account asking if I'd ever considered streaming during my work. They said they found workplace content relaxing and would be interested in watching someone clean offices. The message was polite, even complimentary about how peaceful night cleaning must be. They offered to pay me £20 per stream. £20 doesn't sound like much, but when you're on minimum wage and trying to help your daughter with university expenses, it's significant. I was hesitant at first. Streaming while working seemed unprofessional. But then I reasoned that I was only cleaning, and the buildings were empty anyway. What harm could there be? I started with short streams, maybe 30 minutes, while I cleaned reception areas or break rooms. My one regular viewer seemed genuinely interested, making comments about cleaning techniques and asking questions about different office layouts. They were respectful, never asking personal questions or trying to get me to show anything inappropriate. Just someone who found routine, methodical work soothing to watch. After a few weeks, they asked if I'd be willing to stream while cleaning higher security areas, places like server rooms or document storage. They offered £50 per stream and explained they worked in office security and were interested in how cleaning staff navigated around sensitive equipment. The request seemed reasonable, and the money was too good to refuse. That's when things started feeling off. During these streams, my viewer would make very specific comments about the equipment I was near, or ask me to clean certain areas more thoroughly. Once, they asked me to focus the camera on a particular server rack while I worked around it. Another time, they wanted me to spend extra time near a filing cabinet marked confidential. I started noticing other changes too. My viewer count occasionally showed 2 or 3 people watching instead of just one, though only my original follower ever commented. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of unfamiliar usernames in the viewer list before they'd disappear. I told myself it was just a glitch in the platform. The requests grew more specific. Could I stream while cleaning the partners' offices? Could I make sure to clean around their desks thoroughly, showing any documents that might be left out? Could I adjust the camera angle to get a better view of computer screens that had been left on? Each request came with an increased payment offer. I should have stopped then, should have realized what was really happening. But the money was too useful, and I convinced myself I wasn't doing anything truly wrong. I wasn't stealing documents or accessing computers. I was just cleaning, and if people wanted to watch me do my job, that was their choice. One night, about 6 weeks ago, everything changed. I was streaming while cleaning a law firm's conference room when I noticed something odd about the viewer count. Instead of the usual 2 or 3, it showed dozens of people watching, then hundreds, then thousands. The chat, which had always been just my one regular viewer making polite comments, exploded with activity. Messages were flying by too fast to read, but I caught fragments, coordinates, building layouts, security schedules. Someone was discussing the best times to enter the building. Another was sharing information about alarm systems. That's when I understood what my streams had really been used for. I wasn't providing relaxing content for lonely night shift workers. I was unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for criminals. Every office layout I'd shown, every security camera I'd inadvertently revealed, every keypad code I'd accidentally captured while unlocking doors, it had all been recorded and analyzed. I ended the stream immediately and tried to delete my account, but the platform wouldn't let me. Every time I attempted to log in, I received error messages. When I tried to create a new account to see what was happening, I found that my streams had been archived and were still available to view. My cleaning routes through multiple office buildings had been documented in detail. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was just my full name. The body contained a single link and the words, "You've been very helpful. Now it's time to give back to the community." The link led to a different website, not Streamlink, but something darker. The page showed what appeared to be a live feed from an empty room. Concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor. In the corner was a viewer counter that showed thousands of people watching. Below that was a countdown timer, set to 3 days from then. I closed the browser and tried to pretend I'd never seen it. But over the next day, I kept receiving messages, text messages to my phone, which I'd never given to anyone associated with the platform. Emails to addresses I'd only used for personal things. Social media accounts I thought were private suddenly had friend requests from users with random number usernames. The messages all carried the same theme. I'd provided valuable services, and now I needed to fulfill my part of a larger agreement, an agreement I'd never knowingly made. They referenced specific details from my streams, which office building I was in on, which nights, what time I usually took my breaks, even what I typically ate for my midnight meal. I went to the police, but explaining the situation made me sound paranoid or potentially complicit in whatever crimes were being planned. A middle-aged cleaner claiming he'd accidentally helped criminals through innocent live streams. They took a report, but clearly thought I was either confused or trying to cover up involvement in something illegal. That's when the physical surveillance began. People following me to work, cars parked outside my flat, strangers in the cleaning supply store who seemed to know my schedule. One morning, I came home to find my front door unlocked and a note on my kitchen table with just an address and the word tomorrow. The address was for a warehouse on the outskirts of Brighton. I didn't go, obviously. Instead, I packed what I could carry and left town. I've been moving from place to place since then, staying in different guest houses and hostels, paying cash for everything. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who recognize me despite using different names. Other guests who seem to know my routines. Maintenance workers who ask unusual questions about the buildings I'm staying in. Sometimes I'll return to my room to find that someone has been through my belongings, though nothing is ever taken. Yesterday, I found a small package in my backpack that I definitely didn't put there. Inside was a mobile phone, already switched on. The screen showed a familiar interface, Streamlink, with a notification that I had thousands of followers waiting for my next broadcast. There was also a countdown timer showing less than 2 days remaining. I'm writing this from an internet cafe in a town whose name I won't mention. The mobile phone is still with me because I'm afraid to throw it away. Every time I look at it, the follower count has increased. The comments section is active with messages I can't understand, references to locations, schedules, preparation. This morning, the phone rang. When I answered, there was no voice on the other end, just the sound of a streaming platform notification. Then text appeared on the screen. Final stream begins in 36 hours. Location details to follow. Failure to participate will result in consequences for family members. I haven't spoken to my daughter in Leeds for 3 weeks. I've been too afraid to contact her, worried that doing so might draw attention to her. But this morning, I received a photo message on the mysterious phone. It showed her walking to lectures, clearly taken without her knowledge. She looked tired and stressed, probably worried about not hearing from me. The most terrifying realization is that this was always the plan. The initial approach, the gradual increase in payment, the specific requests for certain areas. It was all designed to gather information while slowly drawing me deeper into something I couldn't escape from. They'd studied my financial situation, my relationship with my daughter, my work schedule. They knew exactly how to manipulate me. I keep thinking about how many other people might be involved in similar schemes without realizing it. Delivery drivers streaming their routes, security guards showing empty buildings at night, maintenance workers broadcasting from inside restricted areas, all thinking they're earning a bit of extra money through harmless content creation, not realizing they're providing reconnaissance for something much darker. The phone just vibrated with another notification. The stream is scheduled to begin tomorrow evening at a location that will be sent to me 6 hours beforehand. The viewer count now shows tens of thousands of people waiting, people who have been watching my every move for months, learning my routines, studying my vulnerabilities. I don't know what kind of stream they expect me to participate in, but given what I've learned about the platform's true purpose, I doubt it's anything I'd survive. The empty room with the concrete walls and the drain in the floor keeps appearing in my nightmares. I'm going to try to disappear again after posting this. Maybe if I can stay hidden long enough, they'll lose interest. Maybe they'll find another target. Maybe my daughter will be safe if I just vanish completely. But I'm not optimistic. They've proven they can track me anywhere, through any means. They have resources I can't understand and reach I can't escape. And they have something that makes escape impossible: leverage over the people I care about. If you ever get approached to start streaming your work, no matter how innocent it seems, please think carefully about what you might inadvertently be revealing. The people watching might not be who they claim to be. The request might seem reasonable at first, but lead somewhere much darker. The countdown on the phone now shows less than 30 hours. I need to move again, but I'm running out of places to hide, and running out of hope that I can somehow break free from this nightmare I accidentally created. One innocent stream led to this. One decision to earn a bit of extra money has put me and my daughter in danger. All because I wanted to help someone who claimed to find workplace cleaning relaxing to watch. The viewer count keeps growing. They're all waiting for tomorrow's final stream, waiting to see what happens to the helpful cleaner who showed them exactly how to break into the buildings where he worked. I should never have accepted that first follow request. The whole thing started because I was bored. That sounds trivial, almost embarrassingly so, but it's the truth. 6 months of unemployment after a decade at the same marketing firm had left me restless. Days blurred together in my small apartment. Job applications vanished into the digital void. My savings dwindled. The monotony became almost physically painful, a constant dull pressure behind my eyes. I've never been particularly tech-savvy. I use social media, stream movies, shop online, the usual things. But one night, scrolling through an obscure forum discussing internet privacy, I saw a comment that caught my attention. Someone mentioned how easy it was to access what they called the hidden web, using certain browsers and protocols. They described communities and content unavailable through standard search engines. The way they wrote about it made it sound like an exclusive club, a digital speakeasy hiding in plain sight. Maybe it was the isolation talking, or just the human desire to access spaces marked forbidden. But I decided to explore. I installed the specialized browser, followed basic tutorials, and found myself navigating a parallel internet, slower, less polished, but intriguing in its obscurity. Most sites were underwhelming. Text-heavy forums discussing privacy rights, cryptocurrency exchanges, marketplaces for things I had no interest in purchasing. Nothing particularly shocking or compelling. After a week of casual browsing, I stumbled across a forum dedicated to what users called immersive experiences. The discussion revolved around live streams of various scenarios, some mundane, others more extreme. Members debated the authenticity of different streams, sharing technical criteria for distinguishing staged content from genuine footage. Many contributors seemed to be chasing something they called the real thing, dismissing most available streams as elaborate fiction designed to separate viewers from their cryptocurrency. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Veritas Proxy. Unlike other members who argued passionately about which streams were authentic, Veritas Proxy maintained an analytical detachment, discussing viewer psychology more than content authenticity. They wrote about how the perception of reality affected viewer engagement, regardless of whether the content was staged. Their posts read like academic research rather than entertainment reviews. After observing silently for several days, I sent Veritas Proxy a private message, expressing curiosity about these immersive experiences they analyze so clinically. I expected to be ignored, or perhaps dismissed as a novice. Instead, I received a detailed response explaining different categories of live streams available through anonymous networks. Most were indeed staged productions masquerading as authentic footage, Veritas Proxy explained, but they still satisfied a psychological need for viewers to feel they were accessing something forbidden, something real. We exchanged several messages discussing the appeal of these experiences. I found myself drawn into conversation with this stranger, perhaps because they engaged with me more meaningfully than anyone had in months. When Veritas Proxy offered to show me what they considered a genuinely immersive stream, something beyond the amateur productions flooding anonymous platforms, I accepted without much hesitation. They sent coordinates, not a web address in the traditional sense, but a string of characters and numbers that meant nothing to me. Veritas Proxy included instructions for accessing a platform called the Observatory at a specific time that night. The stream would begin at precisely 2 a.m., they explained, and first-time viewers were granted limited access without payment. If I found the experience valuable, future viewings would require cryptocurrency contributions. That night, I followed the instructions precisely, navigating through several layers of security to reach a minimalist page with a black background and simple interface. A countdown timer showed 17 minutes until the stream would begin. A small counter in the corner indicated 26 current viewers. No chat function, no user list, no indication of what I was about to watch. At exactly 2 a.m., the screen changed. The video showed an ordinary bedroom, unmade bed, dresser with cluttered surface, clothes draped over a chair. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. The camera angle suggested it was positioned high in one corner of the room, like a security camera. For several minutes, nothing happened. The room remained empty, the only movement coming from a ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. Just as my attention began to wander, a person entered the frame. They moved normally, unaware of being observed, performing routine actions, checking their phone, sorting through items on the dresser, sitting on the edge of the bed. The mundanity was almost disappointing after the elaborate security measures required to access the stream. A small panel appeared beside the video, displaying what seemed to be biometric data: heart rate, respiration, body temperature, though I couldn't tell if it was from the subject or aggregated from viewers. Below this panel was a series of options labeled ambient adjustments, with controls for room temperature, lighting, and sound systems. At the 20-minute mark, a notification appeared. Observation phase complete. Interaction phase authorized for premium viewers. The ambient controls became active, no longer grayed out. In the viewer count, several numbers changed from white to green, presumably indicating premium status. Almost immediately, the room's lighting dimmed slightly. The person in the frame looked up, momentarily confused by the change. Over the next 10 minutes, I watched as various ambient adjustments were implemented. The temperature display showed a drop of several degrees. A faint sound began playing through what must have been hidden speakers in the room. The subject's confusion turned to visible unease. They checked their phone, examined the air vent, looked around for the source of the sound. A new option appeared for premium viewers: proximity alert. Seconds after this became active, a noise came from somewhere outside the camera's view, perhaps the hallway or another room. The subject's heart rate, displayed in the data panel, increased significantly. They moved to the bedroom door, listened for a moment, then closed and locked it. The escalation continued gradually. More ambient adjustments, more unexplained sounds, each causing increased distress visible in both the subject's behavior and the biometric data. The person tried calling someone on their phone, but the call appeared not to connect. They checked the windows, confirmed the door lock, searched the room as if looking for an explanation for the strange occurrences. Throughout all of this, I remained a passive observer. My viewer status showed as basic/first time, with all interactive elements unavailable to me. I could only watch as others manipulated the environment, steadily increasing the subject's anxiety. There was something disturbingly methodical about the process, like a scientific protocol rather than random harassment. At the 1-hour mark, a final notification appeared. Culmination phase authorized for executive viewers only. The viewer numbers shifted again, most green numbers returning to white, leaving only 3 in green. A new set of controls appeared, though I couldn't see what options they contained from my access level. What happened next occurred so smoothly it seemed rehearsed, though the subject's genuine terror suggested otherwise. A barely perceptible gas began filling the room, visible only as slight distortion in the air. The subject noticed it too late, first becoming disoriented, then struggling to remain conscious. Before losing awareness completely, they managed to reach the door, finding it somehow impossible to unlock despite their earlier precautions. The biometric display showed decreasing heart rate and respiration as the subject collapsed near the door. The stream continued for another 30 minutes, showing the empty room and the unconscious person. A cursor occasionally appeared on screen as someone adjusted the camera angle for better views. The 3 executive viewers remained connected throughout. At the 2-hour mark, 2 figures entered the room wearing simple hazmat-style protection. They efficiently moved the unconscious subject onto a stretcher and out of the camera's view. One returned momentarily to straighten the room, removing any evidence of disturbance before the stream finally ended. A message appeared on my screen. Observation complete. Your viewing patterns have been analyzed. Premium access recommendations will be provided based on your engagement metrics. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had witnessed. Had I just watched a real person being abducted? Was this an elaborate performance with paid actors? The production seemed too sophisticated for amateur staging, but too risky to be an actual crime broadcast live. I closed the browser and shut down my computer, suddenly aware of how vulnerable my own apartment felt. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been staged, an immersive theater experience designed to seem authentic. The alternative was too disturbing to contemplate. I decided not to access the observatory again, regardless of any premium recommendations I might receive. 3 days later, an email arrived in my personal account, an account I had never used when installing the specialized browser or communicating with Veritas Proxy. The subject line read, "Viewing analysis complete." The message contained a detailed assessment of my engagement patterns during the stream, which moments had captured my attention longest, where my cursor had hovered on screen, even estimations of my emotional responses based on my viewing behavior. The analysis concluded that I fit the profile of an empathic observer, someone who experienced heightened engagement from witnessing genuine distress, but remained morally conflicted about it. The email ended with coordinates for another stream scheduled for the following night, this time requiring a cryptocurrency payment for access. I deleted the email immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Finding nothing unusual, I still found myself checking my apartment for hidden cameras, suddenly aware of how my bedroom window faced another building, how my computer's webcam light could be disabled, how the smart devices in my home were always listening. A week passed without further contact. I began to relax, telling myself the entire experience had been nothing more than an elaborate scam targeting cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. Then a package arrived at my door. No shipping label, no indication of how it had been delivered. Inside was a small electronic device resembling a key fob, with a single button and tiny LED display, currently showing the number 37. No note accompanied the device, but I didn't need one to understand its purpose. I was being invited to move from observer to participant, from audience to contributor. The number 37 likely indicated currently connected viewers. The button, presumably, would activate something affecting someone else's environment. Someone currently sitting in their home, experiencing inexplicable events orchestrated by strangers they would never see. I considered reporting everything to authorities, but what evidence did I have? An anonymous website I could no longer access, an email I had deleted, a mysterious device with no identifying features, and my own participation as a willing observer of what might have been a serious crime. That was 2 weeks ago. I've since moved to a different apartment, changed my email addresses, replaced my electronic devices. The key fob device remains in a drawer, untouched. Sometimes at night, I check to see if the numbers changed. It has, increasing steadily from 37 to 63 as of yesterday. More observers joining the network. More participants receiving their own devices. More subjects being selected for immersive experiences. Last night, returning home late, I noticed a small red light blinking in the corner of my new bedroom, exactly where a security camera might be positioned for optimal coverage. When I investigated, I found nothing. No device, no explanation for the light I was certain I had seen. This morning, my laptop displayed a notification I never set up. Observation begins tonight, 2 a.m. Current viewer count, 26. I won't be in my apartment at 2 a.m. I won't be using any electronic devices, accessing any networks, or leaving any digital footprint that could be traced. But I can't escape the thought that somewhere, someone is adjusting their ambient controls, preparing their culmination protocols, waiting to transform another person's ordinary night into content for unseen observers. And I can't forget that I was one of those observers once, that my viewed became viewer metrics, that my engagement was measured and categorized, that my curiosity opened a door I now cannot seem to close. We think of horror as something external, something that happens to other people in distant places. We don't consider how our observation itself creates demand, how our attention forms the marketplace where others' fear becomes commodity. The real terror isn't what happens in those rooms. It's that somewhere right now, someone is watching, analyzing, anticipating your reactions, not to help or protect, but to measure how effectively your fear can entertain. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 8 months now. I haven't told anyone about it. Not my friends, not my family. Definitely not any professional who might be obligated to report it. But it's eating me up inside. So maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can tell me it gets better. I don't know. I'm a software developer living in Bristol. Pretty ordinary bloke. Studied computer science at university, worked a few jobs in London before moving back to my hometown for a better quality of life. I've always been the cautious type when it comes to technology, using different passwords, keeping my antivirus updated, that sort of thing. Ironic, really, considering what happened. It started when I was cleaning out some old accounts. I'd been reading about data breaches and decided it was time to close down any dormant accounts I wasn't using anymore. I made a list of old email addresses, social media profiles, and forum registrations I'd abandoned over the years. Most of these dated back to university or even earlier. Accounts I'd created in my teens and eventually outgrown. One of these was an old Hotmail address I'd used primarily during my first year at uni, around 2008. I hadn't logged into it for at least a decade, and I was surprised it even still existed. I expected it would be deactivated for inactivity, but when I entered what I thought might have been the password, it actually logged me in. The interface had changed completely since I'd last seen it, but there was my inbox, filled with ancient newsletters, spam, and forgotten conversations with people I no longer spoke to. Out of curiosity, I started scrolling through some of the old emails. Most were mundane. Assignment discussions with classmates, sign-up confirmations for websites that probably no longer existed, promotional emails from companies I'd forgotten about, nostalgic, but nothing particularly interesting. I was about to log out and submit the account for deletion when I noticed something odd. There was a new email at the very top of the inbox, received just 3 days earlier. The subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that looked like some kind of code or identifier. The sender's address was equally cryptic. Just another alphanumeric string, followed by a domain I didn't recognize. My first thought was that it was probably just sophisticated spam that had somehow made it through the filters. Still, it seemed strange that a decade-dormant email account would suddenly receive something like this. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The body of the email was brief, just a single line of text saying they were next unless I watched, followed by what appeared to be a link to a website with a .onion domain. Below that was a countdown timer, actively ticking away, showing just under 18 hours remaining. I knew enough about technology to recognize that .onion domains were part of the dark web, accessible only through specialized browsers like Tor. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, though I'd heard plenty about it. Illegal marketplaces, hacking forums, and worse things that most people preferred not to think about. My first instinct was to ignore it and continue with deleting the account. It was probably just some bizarre phishing attempt targeting old, potentially compromised email addresses. But something about the countdown timer bothered me. It wasn't a static image or generic animation. It was actively synced to real time, ticking down second by second. That level of sophistication seemed unusual for random spam. Out of professional curiosity, more than anything else, I decided to do a bit of research. I didn't click the link, but I did search for information about similar emails or scams involving countdown timers and .onion domains. Most of what I found was fairly innocuous. Discussions about phishing techniques, warnings about dark web scams, that sort of thing. Then I came across a thread on a cybersecurity forum where someone described receiving an almost identical email. They had clicked the link and been taken to what they described as a red room, a live stream showing someone being held captive. According to their post, the stream ended abruptly when the countdown reached 0, and they received another email shortly after with a new link and a new countdown. I told myself it had to be an urban legend. Red rooms were widely considered to be myths, the stuff of creepypastas and internet horror stories, rather than actual dark web content. The technological infrastructure required to stream high-quality video through Tor would be impractical, and the risks for anyone operating such a site would be enormous. Still, the similarity to what I'd received was unsettling. I closed the forum and went back to the email, staring at that countdown timer as it continued its relentless progression. 17 hours and 26 minutes remaining. What if it wasn't a myth? What if there really was someone on the other end of that link whose fate somehow depended on people watching? I tried to rationalize it. Even if such things did exist, how would my viewing or not viewing affect anything? The idea that someone's life could depend on whether random recipients of a strange email clicked a link was absurd. It had to be a sick psychological game at best, a scam to drive traffic to malware-infected sites at worst. I closed the email and tried to forget about it, went about my day as normal, worked on some freelance projects, went to the gym, met a friend for drinks. But throughout it all, that countdown kept nagging at the back of my mind. By the time I got home that evening, I found myself logging back into the old email account. The timer now showed 9 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know exactly what made me download the Tor browser that night. Curiosity, concern, some misguided sense of responsibility. Whatever it was, I found myself following online guides to set it up securely, telling myself I was just being thorough in my investigation before dismissing the whole thing. With about 8 hours left on the countdown, I clicked the link. I expected it to lead nowhere, or perhaps to some crude scam site asking for Bitcoin. Instead, it took me to a minimalist page with another countdown timer matching the one in the email, and beneath it, a video player that wasn't yet active. A message indicated that the stream would begin when the countdown reached 0. There was also a viewer counter showing 41 people currently on the page. That detail made it feel more real somehow. Not just a personalized scam targeting me, but something multiple people were experiencing simultaneously. I closed the browser immediately, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I tried to sleep, but couldn't stop thinking about what might happen when that timer reached 0. Would nothing happen, confirming it was just an elaborate hoax? Or would something unspeakable begin? Something I could perhaps have prevented by watching, as the email had implied. At around 3 a.m., with roughly 3 hours left on the countdown, I made the decision that still haunts me. I reopened Tor, clicked the link again, and waited. The viewer count had risen to 126. I left the tab open and tried to distract myself with work, checking back periodically as the minutes ticked away. When the timer finally reached 0, the video player activated automatically. The footage was grainy but clear enough to see a person bound to a chair in what looked like a basement or cellar. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could tell they were conscious, struggling against their restraints. A figure moved in the background, just out of frame, only occasionally visible as a shadow or partial silhouette. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the captive's continued struggles. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen, stating that the required viewer threshold had been met and the session would proceed. Another message followed, thanking everyone for their participation and explaining that without sufficient witnesses, there would be no purpose to the demonstration. What happened next is something I've tried desperately to forget. The shadowy figure moved into frame, carrying what looked like ordinary workshop tools. The violence began slowly, methodically, with an almost clinical detachment. There was no dramatic monologue, no explanation or justification, just systematic escalating brutality. I wanted to close the browser, to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but a notification had appeared on screen, warning that any viewer who disconnected before the conclusion would automatically be added to the next session's notification list, with their own personal contacts as potential subjects. So I watched. For 47 minutes, I watched. When it finally ended, the stream didn't immediately disconnect. Instead, a message appeared thanking viewers for their compliance and promising another session in the near future. Then the browser tab closed itself automatically. I was physically sick afterward, vomiting until there was nothing left but bile and self-disgust. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panic, alternating between convinced I needed to go to the police and terrified of the consequences if I did. What if they thought I was somehow involved? What if reporting it put me on the radar of whoever was behind it? By morning, I'd convinced myself that it must have been an extremely realistic horror simulation, some underground shock site using excellent special effects to create the illusion of actual violence. The alternative was too horrific to contemplate. For a week, I checked the old email obsessively, both dreading and expecting another message with another countdown. None came, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps it really had been a one-time thing, a bizarre digital experience that I could eventually file away as an unsettling memory. Then exactly 1 month later, I received a new email in my current, active email address, the one I use for work and everyday life. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters from before. The body contained a new link, a new countdown set for exactly 24 hours, and an additional message informing me that my previous participation had been noted and that continued compliance was expected. Below that was a list of names and email addresses belonging to people I knew, colleagues, friends, family members. At the bottom was a simple instruction: choose one recipient for the next viewing invitation, or all would receive it automatically when the countdown expired. I've been caught in this cycle for 7 months now. Each time, I tell myself it will be the last. Each time, I'm given another impossible choice. I've tried using burner emails, VPNs, different devices. Nothing helps. They always find me. The only small mercy is that I've been able to select people I don't know personally from random email databases as the next recipients, though I'm consumed by guilt at the thought of passing this burden to strangers. I don't know who's behind it or what their purpose is. Is it some kind of psychological experiment, a depraved form of entertainment, an elaborate blackmail scheme waiting to be activated? All I know is that I've become an unwilling accomplice to something unspeakable with no clear way out. Sometimes I wonder if there's a pattern to who gets selected as victims in these streams, if there's some connection I'm missing that could help me break free of this nightmare, or if I'm just one link in a vast chain of trapped viewers, all of us silently watching horrors we can never speak of, all to protect ourselves and those we care about. If you ever receive an email with a countdown timer and an onion link, don't open it. Don't click anything. Delete the account entirely if you can. I don't know if that would have saved me, but I wish more than anything that I could go back to that day and close that old email account without ever opening that message. The most terrifying part isn't just what I've been forced to witness. It's knowing that somewhere out there, someone is watching me too, monitoring my compliance, perhaps even considering me for a future role beyond mere witness. Every email I receive now fills me with dread. Every countdown makes me wonder, When will it be my turn on the other side of the camera? So this happened about 3 years ago when I was still at sixth form in Leeds. You know how schools are about internet safety and all that? Well, there's a good reason for it, and I found out the hard way. I was in the library after hours, thought I was alone, and decided to check out the dark web. Biggest mistake of my life. I still get chills thinking about it. That night, I wasn't just browsing the dark web, it was browsing me back. I've never actually told anyone the full story until now. I kept quiet because, honestly, I was scared that whoever was watching me that night might find out. Even now, I still catch myself checking over my shoulder or covering my webcam. I guess I should start from the beginning. I was in my final year at sixth form college in Leeds, studying computer science among other subjects. I'd always been fascinated by technology. Probably to an unhealthy degree if I'm being honest. My parents had divorced when I was 14, and I'd retreated into the digital world as a coping mechanism. By 16, I was already fairly proficient at coding and had developed an interest in cybersecurity. It started innocently enough, learning about encryption, firewalls, that sort of thing. But as is often the case with teenage curiosity, it didn't stay innocent for long. I first heard about the dark web from a friend in my computer science class. He was always talking about conspiracy theories and government surveillance, most of which I dismissed as paranoid ramblings. But when he mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing, my interest was piqued. I remember thinking it sounded like something from a spy film, not something accessible to ordinary people like me. How wrong I was. It was mid-November, and the days were already darkening by 4 in the afternoon. I'd stayed behind after classes to work on a coding project in the college library. The library was housed in an old Victorian building with high ceilings and tall windows that let in very little light during winter months. By 5:30 p.m., most students had gone home, leaving the vast space eerily quiet, except for the occasional shuffle of the librarian restacking books and the soft hum of computers. I'd been working at one of the computers in the far corner of the library, tucked away behind several tall bookcases. It was my favorite spot because no one could see my screen unless they were standing directly behind me. In retrospect, that should have been my first warning. If I could hide my screen from others, others could hide their activities from me. I'd downloaded Tor browser onto a USB drive at home, bypassing the college's security protocols that prevented direct downloads. I wasn't planning on doing anything particularly nefarious, just exploring, seeing what all the fuss was about. I told myself it was academic curiosity, that I was a computer science student after all, and understanding all facets of the internet was part of my education. Such convenient justifications we create for ourselves. The library was practically empty by then. The only other person I could see was a first-year student dozing over textbooks several tables away. The librarian had retreated to her office. I plugged in my USB, launched Tor, and took my first steps into the dark web. At first, it was disappointingly mundane. Slow-loading pages with basic interfaces, mostly forums discussing privacy and encryption. I remember feeling slightly let down, thinking that this was what everyone was so worried about. But then I found a link to a directory of sorts, a signpost to the deeper, darker corners of this hidden internet. I started clicking through, fascinated by the sheer volume of illegal marketplaces, hacking services, and forums dedicated to activities I'd rather not detail. I remember the exact moment when things took a turn. I'd clicked on a link claiming to offer live streams of various security cameras from around the world. The page that loaded had a grid of thumbnail videos, some showing empty office corridors, others displaying street corners or the interiors of what looked like shops after hours. It was unsettling, but also oddly compelling. this voyeuristic window into places I'd never visit, and people who had no idea they were being watched. One thumbnail caught my attention. Unlike the others, which showed static scenes with occasional movement, this one had a red border around it and a counter showing how many people were watching. 23 at that moment. The thumbnail itself was dark, showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked. The video expanded to fill most of my screen. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the low light, but gradually I could make out what seemed to be a bedroom. The camera angle was from a corner near the ceiling, pointing down at a bed where someone appeared to be sleeping. I felt a wave of disgust wash over me. This wasn't some public security camera. This was someone's private space being invaded. I was about to close the window when the sleeping figure stirred, and I froze. It was a young woman, probably not much older than me. She sat up, checking her phone, completely unaware that strangers across the internet were watching her most private moments. I remember thinking I should close the browser immediately, that watching even another second made me complicit in this violation. But before I could move the cursor to the X, something in the live chat sidebar caught my eye. Someone with the username Observer Prime had written something that made my blood turn to ice. They somehow knew I was watching from Leeds College Library. They actually welcomed me to the show. How could they possibly know where I was? I hadn't entered any personal information, hadn't accepted any cookies or permissions. I frantically checked if my webcam light was on. It wasn't. Still, panic began to rise in my throat. I closed the tab immediately, hands shaking so badly I nearly knocked over my water bottle. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the college's network wasn't as secure as it should be when using Tor. Maybe my IP address was visible despite the supposed anonymity. I told myself it was just a scare tactic, something to freak out newcomers. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I shut down Tor and was about to pull out my USB when a chat window popped up on my screen. This shouldn't have been possible. The college computers had all communication apps blocked. The message told me not to leave yet, that the show was just starting. I looked around wildly, certain someone must be watching me physically, playing some elaborate prank. But the library remained still and silent. The first-year student had left. Even the librarian was nowhere to be seen. I was alone, or at least I appeared to be. Another message appeared, telling me to look back at the screen, that she was about to get a surprise visitor. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself reopening Tor, navigating back to the stream. The young woman was now sitting at a desk in the corner of her room, working on a laptop, headphones on. The view switched to another camera angle, this one showing her apartment door from the outside. A figure in a dark hoodie was standing there, quietly testing the handle. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips as they hovered over the keyboard. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some sick form of entertainment. But the terror felt authentic as the door slowly eased open, the woman completely unaware due to her headphones. I wanted to warn her somehow, to scream through the screen, but I was just another silent observer in this horror show. That's when I noticed something that turned my fear for her into fear for myself. In the corner of my screen, a small window had opened, showing me, from behind, at my library computer, in real time. I whipped around, nearly falling out of my chair. There was no one there, just rows of empty desks and bookshelves. But when I turned back to the screen, the angle had changed. Now it was showing me from the side, capturing my profile illuminated by the glow of the monitor. There had to be a camera somewhere, but I couldn't spot it no matter where I looked. The chat was active now, with multiple users commenting. Some were talking about having 2 shows for the price of 1. Others mentioned, how the watcher becomes the watched. The most disturbing comments were asking which one they should visit first. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely use the mouse. I closed Tor again, yanked out my USB, and gathered my things to leave. As I stood up, all the computers in the library suddenly turned on by themselves, each screen showing the same image. Me, standing there, frozen in terror. I abandoned my belongings and ran, bursting through the library doors and not stopping until I reached the college's main entrance. Outside, the winter air stung my lungs as I gasped for breath, trying to process what had just happened. I was about to call for a taxi when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. The message said they knew where I lived too, but not to worry. They weren't visiting tonight. They liked to save the best shows for later. For weeks afterward, I barely slept. I reformatted my computer, changed all my passwords, even stayed at a friend's house for a few days. I couldn't bring myself to return to the library, making up excuses about illness to explain my absence from classes. When I finally did go back to college, I avoided all computers, completing assignments at home on a laptop I'd stripped down and rebuilt to ensure it had no webcam or microphone. The messages stopped after that first night, but the damage was done. I'd glimpsed a world where privacy was an illusion, where watchers could become the watched in an instant. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? And more importantly, what if reporting it triggered whoever was behind those cameras to make good on their implied threat? That was 3 years ago. I've since moved cities, changed my name on social media, and adopted an almost paranoid approach to online security. I never use public Wi-Fi, keep my webcam covered, and regularly check for unusual network activity. Perhaps it was all an elaborate scare tactic, a way to frighten naive explorers of the dark web. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat late at night, I still feel eyes on me, invisible observers waiting for the next show to begin. So if you're reading this and feeling that same curiosity I once did about the dark web, take my advice. Some doors are better left unopened, because once you've seen what's on the other side, you can never unsee it. And worse still, once they've seen you, they never forget. The scariest part isn't what I witnessed that night. It's the knowledge that at any moment I might become the unwitting star of someone else's Red Room stream. And unlike that poor woman in the bedroom, I'd know exactly what that means. I barely slept in the past 2 weeks. Every little sound makes me jump now. The refrigerator humming, a car door closing outside, the heating system clicking on. I keep thinking I hear things that aren't there, voices hidden in everyday noises. The more I keep this bottled up, the more I feel like I'm going to lose my mind completely, so here goes. I work as an audio engineer at a small recording studio in Bristol. Nothing fancy or high profile, mostly local bands and podcast production. But I've always had a good ear for sound. That's what makes this whole thing so much worse. I should have noticed it sooner. I should have recognized what I was hearing the first time. About 3 weeks ago, my friend Alex sent me a message asking if I could give some feedback on a music track he was working on. We've known each other since university, where we both studied sound engineering, but while I went into studio work, he took a more experimental route with electronic music. He's always sending me works in progress, asking for my opinion on mixing or mastering, and I'm usually happy to help. It's a good arrangement. I keep my critical listening skills sharp, and he gets free professional feedback. The track he sent me that night was different from his usual style. He described it as ambient experimental, with some field recordings mixed in. He said he'd been playing around with layering environmental sounds to create atmosphere beneath the music. That didn't seem unusual to me. Field recordings are common in certain genres, and Alex was always trying new techniques. I remember it was a Tuesday night, around 11 p.m. I just finished a late session at the studio and was unwinding at my desk at home with a glass of whiskey, still wearing the clothes I'd worked in all day. My flat was quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the wet street outside. It had been raining all day, one of those endless grey February days that make you feel like summer might never come again. I put on my studio headphones, the expensive ones I use for detailed listening, and downloaded Alex's track. It was about 8 minutes long, which seemed a bit excessive for a demo, but that was typical of Alex. He's never been one for radio-friendly 3-minute songs. The track started with a low drone, gradually building with subtle electronic elements. Nothing unusual there. Around the 2-minute mark, the field recordings began to blend in. What sounded like distant traffic, wind through trees, maybe the ambient noise of a public space. It was actually quite effective, creating this sense of physical space within the music. But around 4 minutes in, something caught my attention. Behind the main elements, almost completely buried in the mix, I could hear what sounded like voices. This isn't uncommon in field recordings. You often pick up snippets of conversation when recording in public places, but something about these voices made me uneasy. They sounded tense, maybe frightened. I adjusted the equalization on my computer, boosting the mid-range frequencies where human voices typically sit, and played that section again. With the adjustment, I could make out more clearly what sounded like a person, possibly a woman, speaking urgently. The words weren't clear, but the tone definitely conveyed distress. I paused the track, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. I told myself it was just an interesting sample Alex had found online or recorded from a film. Field recordings often have strange, ambiguous sounds that your brain tries to interpret as something recognizable. Audio engineers call it pareidolia, like seeing faces in clouds, but with sound. Your brain tries to find patterns, meaning, where there might be none. I continued listening, but now I was focused entirely on the background elements. As the track progressed, the voices became slightly more prominent. Around the 6-minute mark, buried under a swelling synth pad, I distinctly heard what sounded like someone screaming. It was distant, heavily processed with reverb, but unmistakable once I'd noticed it. And it didn't sound like it was from a film or staged. It had a raw, desperate quality that made my skin crawl. I stopped the track again and took off my headphones, suddenly aware of how fast my heart was beating. The silence of my flat felt oppressive now. I took a large sip of whiskey, trying to calm myself down. I was being ridiculous. Alex was just experimenting with unsettling samples to create atmosphere. That's all it was. I put my headphones back on, determined to finish listening professionally. The final 2 minutes of the track became increasingly chaotic, with the background voices and sounds growing more prominent beneath the music. What I'd initially perceived as artistic ambient noise now sounded like a deliberate attempt to mask something disturbing. The screams, though still distant, seemed to multiply. And underneath it all, there was a rhythmic sound I couldn't quite identify. Mechanical, repetitive. When the track finally ended, I sat in silence for several minutes. A rational part of my brain was saying that Alex had simply created a disturbing piece of experimental music. Maybe he'd sampled horror movies or found some creepy sounds online. But another part of me, the part that had spent years training to distinguish subtle details in audio, was deeply unsettled. I played the track again, this time opening it in my professional audio software where I could visualize the sound waves and separate the frequencies. With the proper tools, I began isolating different layers of the recording. The main musical elements were clearly composed and synthetic, as expected, but the background field recordings appeared to be a single continuous audio file that had been processed to sound distant. When I isolated this layer and enhanced it, What I heard made me physically recoil from my desk. It was unmistakably people in extreme distress. Multiple voices begging, screaming, crying. The mechanical sound I'd noticed was clearer now too. Something repetitive and metallic, like a crank or lever being operated. And beneath it all, almost imperceptible even with enhancement, was a voice speaking calmly, methodically, giving instructions. I felt physically sick. This couldn't be some creative sample Alex had found. It was too raw, too consistent. It sounded like genuine audio of people being tortured. With shaking hands, I sent Alex a message, asking about the source of the field recordings. His response came quickly. Just some stuff I found in an interesting corner of the web. Thought it added a unique atmosphere. Too intense. That vague answer only increased my unease. I pressed him, asking directly if he knew what the voices in the background were. He replied that he hadn't noticed any distinct voices, just atmospheric noise. Either he was lying, or he genuinely hadn't heard what was clearly audible to my trained ear once I knew to look for it. Neither option was comforting. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what I'd heard and what it might mean. The next morning, I decided to extract the background audio layer completely and run it through additional filters to clean it up further. What emerged was far worse than I'd initially thought. The clearer audio revealed what sounded like a methodical session where someone was calmly directing the torture of multiple people. The most disturbing part was that the voice occasionally referenced viewers or an audience, as if this was being streamed or recorded specifically for others to watch. I'd heard of red rooms on the dark web, supposedly live streams of torture or worse that people paid to watch. Most experts said they were urban legends, technically impossible to stream reliably through Tor networks. But what if they were real? What if instead of streaming video, which requires significant bandwidth, they distributed high-quality audio recordings afterward? I felt caught in an impossible situation. If what I'd heard was real, it was evidence of horrific crimes. But going to the police would mean explaining how I came to possess it, potentially implicating myself and definitely implicating Alex. And would they even take it seriously? It would sound insane. Claims of hidden torture audio in an experimental music track. I decided to dig deeper first. I checked the audio file's metadata, looking for any clues about its origin. The original field recording had been created 3 months earlier, according to the timestamp. But more disturbing was a hidden comment in the metadata, a string of random characters followed by .onion, unmistakably a dark web address. That night, Alex sent me another message asking what I thought of the track. I gave him some vague technical feedback, afraid to reveal what I'd discovered. He seemed pleased and mentioned he had more experimental audio he'd like my opinion on, if I was interested. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. What if Alex was involved in something terrible? What if he was testing me somehow, seeing if I would notice the hidden sounds? Or worse, what if he wasn't the one who put them there at all? What if someone had compromised his computer or accounts? A week after receiving the track, I received an anonymous email. The subject line was simply those same random characters I'd found in the metadata. The body contained only 2 sentences. "We noticed you've been listening very carefully. Would you like to hear more?" I immediately deleted the email and shut down my computer. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled my drink across my desk. Someone knew I'd isolated that audio. Someone was watching. I haven't responded to any of Alex's messages since then. I bought a new laptop and phone. I stay at different friends' houses, never in my own flat for more than a few hours to collect essentials. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I'm being followed. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was what I heard actually real? Or was it an elaborate hoax? Is Alex involved? Or is he being used somehow? And who sent that email? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, and I'm too afraid to keep looking. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear those screams again, hidden beneath the normal sounds of the world around me. And I wonder how many other recordings like that are out there, with horrors hidden in their background noise, waiting for someone with the right ear to discover them. I've been debating whether to share this with anyone for weeks now. It still doesn't feel quite real, even though I know what happened. My sleep hasn't been the same since. I keep checking my devices, wondering if someone's watching. I guess writing it down might help me process everything, even if just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I work in digital marketing for a small agency in Manchester, nothing fancy. Mostly social media scheduling and content creation for local businesses. I've always been fascinated by AI tools, partly because they're reshaping my industry, and partly because I'm just naturally curious about technology. When ChatGPT first came out, I immediately started playing with it for work purposes, generating content ideas, helping with writer's block, that sort of thing. About 2 months ago, I was having trouble sleeping due to stress from work deadlines. It was around 1 a.m. and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, too wired to sleep, but too tired to do anything productive. My bedroom was dark except for the glow from my phone screen, rain pattering against the window, one of those typical dreary February nights in northern England. I opened ChatGPT, thinking I'd ask it to help me brainstorm content for a difficult client who ran an artisanal cheese shop. But for some reason, maybe boredom, maybe the late hour loosening my usual professional focus, I decided to try something different. I'd been watching a documentary about cold cases earlier that evening, and it got me thinking about unsolved mysteries in general. I typed, "Tell me about an unsolved mystery that not many people know about." The response was pretty standard at first. A paragraph about some obscure disappearance from the 1950s that I'd actually already heard of. Nothing particularly interesting, but then I got more specific, asking it to tell me about internet mysteries instead. That's when things started to get strange. The AI began describing a case involving a child who went missing from a small town in Cheshire in the early 1990s, the exact town where I grew up. It mentioned specific details about the case, including the name of the local park where the child was last seen. The thing is, I remembered this case vividly. It had happened when I was 7 years old, and it had terrified me and every other kid in the neighborhood. We weren't allowed to play outside alone for months afterwards. What unsettled me wasn't just that the AI knew about this obscure local case from 30 years ago. It was that some of the details it shared weren't ever reported in the news. The description of the distinctive red and blue jacket the missing child had been wearing, for instance. I remember this detail clearly because my mum had thrown away my similar jacket after the incident, too disturbed by the association. But I'd never seen that detail in any news report or article about the case. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How could ChatGPT know this? Had it somehow accessed local police records? Or was it just an incredibly specific coincidence? I told myself it had to be the latter, that the AI had generated a generic missing child case, and my brain was filling in the similarities because it was late and I was tired. Curious now, I pushed further. I asked it to tell me more about internet mysteries related to the dark web specifically. The response started normally enough, mentioning the usual stuff about illegal marketplaces and Bitcoin transactions. Then, mid-paragraph, the tone shifted slightly. The writing became more conversational, less formal, almost as if someone else had taken over. It began describing something called the Spectator Club, supposedly an exclusive dark web community where members could watch live feeds of people who were unknowingly being monitored through their own devices. It claimed these weren't hacked webcams or anything so basic, but sophisticated operations where targets were carefully selected and sometimes even manipulated into specific scenarios for the entertainment of viewers. The description was detailed, explaining how members would pay in cryptocurrency for different tiers of access, with the highest tier allowing them to actually suggest scenarios or actions for the monitors to attempt to create. It explained how they used AI to identify potential targets by scanning social media for specific vulnerability markers in people's posting patterns. Then came the part that made my blood run cold. The AI wrote, "For example, someone like you, living alone, working late hours, with an interest in true crime and technology, regularly ordering takeaway food rather than going out, and recently searching for information about home security systems after hearing about a break-in on your street 2 weeks ago, would be considered an ideal candidate." I froze. I did live alone. I had been working late. I was interested in true crime and technology. I had ordered takeaway 3 times that week, and there had been a break-in on my street 2 weeks prior, after which I'd researched security cameras online. My heart was pounding as I tried to rationalize this. These could be reasonable guesses based on my previous conversations with the AI. Maybe I'd mentioned living alone or my work hours in earlier prompts. The interest in true crime could be inferred from my current questions. The takeaway part was unsettling, but could be a lucky guess based on typical habits of people working late. But the break-in on my street, how could it possibly know about that? As I was trying to process this, the AI continued, describing how the Spectator Club members would sometimes introduce themselves to targets by demonstrating how much they knew about them. And then, at the end of the response, there was a string of text that looked like a Tor address, one of those .onion URLs you need a special browser to access. Right after it, the AI added, "But you shouldn't visit this." No one should. It's merely an example of what these addresses look like. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, a knot forming in my stomach. This felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I decided to report the conversation as inappropriate, thinking the AI had clearly been fed some problematic information. But before I could, the app refreshed itself, and when I checked my conversation history, that particular exchange was gone. All my other conversations were still there, but this specific one had vanished completely. I told myself I was being paranoid. The app probably just glitched and lost that conversation thread. It happens, but I couldn't shake the unease I felt, especially about those oddly specific details. I closed the app and tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. The next day, curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't stop thinking about that Tor address. What if the Spectator Club was real? What if people really were being watched without their knowledge? I told myself I just wanted to verify if this was something I should report to authorities. That's how I justified downloading Tor. I installed the browser, copied the address from memory as best I could, and hesitated before hitting enter. A part of me knew this was stupid, exactly the kind of thing people criticize in horror films, but another part needed to know if this was real, or if my sleep-deprived brain had imagined the whole thing. When the page loaded, it looked disappointingly mundane. Just a black background with a simple login form. No indication of what the site was about. A small note at the bottom read, "Invitation code required." I felt a mixture of relief and anticlimax. Without an invitation code, I couldn't access whatever this was anyway. I was about to close the browser when my phone pinged with a notification. A text message from an unknown number. "Your invitation code is 347XZB. We've been waiting for you to join us." My hands started shaking so badly, I dropped my phone. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a coincidence, some spam text that happened to arrive at the worst possible moment. I picked up my phone and blocked the number immediately, then shut down my laptop and unplugged it for good measure. For the next few days, I jumped at every notification. I covered my laptop camera with tape and even disconnected my smart TV. I considered going to the police but couldn't imagine how I'd explain what had happened without sounding completely delusional. A week later, I received an email with the subject line, "Spectator Feedback Survey." The body was empty except for a link. I deleted it immediately and ran a virus scan, which found nothing. The following day, another email arrived, this one saying, "Your viewing patterns suggest you enjoy watching from your kitchen window at 8:15 p.m. Your neighbors provide excellent content." The blood drained from my face. I did often find myself absent-mindedly watching my neighbors while waiting for my kettle to boil around that time. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. It had to be. But I closed my curtains that evening and have kept them closed ever since. Over the next few weeks, the messages became more frequent and more specific. References to conversations I'd had in my flat when I thought I was alone. Descriptions of items I'd recently purchased. At one point, I received a text with nothing but the title of the book I was currently reading. A paperback I'd bought from a second-hand shop, not ordered online. I've since moved flats, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and bought a new laptop. I only access the internet through public Wi-Fi now, using a VPN. I've stopped using any AI tools completely. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. What if the AI didn't send me to the Spectator Club? What if it was trying to warn me that I was already being watched? What if the reason it knew those details about me wasn't because it was somehow spying on me, but because someone else was, and they were feeding that information into its training data? I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. Every camera I pass, every device with a microphone, every stranger looking at their phone when I walk by, they all make me wonder if I'm still being watched, if I'm still providing content for some hidden audience. And the most terrifying thought of all, what if I'm not the only one? What if there are thousands of us out there being monitored without our knowledge, our lives turned into entertainment for people we'll never see? How would we even know? So I've been putting this off for a while now, but I think I need to tell someone what happened last summer. My so-called therapist says I should write it all down, but I keep cancelling appointments. Talking to a professional feels too official, you know. Like once it's in my records, it's out there forever. But I can't keep it bottled up anymore, so I figured I'd just type it out. This all happened about 8 months ago when I was backpacking through Eastern Europe. I just finished uni and wanted to travel a bit before settling into the whole career thing. I'm not exactly loaded, so I was doing the whole hostel hopping budget travel experience. It was amazing mostly, meeting new people, seeing incredible places, all that. But what happened in Budapest? That's the part I'm still trying to process. I'd been in the city for 3 days staying at this hostel near the Jewish quarter. Nice enough place, but their Wi-Fi was absolute rubbish. I needed to book my next train ticket and check in with my parents, so I headed to this internet cafe about 10 minutes away. The place was a bit of a throwback, honestly, kind of dingy with these partitioned computer stations and outdated PCs, but it was cheap, only about 200 forints per hour, that's like 50 pence, and they had decent coffee. I went in around 7 p.m. after spending the day at the thermal baths. The cafe was pretty quiet, just the owner behind the counter half asleep, watching something on his phone, and a couple of teenagers playing some online game in the corner. I paid for 2 hours and got assigned to station number 12 near the back wall. When I sat down, I noticed the computer was already on. Not just on, but logged into a browser session. I figured the last person must have just forgotten to log out properly. I was about to close everything and start fresh, when I noticed one of the tabs was still loading something. You know when you're a bit nosy about what other people are looking at online? It was like that, just this fleeting curiosity about what the previous user had been browsing. I clicked on the tab, thinking it would be something mundane like Facebook or YouTube. The page that loaded was nothing like that. It took a moment to fully render, but I immediately recognized the browser. It was Tor. I'd never actually used it myself, but I knew what it was for. Accessing the dark web. I'd heard plenty of stories from my friend who studied computer science, all those urban legends about red rooms and black markets. I always thought they were exaggerated, you know. The page itself looked pretty basic. Black background with minimal text. There was a video player in the center that was buffering, and a chat window on the right with messages scrolling by too quickly to read. The video's thumbnail was blurry, but it looked like some kind of room with dim lighting. I should have closed it immediately. That would have been the normal, sensible reaction. But there's this weird thing that happens sometimes. The more you know you shouldn't look at something, the more compelling it becomes. I just sat there, watching the loading circle spin, telling myself I'd close it once I saw what it was, just to satisfy my curiosity. When the video finally loaded, it showed what looked like a basement or cellar. The walls were concrete, and there was a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The room was mostly empty, except for a chair in the middle, and some equipment on the table that I couldn't quite make out. The video quality was poor and grainy, but it was definitely a live stream. There was a timestamp in the corner, and the chat was reacting to something happening. I remember feeling a cold weight in my stomach as I realized what I might be looking at. This wasn't some fake horror stream or art project. There was something genuinely unsettling about how raw and unproduced it looked. I was about to close the tab when someone entered the frame. A person wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face. They moved with purpose toward the camera, adjusting it slightly. The movement was so normal, so casual, that it made everything more disturbing somehow. The masked figure then turned to face the camera directly, as if looking right at the viewers. Then they raised their hand and seemed to wave. Not a greeting, but more like they were acknowledging specific people watching. I felt like they were waving at me personally, which is ridiculous, I know. But then they did something that made my blood run cold. They held up a piece of paper with writing on it. The paper had today's date and time, along with the words, "Hello Budapest, Station 12. My station, my exact location. I slammed the laptop closed instinctively, then immediately felt stupid because it wasn't my laptop. The cafe owner glanced over, but quickly went back to his phone. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe the previous user had been chatting with someone and had mentioned their location. Maybe it was some weird coincidence, or I'd misread it in the poor video quality. Taking a deep breath, I reopened the laptop. The browser was still there, but now the video had changed. The camera seemed to be showing a different angle of the same room, but this time focused on the table I'd noticed earlier. On it were various tools, pliers, knives, and other things I didn't want to identify. Next to them was another piece of paper, this one with what looked like a list of usernames or IDs. The chat was going crazy now, messages flying by too fast to read, but certain phrases kept jumping out as they scrolled. Station 12 is watching. We have their IP. Should we send someone? Show them what happens to voyeurs. I tried closing the browser, but it wouldn't respond. I clicked the X repeatedly, then tried Alt F4, then Ctrl-Alt-Delete. Nothing worked. The screen flickered briefly, and then the video feed changed again. This time, it showed the exterior of a building. With a sickening lurch in my stomach, I recognized it. It was the internet cafe I was sitting in, filmed from across the street. The timestamp showed it was live footage, right now. As I watched, frozen, the camera zoomed in on the windows, panning slowly across until it focused on my station. I could see myself through the window, illuminated by the screen's glow, staring wide-eyed at the monitor. That's when I completely lost it. I jumped up, knocking over my chair, and rushed to the counter. I told the owner there was something wrong with the computer, that I thought it might have been hacked. He just shrugged, clearly not bothered, and said he'd restarted later. I asked him if the previous user had left recently, trying to keep my voice steady. He told me no one had used that station all day. I was the first customer to sit there. I felt physically sick at that point. I grabbed my backpack and headed for the door, glancing across the street to see if anyone was there with a camera. The street was busy with evening traffic and pedestrians, but no one seemed to be filming. As I pushed the door open, my phone buzzed with a notification, a message from an unknown number. "Enjoying Budapest, Station 12. We see you. Don't worry about paying for your time. We've taken care of it. We've taken care of everything." I ran all the way back to my hostel without stopping, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I got to my room, I threw my stuff together and checked out immediately, forfeiting the money I'd paid for the next 2 nights. I caught the first train out the next morning to Vienna, and I didn't use a public computer or Wi-Fi for the rest of my trip. For weeks afterwards, I kept getting text messages from different numbers. They were always brief, just enough to let me know I was still being watched. One came through when I was at dinner in Paris. Red wine stains white shirts. "Be careful." I'd spilled wine on myself just moments before. Another came when I was back home in London. "Your new flat has nice windows, easy to see inside at night." I've moved twice since then. I've gone through every possible explanation for what happened. The most rational one is that someone hacked the computer at the cafe and used its webcam to see me, then used my phone number from the cafe's sign-in system. But that doesn't explain how they're still finding me, or how they know details about my daily life that aren't online. I've changed my phone, my email, even my name on social media. I've installed security systems and keep my curtains closed at all times, but the messages still come through occasionally. The last one arrived yesterday. "Miss Budapest, we miss you. Station 12 is always reserved for you." I don't know what these people want or why they chose me. Maybe I just stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. Maybe it was all just an elaborate scare tactic aimed at random dark web voyeurs. But I can't shake the feeling that by clicking that tab, I somehow put myself on a list that I can't get off of. Like by witnessing whatever twisted thing was happening in that basement, I became part of it somehow. So that's my story. I still haven't gone to the police. What would I even tell them? That I accidentally accessed some creepy dark web stream and now I'm being stalked by anonymous messages. They'd think I was paranoid or making it up. I'm telling you this partly as a warning. Be careful about the digital footprints you leave, even ones you don't realize you're creating. That random computer in an internet cafe might not be as anonymous as you think. And if you ever find yourself looking at a browser session someone else left open, just close it. Some nightmares aren't meant to be shared, and once you've seen them, you can't unsee them. I keep thinking about that list of names I glimpsed on the table in the video. I wonder how many others like me are out there, jumping at shadows and changing their phone numbers every few weeks. I wonder if they also made the mistake of clicking on someone else's session, picking up a nightmare that wasn't theirs to begin with. I got this second-hand Fire Stick from Facebook Marketplace about 4 months ago, and I'm still having nightmares about what I found on it. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. My friend suggested therapy, but I can't imagine explaining this to a professional without them either reporting me to the police or thinking I'm completely unhinged. I just need to get this off my chest somehow, and writing it down anonymously seems like the safest option. I've always been into finding ways to watch content without paying for a million different streaming subscriptions. I'm not particularly tech savvy, but I can follow instructions from YouTube tutorials well enough. Last October, I was between jobs and trying to save money wherever I could. My old Fire Stick had started glitching, and I couldn't afford a new one, so I checked Facebook Marketplace. I found someone selling a fully loaded Fire Stick for £30, which seemed like a decent deal. The seller was this ordinary-looking bloke who lived in a flat about 20 minutes from me in Birmingham. He seemed normal enough, just a regular guy in his 30s trying to make some extra cash. He explained that he'd upgraded to a newer model and didn't need this one anymore. He mentioned it was jailbroken and had all the good stuff on it already. I figured he meant the usual pirated streaming apps, which was exactly what I was after. I brought it home that evening and plugged it into my TV. The interface looked different from standard Fire Sticks, with a custom background and loads of apps I didn't recognize. There were the usual suspects like Kodi and various movie streaming apps, but also a bunch of oddly named folders. One was simply labeled Premium, and another called Hidden Shows. I assumed these were just more pirated content, maybe organized by genre or something. That night, I settled in with a beer and some leftover pizza, ready for a lazy evening of browsing through all the new content I had access to. I spent about an hour exploring the different apps, finding the usual pirated films and TV shows. It was exactly what I'd expected, nothing particularly unusual. Around midnight, with nothing better to do, I decided to check out the Hidden Shows folder, expecting to find porn, or maybe some obscure foreign films. When I clicked on it, I was taken to a screen that looked almost like a video conferencing setup. There were thumbnails of what appeared to be different camera feeds, each with a title like Room 1, Room 2, and so on. Some had additional labels like Active or Scheduled. I remember thinking it looked like some kind of reality TV setup, maybe some underground streaming service showing unedited footage from shows around the world. There was even a viewer count next to each thumbnail, showing how many people were currently watching. I scrolled through the options, curiosity getting the better of me. Most of the rooms showed empty spaces, what looked like bedrooms, living areas, or nondescript rooms with various furnishings. Some had people in them, just doing everyday things like using computers or watching TV. It reminded me of those webcam sites from the early 2000s where people would just broadcast their daily lives. Weird, but not exactly alarming. Then I noticed one labeled Red Room Live Now, with a significantly higher viewer count than the others. I'd heard the term Red Room before in discussions about the dark web, but I'd always dismissed them as urban legends, fictional horror stories people made up to seem edgy online. I figured this was probably just named that for shock value, perhaps showing a room with red lighting or decoration to seem mysterious. I clicked on it, and at first the stream was dark and grainy. I could make out what looked like a basement or garage with concrete walls. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. There was a person sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, facing away from the camera. Another figure moved around the edges of the room, mostly out of frame. I almost clicked away, thinking it was just some amateur horror streaming channel trying to be creepy. But then the second figure stepped fully into view. They were wearing a plain white mask and surgical gloves. Something about their deliberate movements made my stomach clench. This didn't look like someone playing a role. They moved with purpose, arranging items on a small table just at the edge of the frame. The person in the chair was completely still, and I noticed their hands appeared to be secured to the armrest. I should have closed the app immediately. Any reasonable person would have. But there's this horrible compulsion that comes with witnessing something so outside your normal experience. A need to confirm what you're seeing is real before you can react to it. kept watching, telling myself it must be some kind of extreme performance art or an elaborate prank. The masked figure turned toward the camera and made a small gesture, almost like a bow. Then they held up a piece of paper with what looked like a username and a timestamp. With a sickening lurch, I realized this was happening in real time. This wasn't recorded footage. The timestamp showed the current date and time, just minutes ago. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The masked figure picked up something from the table, a knife that caught the dim light, and turned to the person in the chair. I won't describe the details of what I witnessed. I can't bring myself to put it into words, and I don't want to traumatize anyone else with those images. But it wasn't fake. The sounds, the movements, the reactions. There was no mistaking this for fiction or acting. I finally managed to close the app, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the remote twice. I unplugged the Fire Stick and sat in the dark, trying to process what I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to believe it was an elaborate hoax, some shocking viral marketing stunt. But deep down, I knew better. What I had witnessed was real violence, real suffering, broadcast for entertainment. I spent the rest of the night in a daze, alternating between nausea and panic. By morning, I convinced myself I needed to go to the police. I plugged the Fire Stick back in, intending to document what I had found so I would have evidence. But when it booted up, the interface had changed. The custom background was gone, replaced by the standard Amazon home screen. The folders and strange apps had vanished. It looked like a completely normal Fire Stick, freshly reset to factory settings. I searched through every menu and setting, looking for any trace of what I'd seen the night before, but there was nothing. Had I imagined it all? Had I fallen asleep and dreamed the whole horrible experience? I knew I hadn't, but the complete disappearance of any evidence made me question my own sanity. I decided to contact the seller. I found our Facebook conversation and messaged him, asking casually about some of the apps that had been on the Fire Stick, specifically mentioning the hidden shows folder. Hours passed with no response. By evening, I discovered he'd blocked me. His marketplace listings had been taken down, and when I searched for his profile, it no longer existed. Over the next few days, I tried to research what I'd seen. I learned about actual red rooms on the dark web, illegal live streams where viewers paid to watch, or even direct acts of violence against captive victims. Most sources claimed they were just myths, that the dark web wasn't actually capable of supporting the kind of streaming quality needed for live video. But I knew what I'd seen. I eventually gathered the courage to go to the police, but with no evidence and a story that sounded completely far-fetched. They didn't take me seriously. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either making it up or had been watching some extreme horror film and confused it with reality. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to use any internet-connected device. I threw the Fire Stick in a skip far from my flat and bought a new TV, paranoid that somehow the previous one had been compromised. I changed all my passwords and even moved to a different flat, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place. But really, it was because I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. What disturbs me most is not just what I saw, but the realization that there were dozens, maybe hundreds, of viewers watching the same stream. Regular people with internet connections and devices, sitting in their homes, willingly watching someone suffer. How many of them thought it was fake? How many knew it was real and watched anyway? And how had I, with nothing but a second-hand Fire Stick, stumbled across something that was supposedly impossible to find without special browsers and technical knowledge? I still wonder about that masked figure. Did they know I was watching? Was the Fire Stick reset remotely when they somehow detected I wasn't a regular viewer? And what about the seller? Was he involved? Or just another unwitting middleman passing along something he didn't fully understand? It's been 4 months now, and sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened, but then I'll see something. A white mask in a shop window, a certain quality of light in a dark room, and it all comes flooding back. The worst part is knowing that right now, someone somewhere might be watching another stream, treating real horror and suffering as entertainment, and doing nothing to stop it. I don't know what more I could have done. I don't know what more I should do now. But I know that those hidden shows are still out there, still streaming, still claiming victims. And I know that sometimes the darkest parts of the web find their way into our homes through the most ordinary of devices, blurring the line between digital and real-world horror until it disappears completely. So this USB stick I found on the bus last November pretty much ruined my life. I'm not even exaggerating. It was just a normal commute home from work on the 47 to Fallowfield. I was exhausted after a long day fixing everyone's problems, and I just wanted to get home. You know when you're so tired you're basically on autopilot? That was me. I sat in my usual spot upstairs, and there it was, just wedged in the seat crack. I didn't think twice about pocketing it. Who doesn't need an extra USB, right? I wish I had just left it there. I really, really wish I had just left it there. This happened about 4 months ago on my commute home from work. I work in IT support for a small company in Manchester. Nothing fancy, just fixing printers and helping people who've forgotten their passwords for the 1000th time. I usually take the bus home, about a 40-minute ride through the city. I'm one of those people who always sits in the same seat if I can, second level, near the back, by the window. It was a Friday evening in November, already dark by 5 p.m, with that cold drizzle that seems to soak through everything. The bus was packed with people heading home or out for the weekend. I was exhausted after a long week and just wanted to zone out with my headphones on. When I got to my usual spot, I noticed someone had left something in the seat crack. It was a USB stick, just a basic black one without any markings or labels. I picked it up, thinking I'd hand it to the driver, but then I figured whoever had lost it was probably long gone. Those things are so common nowadays, and this one looked pretty standard, probably worth less than a $5. So I pocketed it without much thought. I'm a bit of a tech hoarder anyway. My flat is full of old cables and gadgets I never use but can't bring myself to throw away. At worst, I'd format it and add it to my collection of spares. When I got home, I made dinner and nearly forgot about the USB stick until I was emptying my pockets before throwing my jeans in the wash. I pulled it out and figured I might as well check what was on it before wiping it. Maybe there'd be contact information for the owner. I remember this moment so clearly, sitting at my desk, plugging the drive into my laptop, the mundane feeling of mild curiosity about what I might find. University assignments, work documents, holiday photos. I wasn't prepared for what actually appeared on my screen. The drive contained a single folder labeled Sessions. No documents, no contact information. Just that one folder. Already this felt a bit off, but I clicked on it anyway. Inside were multiple video files, each with a file name that was just a date and number sequence. Something like 20221103-S17.mp4 and so on. There were about 20 files in total, organized by date over what looked like a 3-month period. I should have been more cautious, but curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on the most recent file, thinking it might be dashcam footage or something similar. The video took a moment to load, and when it did, I initially couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The footage showed a room with concrete walls, dimly lit with a harsh overhead light. It looked like some kind of basement or storage area. There was a metal table in the center and various equipment arranged neatly on shelves along one wall. At first glance, it could have been a workshop or some kind of industrial space. But then the camera angle shifted, and I saw a person strapped to a chair. I can't adequately describe the feeling that washed over me. Like my blood had suddenly turned cold. The person was a man, maybe in his 30s, with a bag over his head. He was clearly terrified, his chest heaving with rapid breaths, his arms straining against restraints. A figure appeared in frame, wearing what looked like a medical mask and latex gloves. They moved methodically around the room, selecting tools from the shelves, arranging them on the metal table with disturbing precision. I should have closed the video immediately. Any normal person would have. But there's this horrible paralysis that comes with witnessing something so unexpected and terrifying. A kind of disbelief that makes you keep watching, as if your brain needs to confirm that what you're seeing is actually real. The masked figure approached the restrained man and removed the bag from his head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. The look of absolute terror in his other eye is something that still appears in my nightmares. What followed was, I don't even want to describe it in detail. The masked person began methodically torturing the man, occasionally turning to face the camera as if providing instruction or documentation. There was something clinical about it, which somehow made it even more disturbing than if it had seemed driven by rage or sadness. I finally snapped out of my shocked state and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and was violently ill. After washing my face with shaking hands, I returned to my desk and stared at my closed laptop. Part of me was hoping I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was some elaborate prank or viral marketing for a horror film. But I knew what I'd seen was real. Against my better judgment, I opened the laptop again and looked at the other files. I didn't play them. I couldn't stomach seeing more, but I checked their properties. They were all recorded over the past few months, each about an hour long. The most recent was from just 3 days before I found the USB. It suddenly hit me that I was in possession of evidence of violent crimes. I had to go to the police. But then another thought struck me. What if whoever made these videos could somehow track the USB? What if they knew it was missing and were looking for it? Or worse, what if this was intentional? If someone had planted it for someone else to find? I checked the metadata on the files, hoping to find some clue about their origin. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Each video had been accessed multiple times after being recorded, and the access log showed IP addresses. One in particular appeared repeatedly, and when I checked, it matched my own public IP address. But the timestamps showed the files had been accessed from my IP before I ever found the USB stick. Someone had been accessing these files from my internet connection before I ever found the drive. I disconnected my laptop from the internet immediately. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Had someone hacked my Wi-Fi? Was this some kind of setup? I spent the next hour changing all my passwords and checking my apartment for signs of intrusion, but everything seemed normal. I decided I needed to examine the USB more carefully before going to the police. If I was being set up somehow, I needed to understand what was happening. Using an old laptop that I kept offline, I looked more closely at the drive's contents. Hidden in the system files was a small executable program. When I checked its code, I know enough programming to understand the basics. I realized it was designed to connect to a remote server whenever the drive was plugged in. It would send information about the computer it was connected to, IP address, user account names, and even attempted to access the webcam. This wasn't just evidence of crimes, it was a trap. Whoever lost this USB hadn't lost it accidentally. They'd set it up to track whoever found it, and they'd already been watching me through my own devices before I ever picked it up. I destroyed the USB that night, smashed it with a hammer, then burned the pieces in my kitchen sink. I reported everything to the police the next day, but without the evidence, they didn't take me seriously. They said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either exaggerating or mentally unwell. For weeks afterward, I felt watched. I spotted the same car parked outside my building several days in a row. My internet would slow down at odd hours of the night, suggesting someone was using my bandwidth. Once, I came home to find my front door unlocked, though nothing was missing or disturbed. I've since moved to a different city and changed all my online accounts. I use VPNs exclusively now and keep my devices in a Faraday bag when I'm not using them. It might seem paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling that I've been marked somehow. That by simply finding that USB, I accidentally inserted myself into something dark and dangerous. The worst part is not knowing if they're still watching me or why they chose that bus route to plant their device. Was I randomly unfortunate, or was I specifically targeted? Were they trying to frame innocent people for their crimes, or just playing some twisted game? I'll probably never know. Sometimes I wonder about the people in those videos. Were they random victims, or were they chosen for some reason? Did anyone report them missing? Are their families still searching for them? And how many other USB sticks like that one are out there, waiting to be found by unsuspecting people like me? I check the news occasionally for stories about missing persons in Manchester, wondering if I'll recognize a face. But I never do. It's like these people vanished completely, existing now only in those horrible video files and in my nightmares. So if you ever find a USB stick on public transport, in a car park, or just lying on the street, just leave it there. Don't let curiosity get the better of you like I did, because there are corners of humanity that we're not meant to see, and once you glimpse them, you can never go back to not knowing they exist. And worse still, once you've seen them, they might start looking for you too. It's been 3 months since that night on my couch, and I still haven't used my laptop properly since. I've bought a new one actually. I just couldn't bring myself to even turn the old one on again. Some things you just can't unsee, and what I found in my own bookmarks folder still gives me nightmares. I've always been a bit of a tech hoarder. I'm the type who never deletes emails, keeps screenshots of everything, and has about 50 tabs open at once. My friends always joke about it, how I'll save articles I'll never read and bookmark pages just in case, but never actually go back to them. It's not like I'm disorganized exactly, just reluctant to get rid of things. My digital life is a bit like my flat in that way, cluttered but with a system that makes sense to me. I work in IT support for a small company in Sheffield. Not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills, and I genuinely enjoy solving technical problems. I've been with the company for about 4 years at this point, and part of my job involved testing different browsers and tools to make recommendations for our staff. That's my excuse for why I had so many random programs installed on my laptop anyway. That Friday night in January, I was just lounging on my couch with a beer, scrolling through Netflix, but not really finding anything worth watching. It was freezing outside, one of those damp, cold Yorkshire nights where the chill seems to seep through the walls. I'd pulled my favorite blanket over me and had the heating cranked up, just feeling a bit bored and restless. I decided to finally sort through my digital clutter, something I'd been putting off for ages. It felt like a productive way to waste time, if that makes sense. I started with my email, 16,000 unread messages, got overwhelmed immediately and switched to something easier, my browser bookmarks. I use Chrome as my main browser, but I also had Firefox, Edge, and a few others installed for work purposes. I decided to go through them all, starting with the ones I rarely used. When I opened Firefox, I was surprised to see how many bookmarks I had in there. I barely even used this browser except occasionally for testing things. The bookmark folders were pretty standard at first: work resources, recipes I'll never make, holiday research from a trip I'd planned 2 years ago. But then I noticed one simply labeled utility tools. I didn't remember creating it, but that wasn't unusual. I'm always saving random software tools and then forgetting about them. When I clicked on the folder, there were only about 5 bookmarks inside. Most were what you'd expect: a password manager, a file conversion tool, some kind of coding resource. But the last one caught my eye because it didn't have a proper name. Just a string of random characters followed by .onion. I'm tech savvy enough to recognize an onion address when I see one. It's a dark web address, the kind you need the Tor browser to access. But I didn't remember ever saving anything from the dark web. I'd heard about it, of course, and was curious about it, like most people in my field, but I'd never actually gone through the effort of exploring it myself. What was strange was that Firefox shouldn't even be able to open onion addresses without being configured specially. I figured maybe I'd set it up years ago and forgotten about it, or maybe the bookmark was just copied from somewhere as a reference. Out of curiosity, I clicked it, fully expecting to get an error message. Instead, a loading screen appeared. My heart did this weird little jump in my chest. Firefox shouldn't be able to do this. It shouldn't be connecting to an onion address. I'd never installed Tor or configured any special proxies on this browser. At least, I didn't think I had. Before I could process what was happening, the page loaded. It was a simple black background with what looked like a video player in the center. No text, no navigation, nothing else on the page. Just a video player showing what appeared to be a still image of an empty room, some kind of basement or storage area with concrete walls. There was a timestamp in the corner showing the current date and time. I remember sitting up straighter, the blanket falling off my shoulders, suddenly very alert. This had to be some kind of mistake. Maybe it wasn't actually a dark website, just something designed to look mysterious. I moved my cursor to close the window, but then the image on screen shifted slightly. It wasn't a still image, it was a video feed, and someone had just walked into frame. The figure was mostly in shadow, but I could make out a person moving around what looked like a workbench against one wall. They seemed to be arranging items, though I couldn't clearly see what they were. Something about the deliberate, methodical movements made the hairs on my arms stand up. This didn't feel like some random webcam feed or art project. There was purpose in those movements. I should have closed the browser immediately. Any sensible person would have. But there's this moment of paralysis that comes with seeing something so unexpected. Your brain needs to catch up, to make sense of what you're witnessing before you can react. The figure turned slightly, and light from somewhere off camera illuminated their face, or what should have been their face. They were wearing a plain white mask with just eye holes cut out. The kind of thing you might find in a craft shop, meant for decoration. The contrast of that blank white face against the shadowy room made my stomach clench. As they turned further, I could finally see what they had been arranging on the workbench. Tools, knives, pliers, what looked like surgical equipment, all laid out with careful precision. Next to them was something that looked disturbingly like restraints. That's when the reality of what I might be watching hit me. This wasn't just some weird art project or practical joke. This looked like preparation for something terrible. And somehow, inexplicably, I had a bookmark to it in my browser. I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I got up and paced around my flat, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. How could I have a bookmark to something like that? I never visit the dark web. And how was Firefox even able to access an onion address? After about 20 minutes of panic, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had used my laptop at some point, but I rarely let anyone borrow it. Could it have been a virus or some kind of malware that added the bookmark? But why would malware direct me to what looked like a live stream? I needed to check if what I saw was real. I opened my laptop again, but this time I didn't click the bookmark. Instead, I looked at its properties. The bookmark had been created 8 months earlier, according to the metadata. 8 months. I tried to remember what was happening in my life then, who might have had access to my computer. Then I remembered. About 8 months ago, my laptop had been stolen from my car. I'd reported it to the police, but miraculously, it had been recovered a week later. Found in a skip behind a shopping center across town. Nothing seemed to be missing or damaged, and I'd run antivirus scans that came up clean. I'd assumed the thief had just taken it, realized it was password protected, and dumped it. But what if they had installed something on it first? What if they had configured Firefox to access the dark web and left that bookmark deliberately? The thought made me feel physically ill. I'd been using this laptop for 8 months without realizing someone had tampered with it. What else might they have installed? Were they monitoring me? Had I been an unknowing participant in whatever disturbing thing I'd just witnessed? I couldn't bring myself to check the bookmark again. Instead, I shut down my laptop completely, unplugged it, and shoved it under my couch, as if putting it out of sight would somehow make what I'd seen less real. The next day, I took the laptop to a friend who works in cybersecurity. I didn't tell him exactly what I'd seen, just that I'd found strange bookmarks I didn't recognize, and suspected my laptop had been compromised when it was stolen. He offered to wipe it completely and reinstall the operating system, which I gratefully accepted. When he was examining it before the wipe, he found something that chilled me to the bone. There was indeed a hidden configuration that allowed Firefox to connect to the Tor network. But more disturbing was a small program running in the background that seemed to be taking periodic screenshots and accessing my webcam. The timestamp showed it had been active since shortly after my laptop had been recovered. For 8 months, someone might have been watching me through my own laptop. Someone who was connected to whatever horrible thing I had glimpsed on that live stream. I've since bought a new laptop and taken every security precaution imaginable. I cover my webcam, use a VPN, and regularly check for any unusual software or connections. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm still being watched somehow. What keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw, or even the knowledge that someone had access to my computer for months. It's the question of why. Why put that bookmark there? Was it a mistake? Or was it deliberate? A way to show me they could access my personal space anytime they wanted. Were they trying to recruit me into whatever disturbing activity they were preparing for? Or was I somehow meant to be a future participant in a much more terrifying way? I'll never know for sure. And maybe that's the most disturbing part of all. That bookmark wasn't just a random link. It was a window into something dark that had been hiding in my own digital space for months, silently watching and waiting. I haven't slept properly in about 3 weeks now, and I think I need to get this story off my chest. My friend suggested I should talk to someone professional about it. But how do you even begin to explain something like this without sounding completely insane? Or worse, having them report you to the police? I'm not even sure if I committed a crime or not, but I definitely saw something I shouldn't have, something I can't unsee. I'm a freelance content writer, have been for about 4 years now. It's not the most glamorous job, but it pays the bills and lets me work from home in my pajamas, which was always the dream. My schedule's pretty flexible, so I often end up working late into the night because I'm naturally a bit of a night owl. Why fight your body clock if you don't have to, right? About a month ago, I was struggling with a particularly boring article about home insurance. It was nearly 2 a.m., and I was desperate to finish it, so I could invoice the client and be done with it. I'd been hearing all this buzz about AI writing tools, and I thought maybe they could help me get through this mind-numbing assignment faster. I wasn't looking to plagiarize or anything, just wanted some inspiration to break through my writer's block. I started looking into different AI writing tools online, comparing features and prices. Most of the mainstream ones seemed pretty expensive for what they offered, and I wasn't sure if they'd be worth the investment. Then I stumbled across this Reddit thread where people were discussing some newer, less-known tools that were supposedly more advanced. Someone mentioned one called NeuralScribe that wasn't as restricted as the mainstream ones and could generate more creative content. I was intrigued, partly because it was free during its beta testing phase, and partly because I was just so desperate to finish this article that I'd have tried anything. The website looked professional enough. Simple design, testimonials, the usual stuff. Looking back, I should have been more cautious, but it was late. I was tired, and I just wanted to get my work done. The interface was pretty straightforward. You could input a prompt, adjust some parameters like tone and style, and the AI would generate content based on that. I started with something simple, asking it to write an intro paragraph about the importance of home insurance. The result was decent, not amazing, but usable as a starting point. I tried a few more prompts related to my article, and it was helping me make progress. Then, just out of curiosity and procrastination, if I'm being honest, I decided to try something different. I've always been interested in horror stories, and I wondered how creative this AI could get. So I typed in, "Write a short horror story about the dark web." The loading icon spun for longer than usual, maybe 30 seconds or so. When the text finally appeared, it started off pretty standard as far as AI-generated content goes. It was a story about someone finding access to the dark web and discovering various illegal marketplaces. Nothing particularly creative or scary, just the usual stuff you'd expect. But then, about halfway through the story, something strange happened. The writing style changed subtly. It became more detailed, more authentic somehow. The protagonist in the story found a link to something called a Red Room, which I vaguely knew was supposed to be this urban legend about live-streamed violence on the dark web. Most people say they don't actually exist, that they're just internet myths. What caught my attention was that in the middle of a paragraph, there was what looked like an actual URL. Not a normal web address, but one of those long strings of random letters and numbers followed by .onion that you need the Tor browser to access. It was oddly specific for an AI to generate, and it stood out from the rest of the text. I remember thinking it was weird that the AI would include an actual formatted .onion address rather than just writing a dark web URL or something generic. It seemed too specific, too technical. I figured maybe the AI had been trained on actual dark web discussions and was reproducing patterns it had learned. Out of sheer curiosity, and this is where I made my massive mistake, I decided to check if this was a real format for a dark web address. I wasn't planning to visit it, just to verify if the AI had produced something technically accurate. I already had Tor installed on my laptop from years ago when there was all that buzz about online privacy, though I'd barely used it. I fired up Tor, copied the URL from the generated story, and pasted it into a search to see if this format would be recognized as valid, or if it would just return an error. I expected it to say address not found or something similar. Instead, it started loading. My heart rate immediately spiked. I hadn't actually expected it to be a real address. I moved my cursor to close the window, but before I could click, the page finished loading. What I saw still gives me nightmares. It was a minimalist black page with a video player in the center and a chat sidebar. The video was buffering, but the thumbnail showed what looked like a dimly lit room. There was a counter showing 16 current viewers. The chat was active with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly, but the tone seemed excited, anticipatory. I should have closed it immediately. Any sane person would have. But there's this horrible moment of paralysis that comes when you're confronted with something so unexpected. Your brain needs a second to confirm what you're seeing is real. The video started playing. The room was concrete, industrial looking, with a single overhead light. There was a chair in the center with someone sitting in it, their head covered. A figure in a mask entered the frame, carrying something that caught the light, metal, sharp. That's when I slammed my laptop shut. My hands were shaking so badly I knocked over my mug of cold tea. I unplugged my laptop, took out the battery, and sat in the dark of my living room, trying to process what had just happened. Had I just stumbled onto an actual red room? Was that really happening in real time? Or was it some kind of sick prank, a shock site designed to scare people? After about an hour of panic, I convinced myself it must have been fake. A disturbing prank site made to look like the real thing to frighten curious browsers. I plugged my laptop back in and immediately ran a full virus scan, changed all my passwords, and deleted Tor completely. I went back to the NeuralScribe website to report what had happened, thinking they should know their AI was somehow generating links to disturbing content. But the site was gone. Just a generic 404 error. I tried searching for it again, but there was no trace of it ever existing. No search results, no Reddit threads mentioning it, nothing. That's when the real fear set in. Had I imagined the whole thing? No, I couldn't have. The article I'd been working on still had some of the AI-generated paragraphs incorporated into it. Over the next few days, I dug deeper, trying to find any information about NeuralScribe. Eventually, on a cybersecurity forum, I found a single thread discussing it. According to one user, NeuralScribe wasn't a legitimate AI tool at all, but a sophisticated phishing operation. Its real purpose wasn't to generate content, but to harvest data from users and, in some cases, to trick people into accessing dark web sites they'd never normally visit. The theory was that by getting innocent users to visit these sites, they created plausible deniability for the actual operators. If authorities ever traced access to these sites, they'd find normal people with no history of criminal activity, making it harder to identify the real criminals behind them. What keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw, but the fact that I accessed it from my home IP address. My name, my identity, is now potentially linked to that site in some database somewhere. Every unexpected knock at the door makes me jump. Every time my internet buffers, I wonder if someone is monitoring my connection. I've since moved flats, switched internet providers, and bought a new laptop. I've become almost paranoid about online security. No more working at 2 a.m. No more curious clicks. No more trusting unknown websites. The most terrifying part is that I'll never know for sure what I actually saw that night. Was it real? Were those real people? Is my name now on some watch list? Or was the whole thing an elaborate scam designed to make me feel exactly this way? Paranoid, afraid, and isolated. I keep thinking about how that URL was embedded in an otherwise unremarkable piece of AI-generated text. How many other people received similar links? How many of them clicked out of the same curiosity that I did? Are they out there too, lying awake at night, wondering if they're being watched? The dark web isn't just some mysterious hidden corner of the internet anymore. It found its way to me through something as benign as an AI writing tool. The line between our everyday online experience and the darkest parts of the internet is thinner than we think. Sometimes it's just one curious click away. I need to tell someone about what happened 3 months ago. I've been keeping it to myself, trying to pretend it never occurred. But after seeing a news story yesterday about a missing person who looks eerily similar to someone I saw. I can't stay silent anymore. Maybe by sharing this, I can warn others about how quickly curiosity can turn into complicity. I'm a 29-year-old network security analyst based in Manchester. I've always been fascinated by technology, built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding by 14, and spent my university years exploring the more obscure corners of the internet. This background eventually led to my current job, where I help companies identify and patch vulnerabilities in their systems. The irony of what happened isn't lost on me. Someone who gets paid to protect others from digital threats becoming entangled in one himself. My interest in the dark web began professionally. Understanding how attackers operate means knowing where they gather. So I'd occasionally browse certain forums using security precautions, VPNs, Tor browser, dedicated laptop that never connected to my home network. Nothing illegal, just observational research that sometimes proved useful for work. I'd visit cryptocurrency discussions, hacking forums, marketplaces, always as a silent observer, never participating. On this particular night in April, I was using my old ThinkPad, a battered machine I'd kept specifically for these browsing sessions. It was around 1 a.m., and I was slightly drunk after a night out with colleagues celebrating a successfully completed project. Rather than going straight to bed, I decided to catch up on some security forums I frequented, partly out of professional habit and partly out of that restless curiosity that sometimes takes hold when you're just intoxicated enough to make questionable decisions. I was browsing a relatively benign forum discussing encryption methods when I noticed a thread titled Interactive Security Demo, Vulnerabilities in Real-Time Monitoring Systems. Given my field, it caught my attention immediately. The thread described a demonstration of security flaws in surveillance systems that would allow viewers to better understand how to protect their own networks. There was a link promising a live demonstration, along with assurances that it was educational content hosted through secure channels. I should have been more cautious. Any sober security professional would have recognized the red flags. The thread was new from an account with minimal history. The timing was odd for a legitimate demonstration, and the link structure didn't match standard formatting for the forum. But a combination of alcohol, late-night poor judgment, and professional curiosity led me to click through. The link redirected several times, passing through what I now recognize were multiple proxies and authentication checkpoints. Eventually, it loaded what appeared to be a video feed alongside a command terminal interface. The video showed what looked like a storage room or basement, concrete walls, metal shelving units, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person seated on a metal chair, their hands apparently secured behind them. Their head was covered with what appeared to be a dark cloth bag. My first thought, embarrassingly, was that this was some kind of role-playing scenario or staged educational demonstration. The command terminal beside the video displayed green text on a black background with the header Admin Demonstration Interface and a prompt reading Enter Command. Below this was a scrolling feed of what appeared to be commands already entered by other viewers. Things like status and check restraints and remove hood. I hovered my cursor over the command line, still not fully comprehending what I was seeing. I typed help, thinking it would display available commands for whatever security demonstration this was supposed to be. The system responded with a list of options, categorized by type: environmental controls, subject management, physical testing, and termination protocols. Each category expanded into specific commands with brief descriptions. It was the clinical nature of these descriptions that first triggered my unease. Apply electrical stimulus to assess subject response thresholds under physical testing. Adjust ambient temperature to evaluate environmental stress factors under environmental controls. The language was detached, technical, but hinted at something deeply disturbing. As I watched, someone else entered a command: remove hood. A moment later, a figure entered the frame, someone wearing dark clothing and a featureless mask that covered their entire head. They approached the seated person and removed the hood, revealing the face of a young man, perhaps in his early 20s. His eyes were wide with unmistakable terror, darting around frantically. His mouth was covered with tape, preventing him from speaking. The horrible reality dawned on me slowly, then all at once. This wasn't a demonstration or role-playing scenario. This was a real person, being held against their will, and the command interface was allowing viewers to dictate what happened to them in real time. I had unwittingly access to what dark web researchers call a red room, a live stream of actual violence and torture, but with an interactive element that made viewers active participants rather than passive observers. My stomach lurched. I moved to close the browser immediately, but as my cursor hovered over the X, a new message appeared on screen. User validation required. Command or disconnect penalty will be applied. Below this was a countdown timer starting from 30 seconds and text explaining that disconnection without participation would result in my IP address and identity being flagged in the system. I froze, uncertain whether this was a genuine threat or a bluff to keep viewers engaged. As a security professional, I knew they likely had my IP address already. Despite my VPN, some exploits can reveal a user's true address by forcing connection through alternate channels. The risk that they had deployed such methods seemed high given the sophisticated setup. The countdown ticked to 15 seconds and panic took hold. I told myself I would enter the most innocuous command possible, then properly shut down and secure my system. I scrolled frantically through the command list, looking for anything that wouldn't cause direct harm. Under environmental controls, I found lights 50% and entered it, reasoning that dimming lights couldn't cause physical pain. The lights in the room dimmed immediately. The masked figure turned slightly toward the camera, as if acknowledging the command's execution. A message appeared. Command accepted. User validated. Session extended. I should have closed the browser immediately, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching for a few more moments. Other commands were being entered rapidly now. Users adjusting the room temperature, requesting close-up camera angles, specifying restraint adjustments. Each command was executed methodically by the masked figure, who moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times before. When someone entered Begin Phase 2 and the masked figure approached a table containing what were clearly implements of torture, I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and closed the browser. My hands shook as I shut down the laptop, removed its battery, and disconnected my router. For the next week, I was consumed by guilt and fear. I couldn't stop thinking about the young man in the chair, about how by entering even an innocuous command, I had validated the system and become complicit in whatever happened after I disconnected. I considered going to the police but was paralyzed by several fears: that I wouldn't be believed, that I could be implicated somehow, that the people behind this clearly sophisticated operation might retaliate if they discovered I had reported them. 2 weeks after the incident, I received an email to my personal account, not my work address or anything connected to my research activities. The subject line was Command History, and the body contained only a still image from the video feed showing the room with dimmed lighting, exactly as it had appeared after my command. Below the image was text reading: "Your contribution has been noted. Premium command access available upon request." I changed all my passwords, formatted my devices, moved flats, and even considered changing jobs. For weeks, I jumped at unexpected sounds and avoided using any computer unless absolutely necessary for work. The fear has faded somewhat with time, but never the guilt. By entering that command, even one as seemingly harmless as dimming lights. I became part of whatever happened in that room. I helped validate and perpetuate a system designed to transmute human suffering into entertainment. Yesterday, I saw a news report about missing persons in Greater Manchester. One face looked disturbingly familiar. A young man in his early 20s, last seen 3 months ago. The report mentioned he had a distinctive scar on his left eyebrow, exactly like the person I'd seen on that feed. I've spent the last 24 hours debating what to do, knowing that coming forward now means admitting my involvement, however peripheral. What haunts me most isn't just the clear and present horror of what I witnessed, but the clinical interface that transformed it into something almost mundane. A command line where atrocities become just another function to execute, where real suffering is abstracted into system operations. The dark web isn't just a marketplace for illegal goods or a forum for forbidden information. Its darkest corners transform violence into participation, making complicit anyone who enters even a single command. I don't know if the young man in the news report is the same person I saw. I don't know what happened after I disconnected. But I know that somewhere, that command interface is still running, still accepting inputs from people who may not fully comprehend that every command they enter, even ones that seem inconsequential, makes them active participants in something monstrous. And I know that somewhere in a database, my username is stored alongside the command I entered, permanently linking me to whatever happened in that room with the lights dimmed to 50%. I haven't told my girlfriend this, not my family nor the police, definitely not the police. So I'm 29. I work in IT consulting in Birmingham. There's nothing special about my life really. I've got a decent flat, been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and I hang out with the same group of friends I've known since uni. My job is mostly remote troubleshooting for corporate clients, which is basically me spending all day on video calls telling executives how to restart their computers or find files they've misplaced. My friend Mark and I go way back to our first year at uni, where we both did computer science. He was always the one taking risks. While I went into boring corporate IT, he got into cybersecurity and now does penetration testing for a living. Basically, companies pay him to hack into their systems to find weaknesses. We don't work in the same field anymore, but we still game online most weeks and grab a pint when we can. So this Friday night in March, we're doing our usual thing, playing some online games. My girlfriend was away at her sister's for the weekend. Around 10, after a few rounds, Mark says he wants to show me something he found during a job. Nothing unusual there. He's always sending me weird coding stuff or security things he discovers. We switched to screen sharing on our voice chat. His desktop was a mess as usual, about 50 windows open because he never closes anything. He dug through some folders, then got all serious, asking if I was ready to see something intense. I laughed it off, thinking he was being dramatic about some security hole he'd found or something. That was just Mark's way, always making tech discoveries sound like he'd found buried treasure. He opened up this weird browser I didn't recognize, not Chrome or anything normal, something with a bare-bones interface. When I asked about it, he said it was for accessing the dark web, all configured with security stuff and anonymizing features. That got my attention. I mean, I knew what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet, where all the dodgy stuff happens. But I'd never had any reason to go there myself. Mark explained that during a job, he'd found some login credentials that led him into some pretty dark places online. He'd found what he called mind-blowing, some live streaming site that showed reality without filters. The way he described it, I thought maybe it was just some extreme version of reality TV or banned content too graphic for YouTube or something. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off. Mark's usually pretty chilled, But that night, he had this weird energy, like nervous, but excited at the same time. Not like him at all. But I didn't think much of it then, just went along, because I was curious what had got him so worked up. He went through a bunch of login screens and eventually got to this site. Black background, red text, very basic looking. It was set up kind of like Netflix, with thumbnails for different channels. Most were dark or just showing shadows, but one was active with what looked like a brightly lit room. Mark clicked on it and it filled the screen. What I saw was what looked like a basement or warehouse. Concrete walls, super bright, harsh lighting. In the middle was a bloke tied to a chair, blindfolded. Standing next to him was someone in dark clothes, wearing one of those plain white masks you see in horror films. My first thought was, this is some low-budget horror film or haunted house live stream. It looks staged, you know? Too perfect, like a film set. I made some joke about how bad the production was, but Mark didn't laugh. Instead, he pointed to a chat window where people with weird usernames were posting comments and what looked like requests for things to happen. Mark then told me, dead serious, that this was called a red room, a live stream of actual torture or violence that people pay to watch and sometimes even control. I told him to shut it off, that it had to be fake, that nobody would be stupid enough to broadcast themselves committing actual crimes. He insisted it was real, that he'd checked with some security contacts, and that this stream was apparently one of the trusted ones in these circles. The fact he used the word trusted for something like this made me feel sick. I was about to disconnect when the person in the mask walked over to the guy in the chair and took off his blindfold. The bloke blinked in the bright light, looking around, and when I saw his face clearly, I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I knew him. Not well, he wasn't a mate or family or anything, but definitely someone from my everyday life. He was the barista at the coffee shop near my office. I stopped there almost every morning. We weren't friends exactly, but we had that familiar thing you get with someone you see regularly. He always remembered my order, sometimes recommended new coffees. We'd chat about the weather or whatever. He'd mentioned once that he was working to save up for uni, and now here he was, tied up in what Mark was saying was a red room. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost on our video call, because Mark asked if I was okay. Without thinking, I blurted out that I knew the guy on screen. Mark laughed at first, thinking I was joking. When I insisted, telling him exactly who it was and how I knew him, Mark's face went completely white. He suddenly seemed to realize what this meant. Either this was some crazy coincidence, or somehow the people running this stream were in the same city as me. Then things got really freaky. The chat on the stream suddenly went crazy. People started posting messages asking if someone had recognized the subject, if there had been a security breach. I realized with absolute horror that our conversation was somehow being monitored. Either Mark's computer was compromised, or the streaming site had access to our voice chat. Mark started frantically trying to close the browser, but it froze up. Messages kept appearing in the chat, now directly addressing the viewer who knows the subject. One user with an admin tag posted coordinates that were scarily close to my neighborhood. Mark ended the screen share and hung up on our call. I tried calling straight back, but he didn't answer. A few minutes later, I got a text from him, telling me to turn off all my devices, not to contact him again, and to stay somewhere else that night. He said his system had been compromised, and whoever was running the stream now had info on both of us. I stayed at a hotel that night, paid cash, kept checking the news for anything about kidnappings or murders. Next morning, I went to the coffee shop, heart pounding the whole time. The barista was there, completely normal, serving customers like nothing had happened. He greeted me like usual, same as any other day. For a minute, I felt this massive relief. Maybe it was all fake, a prank, a lookalike, something like that. I actually managed to convince myself of this until I got back to my flat that afternoon and found an envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a photo, a screenshot from our video call, showing my face exactly at the moment when I recognized the barista. On the back, written in red ink, "Viewers become participants eventually." I haven't heard from Mark since. His social media disappeared a few days later. Our mutual friends told me he suddenly quit his job and moved abroad. The barista worked at the coffee shop for about another week, then just vanished. According to his co-workers, he didn't give notice or anything, just stopped showing up. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, set up new online accounts, got security cameras, take different routes to work every day, but I never feel safe. Every night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I keep seeing that moment when I recognized him, and I can't stop thinking about how these people know exactly who I am and where to find me. The worst part is not knowing. Was this whole thing set up? Did they deliberately pick someone from my daily life, knowing I'd be watching? Or was it just some horrible coincidence that of all the people they could have grabbed, they took someone I would recognize? I honestly don't know which is worse, that I randomly stumbled across this nightmare, or that I was the target all along.